The course of the Peninsular War is consistently one of the highest demanded topics on this show. Over the last few months, we've slowly been building up a series of episodes on the conflict, which culminated over the New Year period with the conclusion of the 1808 portion of the story. The Napoleonic Wars podcast's history of the Peninsular War is not some predictable, tired Anglo-centric exploration of British battles, why Wellington was handsome, and other focus on feats of British arms. Instead, we explore all the angles and ensure that the Spanish and Portuguese perspectives are integral to how we approach the series. What follows is an omnibus episode in which we bring together all the discussions we've had so far in an ultra episode. To help you navigate, I'll put timestamps in the episode description, but broadly speaking, Josh Probyn and I talk firstly about the origins of the war and then the Battle of Bailen, before Rob Griffith joins me to explore Rolica and Vimeiro. Josh and I then examine the Convention of Cintra, look at what unfolded in the autumn of 1808, and unpick the disastrous Corunna retreat, before Beatrice de Graaf and Alex Mikaberidze drop by to round out this 8-hour extravaganza by offering a global perspective on this European war. This is the Peninsular War, the story of 1808. Up next on the Napoleonic Wars pod. Where does all of this start? We were having a bit of a chuckle before we started, in that inevitably we're going to talk about the continental system, right? I do like a Game of Thrones analogy. That is a well-known thing, and I was trying to come up with one that wasn't too tortuous. For me, I kind of feel like the whole Iberian Peninsula thing that Napoleon does is a little bit like Joffrey at the end of the first season of Game of Thrones, where he's got everything laid out in front of him, and then he just decides to go and really hack off a major ally. Well, major's exaggerating it, but a significant ally, by going and executing Ned Stark. Spoiler alert, a very sincere apologies if you hadn't seen that one coming. But let's be honest, they cast Sean Bean in the role, so of course he was going to die. And it's a little bit like that. You know, Joffrey doesn't need to hack off the North, but proceeds to go and do precisely that and start a rebellion in the process, in his backyard. And there's kind of an element of that with Napoleon and the continental system. So we're looking sort of 1805, 6, 7 here, right? So 1805, you've got the crushing victory at Austerlitz. Russia and Austria utterly humiliated. The Third Coalition left in tatters. Then 1806, of course, the Prussians come into the game far too late. Should have come in 1805, but didn't for a whole multitude of reasons we don't have the time to look into now. Fourth Coalition, that goes horrifically, a la Jena Auerstadt. And then we wind up at Tilsit. See, for me, it's quite a kind of an odd situation. You made this point brilliantly at the start, Josh, that post Tilsit, all Napoleon's really got to do is make people hate the British. And this is not a particularly tricky thing at this moment in time.
Absolutely not. I mean, after Tilsit, and I mean, fair play to the Allies. The Russians gave a good go at Eylau, but they just lost the plot completely at Friedland and delivered unto Napoleon another one of his least known decisive victory at Friedland, pretty much. And then you get Tilsit, where Alexander and Napoleon get really, buddy, and like the first. I mean, just to hammer that point home about how all he has to do is make people hate the British. The first thing the Tsar says to him when he gets on that stupid barge is like, sire, I hate the British as much as you do. And Napoleon's like, well, the conversation's like half over then, isn't it? And that is he had one job, and that was, and he knew it. The entire idea of the continental system, this dreamed up, this sort of massive idea of dreaming up a a way to basically a new economic policy for the entire bulk of coastal Europe. Is its main job is just to strangle the British out of the war, or at least to get them to a treaty table where he can, as usual, dominate a settlement. But he goes about this in the most sort of unnecessarily aggravating manner that does as much damage to his what should have been his allies, but he really sees more of his as his vassals and dependents, than it needs to, and it is one of his. It is his ultimate downfall, really. This system.
It really is. On many occasions, I have kind of prodded fun at Napoleon. Here's a guy whose ego and actual power, because he does have the power to do this, means that he could and therefore did dictate the economic policy of the entire continent. Now, he had the ability to do that, but I think the key there is dictate. Whether there was the need to dictate it in quite the same way is an open question. The method that he used is certainly one of the more draconian means designed to instill greater compliance. But there is an important thing that perhaps in the past I haven't really acknowledged, which is, sum it up in 3 words: orders in council. The British are by no means angels. In fact, you could argue that Napoleon is learning this from the Brits, because we're trying to do exactly the same thing. We're trying to stop everybody from trading with the French with varying degrees of success. And we're not doing it in a pleasant way either. Go and see the episodes that we've done on things like impressment and the War of 1812 and the way in which that seriously hacks off other nations.
Look at Denmark, for heaven's sake. The British were legitimately worried about the continental system, and the fact that we happened to manage to create coalitions and sort of dictate counter-economic policies better than Napoleon is beside the point. But look at the whole ridiculous course of events that led to the British going to Denmark and, just sort of battering the hell out of the Danish Navy is literally, while the Danish weren't looking, I might add, this was completely an underhanded sucker punch to make sure that the Danes didn't join Napoleon, and in so doing, ham-fistedly ensured they would join Napoleon. Shows that not only do the British make mistakes in what they're doing, but also that they are being utterly just uncompromising about how they were going to prosecute the war, just as much as Napoleon is, to be honest.
Perhaps we need to do we do need to do a separate episode on Copenhagen, but we won't go into that now. I do wonder, though, is there fear there? Look, we won Trafalgar. There's a bunch of ships. I kind of question, is the Navy side of things an excuse, or is it actual abject fear that, look, we won Trafalgar, we can't afford to risk another one, because what if it goes wrong? And so, look, I'm very sorry, Denmark, but your ships, we're having them, kind of thing. It feels like an emergency measure. And that's not to say that the British are, as we're emphasizing heavily, angels in this story at any point. However, and we're going to kind of look at later on at how the British aren't, sort of the avenging angel in this story of the Peninsular War either. So we love to do this narrative of in sweep the British, serving up support for libertarian ideals. And sorry, no, just see what we don't do when it comes to Portugal. But this feels ever so slightly excessively out of character for the British. There's an overly heavy-handedness to this one, to Copenhagen, that just does seem a bit kind of, oh crap, we better do something about this.
Yeah, the British definitely basically got the willies about this idea of a maritime power with an effective fleet doing whatever it wanted, having its own autonomy to choose its allies, essentially, even though they were much more likely at that time to choose the British on just outright neutrality than the French, because the Danish literally had no reason to join either side. Um, the whole thing, which somebody should absolutely do something on the Baltic theatre, because that is of critical importance in the Napoleonic Wars. The fact it all ties into the League of Armed Neutrality that the Danish were theoretically part of, which disintegrated when Tsar Paul was assassinated, and therefore left it vulnerable. But up to that point, the British had been very angry about the sort of armed convoys that the Danish were running into the Baltic. And the whole idea of the Baltic trade being secured was a massive reason why the British said, well, we have to make sure we can still get our pitch and tar out through the Baltic to keep the fleet in the water. So the easiest way to do that is essentially just to take away the only other active fleet in that area and replace it with ours. So that's what they did.
Yeah. I think we've made the point, Brits, not angels. And
Yeah.
it should be quite easy to get people together and go,
Yes.
you know what, the Brits, we don't like them, do we? So why don't we just not buy their stuff? As a policy, it doesn't really work in the longer term. There is debate about to what extent does this whole thing do more harm to France and French economic interests than anyone else. And I imagine Alex Mickenbirdsey is looking into exactly that question as we speak. But I guess the thing to kind of focus on here is how do we get from that to the Peninsular War? And one of the nations, as some folks will be familiar with, that is ordered to comply is, surprise, surprise, Portugal. Bearing in mind that at this point, Spain is an ally, so there are no issues there. We're going to get to the whole Spanish thing, but the Spanish aren't. There's rumblings of discontent. It's fair to say that the Spanish are a reluctant ally at this moment in time, but nonetheless, they are an ally. It's Portugal that's the starting point here. It's an independent nation. It's largely stayed out of the conflict. It's not, let's be honest, and I'm very sorry to Portuguese listeners, but it's not deemed a threat to Napoleon's interests or anyone's interests, really. It does have a long-standing association with Britain, a la, Catherine of Braganza, wife of Charles II. We often talk about it being the longest alliance that Britain has enjoyed. That goes all the way back to the 1300s. So there's this long-standing connection there. There's a significant expat community as well, particularly in the Douro River Valley region. But as I say, nobody's really kind of looking at Portugal and going, there's a threat that we all need to worry about. I guess it's an interesting one in terms of Portugal and where they're at in 1807. We should probably say a little bit more about the nature of the country at this point in time. But also, there's just a kernel of inclination to go, maybe we won't. We'll get to what actually happens in a minute, but the initial response when the envoys pitch up isn't, okay, how high do you want us to jump? There is this kind of thing of, well, maybe we won't.
Yeah, as far as I know, and I must admit that I am a lot stronger on Spanish affairs than Portuguese affairs at this time, but famously, the Portuguese were very cagey and very crafty about this. They were very well aware that, first of all, on their doorstep, they had the Spanish. The Spanish and the Portuguese are not friends by any means, and there's a lot of enmity there, and the Portuguese are very well aware that the Spanish are basically just waiting for an opportunity to march across the border and either institute a change of government in which the Spanish are in control. This has happened before. So they have that to worry about. As you're saying, they are also well aware that the Spanish are allies of the French, and that's a worry for them, because Portugal is isolated. It's not massively wealthy anymore. It's no longer a super colonial power. It does have excellent trading links, though, still into the east. and of course to Brazil, which is the major colonial asset. And as far as am aware, the Portuguese, first of all, do the sensible thing. They don't tell Napoleon to go and stuff himself. They say, "Oh well, yes, of course, master of Europe, that is an excellent plan. We're going to work on that." And then, once they go out to have tea, they go into the next room and say, "Hey, Britain, hey, we have a problem here. Any chance of a handout?" And then the British, being the British in 1807, basically say, I don't think we can help, actually. Because there's no opening. And this is the thing you were talking about before. The British response to the Portuguese crisis is actually to sort of wring their hands a little bit and say, well, there's not really very much we can do, is there, chaps? I mean, maybe we could send a fleet to Lisbon, maybe?
There is a caricature to be made. Sort of, oh, I'm terribly sorry, old boy, but it's an awfully unfortunate state of affairs. But really, I mean, there's very little. Our fleet's tied up. We're thinking of sending it to South America. So really, it's really not a lot we can do. Apologies that wasn't attempted to
that
speak.
was excellently done. That was excellently done, and it was absolutely the case that the British were because as well, that whole fiasco in the Baltic. The British are not doing well at this time. We're not getting any headway apart from the major fleet actions. And they're getting so desperate, they're thinking of sending thousands of men to South America to stir up trouble against the Spanish Empire halfway across the world, because it worked so well before to do that. And they were thinking of sending a chap called Arthur Wellesley, who was a bit of a buzz in India from India. He's fought in hot places before. He'll probably know what he's doing. So they want to send a force to India, and they are also contemplating actually getting involved further still in the Baltic in Sweden at this time. So they're not really interested in helping Portugal out. They have no thought that this could be where they can win the war.
No, it's really not. I think that's partly sort of you take one look at the Portuguese army at this moment in time and you just go, sorry, but no. And I think Napoleon knows that as well. Even notwithstanding the 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 sort of the Grande Armée kind of mentality. Okay, so by this point he hasn't got his army of Austerlitz with him. That's fragmented and it's been broken over the course of the subsequent 2 years. But the scale of the demands is really telling in terms of Napoleon's confidence that he has the power here. And there's very little the Portuguese can do because it's not just economic policy, it's also foreign policy. He insists that you close your ports to British trade. Okay, that's just standard continental system. Confiscate all British goods. So really go and hack off the Brits here. Then on top of that, arrest all British subjects in your territory. Interesting legal question to be considered there, but we'll put that to one side. Join its fleets with the French, and then top it all off, declare war on Britain. So it's not even a suggestion of, look, I don't like you trading with the British. I don't want you trading with the British. Stop the whole British thing, and then I'll leave you be. It's you're going to declare war. You're going to do my foreign policy. That it's my way or the highway kind of thing. And as you say, the Brits know all about this, and they just don't do very much about it. I'm sorry to my British listeners. You might make up 40% of the listener base here, but we're just not very responsive when it comes to the Portuguese because the strategic kind of outlook doesn't scream, okay, yes, let's send an army into Portugal.
There is no strategic impetus there. The oldest trading alliance is nice and useful and things like that in peacetime and whatnot, but it means very little to the British during this part of the Napoleonic Wars. I believe we actually had an episode last year or something, possibly, where you put to a bunch of your guests, and I was one of them, how would you rank the importance of various theatres for the British. And the Iberian Peninsula is rock bottom on everybody's list, and it really was, because except for Gibraltar, which is the Mediterranean strategic sphere, and that is it doesn't have any. The British don't care. The Mediterranean is the important thing in the southern Europe for the British. The Atlantic is completely covered by the Navy as far as they're concerned. They don't really see the profit in getting involved in defending Portugal for some reason against the Spanish and the French. And from Napoleon's point of view, this is part of his sort of trying to pull strings, and because he does use a little carrot and stick in this way, right? So he's trying to hit the Portuguese with a stick, right? But he's trying to hand the Spanish a carrot. He's saying to the Spanish, because he's going to make this work by basically saying to the Spanish that I'll let you run Portugal once he figures out that the Portuguese are not going to play ball. I'm going to just let you mess around with Portugal, and then everyone will be happy. He's doing the same thing with the Russians. Part of the Treaty of Tilsit was basically that they were going to be able to invade Finland, which is a possession of the Swedes at this time. And that's what's going on there. The Tsar is quite merrily gathering an army together to go and invade Finland and knock the Swedish out of the war, because the Swedish and the Portuguese are at the second the only two nations in Europe not playing the game of the continental system.
Yeah, I mean, Napoleon's plan, and he comes up with this plan in October 1807, is that it's signed at Fontainebleau, as you might imagine, between France and Spain. It's basically, yep, we'll invade. Basically, the French doing the heavy lifting in that invasion, as you perhaps might expect.
It's like one army from the Spaniards or something like that is supposed to rock up under either Castaños or I don't know, one of the other ones. One of the older generals.
Yeah, there are a few to choose from, let's be honest, when it comes to the Spanish army. And yeah, like I say, it's going to be split three ways. So you kind of have a sort of southern, eastern section, what is effectively Alentejo, probably ruined the pronunciation there, and the Algarve, that goes to Godoy as his kind of like little personal kind of mini kingdom thing.
Manuel Godoy is someone we'll get to talk about in a minute, I'm sure.
Oh yes, oh yes. And then you've got kind of the northern part, which is going to go to the King of Etruria, Italian kind of kingdom region, and then sort of the central bit ends up being under military rule. That's basically the plan here.
So it's basically downright partition of Portugal. He's going to treat it like Poland.
He's going to dismember the thing. It's as simple as that. That's once it's apparent that the Portuguese aren't going to say, yes, okay then. Before we get on to the fact that the Portuguese do then say, yes, okay then, which is another.
Oh, they absolutely do, yeah.
This is another important point. They do give in to the demands in the end. We should just talk a little bit about Portuguese society by this point. A little bit kind of difficult for those who draw heavily on the English sources at this point in time, because when the Brits rock up in particularly 1810, there is basically this mass outpouring of, God, isn't Lisbon awful? There's this utter disdain of, there's filth in the streets, they're chucking their effluents out everywhere into the gutters, everybody's got lice, nobody washes, they're all Catholics, worst of all, Lord save us, we're in the country of the Catholics, and they're all ruled by their priests who are dirty and I'm quoting directly what I'm paraphrasing, but drawing on snippets directly from what you've basically got is mass xenophobia. And you pointed this out before we started recording, whilst we were just chatting. This is partly a Protestant Catholic problem, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. There is something in I suppose it's culture and historiography that the Spanish call the Black Legend, and that is on the one hand, this thing is often too much relied upon by apologists of things that, say, the Spanish or any Catholic country did that is unpalatable to sort of more liberal modern tastes. And at the same time, it does have actual legitimate kernels of truth to it. Because, for instance, the most famous one is the Spanish Inquisition. It's now known actually that it's quite specific how many people were actually tortured and executed by the Spanish Inquisition, and is nowhere near what was once thought of, because the Protestants were the ones who were reporting that. Then you have things like the conquest of the Indies, which is, of course, its own massive subject and deeply morally reprehensible in many ways. Again, though, the Protestant writers and people in northern and far eastern Europe and things loved to go far above and beyond, talking about that, and then of course just the state of Portugal and Spain. Like you're saying, this whole thing about them being ruled by their priests, they're all backwards, medieval minded, dirty peasants, essentially, is basically the consensus. If you look at the Grand Tour, for instance, the place where people send their the nobility and aristocracy send their children to be educated. Send their people. I don't know what that means. Their
Well,
staff.
children are technically people.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. It sort of gives the impression that it's sort of like a staff holiday, there, doesn't it? If you say, "I'm going to send my people on this
Send
trip,"
my staff on a little holiday,
yeah,
Garpyard
indeed,
to Rome or
yes,
something.
indeed. But exactly, it's places like Rome and Venice and Austria, Germany, France. St. Petersburg is starting to make it onto that list. So but people just sort of thought that was for laughs because they thought it was like a good imitation of France, and the and places like that, like places like the Ottoman Empire and Egypt were more popular destinations for people to send their kids to finish their education than Spain and Portugal. And I think it's for this sort of reason, a massive prejudice. And it has to be said, it goes both ways. The Catholics were not exactly the biggest fans of the English Protestants either. So basically, whenever you hear or read a British person talking about certain things, it's always best to try and dig a little deeper to see whether that can actually be substantiated, because sometimes it's just prejudice.
Yeah, the Brits are very good at xenophobia during this period. It has to be said. There, and as you've alluded to it, there's more respect for the French than there is for
Oh,
their Spanish and
yes.
Portuguese allies, and that's abundantly clear. And go see previous episodes from the very early days of this show talking about exactly that problem. What I find quite canny from the Portuguese in terms of how they try and handle this, though, is they try and bribe Napoleon's people, and this you've just got to love that. His officials and advisors are invited to take money to sort of make this problem go away. And Portugal isn't a hugely rich country at this moment in time. Yes, okay, people point to the colony of Brazil and go, well, there's wealth. To give you a measure of that, the Portuguese have an earthquake in the sort of mid period of in Lisbon in the sort of middle of the 18th century. And when the Brits rock up in 1810, they're looking at this place going, what's happened to it? It's been level. Why haven't they rebuilt it? Was this recent? And they can't kind of understand that there isn't the money for the public works to put this city back together. So there is sort of serious consideration given to what options have we got, and well, look, if we can buy some people off, then do it, because militarily there isn't a solution to this problem.
Yeah, the entire Iberian Peninsula is in a very rocky financial state at this time. It has to be said. As I said before, although they do have rich colonies or colonies that can be rich, the wealth for some reason is not really transferring itself very well, and they're in absolute decline. I mean, the Portuguese were one of the first sort of big trading nations, and they flourished greatly up until the 18th century, much like the Spanish did, to be honest. But as is quite often the case, you get a economic downturn and then a natural disaster, and then an aggressive neighbor likes to take advantage of that. And it's not the Portuguese is in the Portuguese are in no position to resist the French in any way, but to basically delay them and pray that they can kind of sort of survive in some state or another. The monarchy is in a mess as well. I believe one of their either the king or the heir died of smallpox, and they're currently under a regent because his mother, who should be ruling, is mentally ill, and so you have troubles in the government as well. It should be easy pickings, really, to be absorbed into the continental system, to be honest.
I mean, actually, it is easy pickings, right?
Yeah,
Let's kind of make that plain.
true.
That it's not Portugal that's the problem here. That
No.
ends up being Spain. Although the invasion is a bit of a farce, it has to be said.
Yes.
Sure. So Juno's given the army. Apologies, I forget off the top of my head what that force was, but I want to say something in the region of 8 to 10,000. They're sent on a forced march. Look, get to Lisbon ASAP. And there's a very simple reason for that. Napoleon's not thick. And he's looked at the situation and gone, what would I do if I was the Portuguese government and I had this nice, safe colony on the other side of the Atlantic that I can't be caught at because there's a thing called the Royal Navy? What would I do? I would pack everything up, including my treasury, and I would leg it where you can't get me, and I would thumb my nose at you. And surprise, surprise, that's precisely what the Portuguese royal family do. And there are stories of, carts desperately galloping down the city streets to reach the port to get everybody out. So the French are told to get a move on, get to Lisbon, get the treasury, we need the money. They don't actually succeed. By the time Juno marches through the gates, he's down to 1,500 men. Some units are down to like 10% strength.
Yes. I mean, we should, that is in itself a symptom of how bad that campaign was planned and administered. The people in the French army that crossed into Portugal and legged it to Lisbon described the advance as if it was a retreat. The privations were as if it was a retreat. They had to go through a section of Portugal that was, didn't have the best roads, had a fairly hostile population. They didn't have good supplies through the mountains. And by the time they got to the low ground and the road to Lisbon, Juno had to select 1,500 of the best remaining men, the ones who had weapons and clothes, basically, and rush them to Lisbon, and who could walk. And those are the guys that enter Lisbon, in triumph. Except, of course, the place has been stripped clean, and the regent and his family have all legged it to Brazil. That being said, as we did allude to before, they did at the very last minute, as Juno is bearing down on them, basically say, right, we'll declare war on England. Either I'm going to arrest every English person in Lisbon, which they did do. They did all that stuff, but it was too late. And Juno was going to go and do his job. I mean, he occupied Lisbon.
I mean, he did. I mean, he did just about in time to just sort of wave goodbye to the the royal fleet as it sets sail. As they're literally all they can do is stand and watch from the hills. That's how kind of close they get. So he does his best, although as we're saying, very farcical. I think some of them, according to some accounts, were too weak to hold their muskets.
I think so.
in the
Yeah,
victory parade.
it was really bad.
It was absolutely horrific. But it does mean that that should be it, right? You know, Portugal, okay, yes, you can say hostile, perhaps scope for resistance, but there isn't this kind of instantaneous, massive guerrilla campaign a la what we see in Spain for reasons that
No,
we'll get to in
no,
due course.
because indeed, how did you get to Portugal, for instance? This is a large country, surely, between France and Portugal. Yeah, this raises a question or two, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and it brings us on very neatly to Spain, the other problem, which at this point is not a thorn in the side. It is a reluctant ally. You know, we can't deny that. The important thing I think to acknowledge here is the 1806 question, as I call it, this inclination, this question mark of whether or not the Spanish were inclined, and the answer is yes, they were, to declare war on Napoleon as part of the War of the Fourth Coalition. And then Jena, Auerstadt happens, and they go, yeah, no, that's not a smart move. It's worth us just exploring why there is that discontent within
Yeah,
within
definitely.
Spain at that alliance before we kind of look at the morality on both sides
Hmm.
of this decision to declare war. Well, not even declare war, just de facto replace your monarchy because you're mine now. Um, See, when I think about the sort of the 1806 situation, I do have this kind of sense of it being almost Zimmerman telegram-esque. For folks who aren't familiar, the Zimmerman telegram was a significant factor in causing the USA to join World War One on the side of the Allied nations, because basically one of the members of the Prussian German imperial government, apologies, got to get my history correct there, had been encouraged, I think it was the foreign minister actually, had been encouraging Mexico to invade the USA. And this message got leaked. And the USA kind of
If there's one good way to tick off the United States is to try and get Mexico to invade.
I mean, the history there is not a pleasant one.
How dare you? How dare you try and rile up the Mexicans?
um, so it does have that air of, because realistically, had Mexico invaded at that moment in time, they would have got
I'm not
hammered.
even sure. I'm not even sure Mexico would have been able to have. There was a massive civil war happening. I'm not really sure what's.
I've never seen Josh so perplexed as he is at this moment in time.
The Germans were really reaching for that. I mean, wow.
Um, but the nature of the Spanish army, such as we know it to be because of the Peninsular War, does make you question quite what anybody was realistically thinking would happen. Now, on the Spanish side, let's bear in mind that this is the same Spanish army that in 1808 is realistically planning offences across the River Ebro to take on French forces that have pulled back in the wake of events that we're going to discuss in just a moment. So there's confidence there, even if aspiration outstrips reality.
There definitely is, yeah.
But Spain, let's get to Spain as a whole. As a country, I would say it depends which region you're in. Actually, you know, Galicia, not a particularly wealthy region. Andalusia, more so, more wealthy. It very much depended on where you were, your the city you were in as well, I think. But you know, I'm not one of these people who likes to argue that well, the Spanish had it coming anyway because they were backward and all the rest of it. It is worth acknowledging that Spain's heydays are far, far in the rearview mirror. Yes, Spain might have colonies overseas. Britain's looking at those thinking, oh, they're terribly shiny and oh, they're rich for, you know, brewing up dissent and all the rest of it. But I mean, it's obviously it's weak militarily. We know that. Um, I do question what Napoleon's plan is, though, when it comes to this. You know, is the idea, hey, let's take the navy and then use that to either replace losses or there is also talk about a campaign for Constantinople. So Napoleon's one of these people with many ideas,
Mm.
and some of them come to fruition and some of them don't. Others question, is it a stepping stone to Gibraltar and then North Africa? Um, so there's all sorts of reasons, but either way, ultimately, Napoleon has the advantage here because he's able to move troops in because he can go, look, guys, Portugal, I need to have, this line of supply and communication. I also need to replace troops garrisoned in Portugal and all the
I'm
rest of
going to
it.
cut you in on the deal as
Yeah,
well for your trouble.
exactly. And it does
Win-win.
have that sort of dodgy dealings aspect to it. But he signed a treaty, right?
Mm.
This has been agreed between the Spanish and the French that yes, we'll split it up three ways, and he's got Portugal at his disposal. I've rambled a lot there and waffled and hogged the mic. Talk me through you're better on Spain than I am during this period
Mm.
and its kind of internal machinations. We also need to talk about Godoy in amongst everything else.
Yes.
So hit me with your thoughts.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. The whole idea of the Spanish sort of jumping in on the bandwagon of, battering the French over the head in 1806 is absolutely a symptom of the way the war has gone for Spain since 1800. Uh, Now, Manuel Godoy is the brainchild of this plan. He is not the most reliable ally for Napoleon, and Godoy is, and probably, and quite rightly, a chap who is going to try and put Spain first. And at this point, they are in dire debt. Their fleet is out of action and will not be able really to defend the coasts effectively. They are mired in political intrigue, and they are, culturally and civically, they're kind of already factionalized between forces of reform and forces of conservatism. And Godoy feels that the 1806 coalition, the war in Germany, is Spain's opportunity to rid themselves of this stupid French alliance, the Treaty of Ildefonso, I believe it is, um, at last, and we can get back onto where we were before, but we can get some traction out of this because this alliance is just dragging us into utter just debt and destruction, and it's a way. It's not the answer to all Spain's problems, but he sees it as something that, one of those things that politicians do where they say, this is one thing I can do, and if I do this, then I'm the shining star. So there's that. That's where Godoy decides he's going to try and unfortunately Napoleon wins big against the Prussians, and so Godoy has to sort of dying inside applaud his ally for winning, and he's not getting out of that treaty now. But then and so he's actually quite happy to go along with Napoleon's idea at Fontainebleau to partition Portugal because, well, we get a chunk of that. Napoleon's probably going to give us money as well, and all good. Yay, wonderful. Um, but the problem is Napoleon is very aware that the King of Spain is a Bourbon. That is a big problem. In fact, such a problem and such an obvious something that everybody knew in Paris and Napoleon's government, that Marshal Bessier, who was a good friend of Napoleon, is quoted as saying, as long as Napoleon is in power, no throne in Europe can be occupied by a Bourbon. Napoleon's second big downfall is his driving vendetta to remove the Bourbon family from the thrones of Europe. It gets him into trouble in Italy, and it gets him into trouble in Spain. And because of those internal problems that I alluded to before. In 1807, there was discovered a palace coup called the Escorial coup, or plot. That was the idea was to try and get. I think his title was the Prince of Asturias at the time, Fernando, the heir to the throne, to become either king or regent for his father, Charles IV, Carlos IV. And that had been discovered, and obviously, Fernando was in now deep trouble, and his party was also now, out in the open as, a danger to the state. Napoleon got wind of this, and he thought, oh, another Bourbon throne is having a crisis. Oh, that's interesting. Let's look at this closer, shall we? And he sees in this the opportunity as things progress, because then Godoy is unseated by the coup of Aranjuez, and because we should do an episode on Godoy, to be honest, because he's a very fascinating guy. He's reviled by a great amount of the nobility because he's apparently he's apparently the lover of the queen, and that's why he's in power, and he's supposedly and just messing around with all sorts of stuff and complicit in this, that, and the other, and everybody thinks he's a terrible guy. His story is ridiculous because he was just this really handsome guardsman who who the queen took a fancy to, and he ends up as the premier of Spain. But so we should do an episode of him at some point. But the fact of it is, Spain loses its way of governing itself, essentially, and the king and his son come at loggerheads. Eventually, is how it turns out, and up pops Napoleon. In fact, they asked Napoleon for, well, I believe this is after the invasion of Portugal. They asked Napoleon for mediation. By this
That's the
point,
big irony,
yeah,
right?
there's over 50,000 troops, French troops in Spain at this point, all suspiciously gathered around major fortifications in Madrid. And Napoleon benignly invites both parties to Bayonne to discuss the matter.
It's fascinating. I see. I sometimes wonder if a smart play is missed by Napoleon when it comes to that revolt by the palace guards, Carlos for being forced to abdicate, because Ferdinand, number seven, is pro Napoleon, far more pro
Hmm.
Napoleon, and quite anti Godoy, if my memory
Oh
serves
yes, he
me
hates Godoy.
correctly.
Yeah, because this is
Um,
another thing we should briefly mention, is that the nobility, which more or less seem to be kind of on the side of Fernando. Some of them are split towards Godoy as well, because there was some reforming movements happening previous to that he was a part of, and that's another thing. But uh, they are mostly Francophiles, and they're mocked for it by the bourgeois, who are proud Spaniards. And the peasantry don't really care, but they're Spanish. They're certainly Spanish. And they have been told by the clergy and their masters that the French are atheist devils. And indeed, the Spanish went to war with those same atheist devils in the 1790s. And that was what they were told. And they're not the peasantry aren't terribly keen on Godoy either, because some of the reforms he did messed with their ancient traditions, and they don't really like the aristocracy either, because they're all like, oh, we should advance ourselves in Europe and get rid of all these superstitions and bullfighting and stuff like that are holding us back and making us laughing stock in the eyes of Europe. And the Spanish people are like, this is all we have to put our hats on, right? This is our identity you're dealing with here. Yeah, so all of Spain hates each other pretty much, and so it is essentially a powder keg in an arsenal that's about to go off, that Napoleon is about to drunkenly wander into with a lit match.
I love that analogy. But I kind of see it in a different way, which is that you sort of look at it and think, well, if you're careful, this is ripe
Mm.
for the picking.
Oh yes.
You know, I mean, this sort of has, and apologies, I'm not usually a fan of sort of drawing cross comparisons across different periods of history, but you kind of touched on it yourself, you know, sick man of Europe vibe, sort of Ottoman Empire riven by varying, okay, for different reasons to what's happening in the Ottoman Empire, pre and during World War One, but nonetheless riven by, you know, discontent from a number of different groups. And there is the scope to divide and rule, but there's also this catastrophic misreading of the Spanish character, which is easy for us to look at, I have to say.
They don't like
Is
each other, but the majority of them really don't like the French either.
they don't, but also they're a proud people,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that's easy for us to look at with the benefit of hindsight and everything that's happened over the subsequent 200 years and go, well, surely that was a dumb play. But it is one of those moments where Napoleon does seem to just misread the situation. And he's sure you won't hear me argue the fact that the Spanish intending to stab France in the back is not a pleasant
It's
power
daring.
play.
It's
It's
daring.
daring.
But
It's not clever. It's also exceptionally underhand. It's Napoleon-esque in its aspirations.
yeah, I mean, in
Um,
that sense, it could have paid off really well, but it didn't. So,
it didn't. But I mean, talk about holding a grudge,
mm,
right? 1806, Spain is thinking about this and then sort of looks at everything and goes, okay, no, clearly we've got to toe the line. And does,
mm.
let's emphasize that, you know, the French troops are not hindered as they march in. You can question,
This is
well,
Godoy's lifeline. To be honest, he needs the French now. He can't fight them off. He's tried to reform the army. He's tried to get Spain into a position where it can fight, but he's just presented basically with this fact that Napoleon wants troops in Portugal. If he doesn't allow them to do that, he'll have to fight them, and he's not ready to. So,
yeah, there's no question about that. And then to cap it all off, you've got the way in which he summons them,
mm,
which is, look, the two of you had a falling out. We just need to sit down and sort this one
yes,
out. Why don't you come to Bayonne? We'll sit around a table. I'll bring some nice wine and we'll sort this all out between you and we'll reach an amicable conclusion and we'll sort out this problem that you've got in Spain. And then says, oh, yeah, thanks for coming, guys. Neither of you are monarchs anymore.
yeah.
I'm taking the Spanish throne. I'm paraphrasing ever so slightly in case people are wondering.
And like you were saying before, it's it doesn't quite make sense, does it? I mean, usually when you do something like that, you pick the heir, you make him your puppet, and you send him back.
Exactly.
But Napoleon decides, no, I just want all the Bourbons gone because I hate you all, you know. And he says, well, you know, for a start, I know Murat wants to be king of Spain. He wants to be king of somewhere. He's a start. There was a brief idea of marrying, I think, Lucien's daughter to Fernando, and that didn't work out because Lucien said no. And because he was a sensible man until I believe told one of the people who told Napoleon don't mess around in Spain. And then of course you have his other brother, quite a capable brother who is doing fairly good work in Naples at the second, is Joseph. And for some reason, Napoleon decides I'm going to choose one of my family to replace uh, the Bourbons on the throne of Spain.
Doesn't he offer it to Louis? And
He
Louis
might
says
have.
no.
I think there was some discussion about who it was going to be. I don't remember exactly how many people he asked.
Yeah. I mean, so to give people a sense of dates, we're now up to May, specifically the 5th of May, where they're told, look, it's all over. Thanks very much. I'm having your crown and I'm going to redistribute it as I see fit. Meanwhile, in Paris, there's a little thing called El Dos y Tres de Mayo.
Madrid.
Sorry.
I usually let these things go. You can edit that.
You know what? We'll leave it in. I mean, here I am professing to be an expert in the Peninsular War,
No, I've done it
and
before. I've done it before. It's a capital city, and you get the wires crossed in your head, and we were talking about the French a second ago. It happens to me all the time. It's really annoying, and you never catch it because you think you've said the right word.
so Josh is being incredibly nice, which is even more reason to leave this in because it will make people love Josh that bit more. Meanwhile, in a place called Madrid, which I do happen to know is the capital of some European country, maybe Spain, probably. Um, you got the Dos de Mayo uprising, which is uh, uh, that noise that just escaped my mouth is a really good kind of erudite summing up of how this is handled. This is why I look at Murat and just go, I'm sorry. Yes, you can style an ostrich feather a new uniform, but you are clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed by a country mile. Because what you have here is that discontent has been brewing over uncertainty with the Spanish monarchy and France, and particularly French refusal to recognize Ferdinand. And that's something that we need to kind of say that the
Yeah.
French aren't giving any outward signs that they're going to be particularly supportive of just the natural progression of interior affairs
Mm.
in their ally. And the crowd's picking up on that. And then this crowd gathers at the Royal Palace, and I've got Paris on the flaming mind now. And there's concern that the rest of the royal family is basically being packed up to be shipped off to France. There's
Yeah.
this genuine fear about kidnap. And so the crowd get out of hand. There is blood. They attack Murat's ADC. I suspect the fact that it's Murat's ADC might be part of the problem here. And Murat's response is to clear the streets with the Imperial Guard. So, strong-willed response. You can kind of see where he's going with this. And 10 Spanish are killed or wounded in the process,
Mm.
which then gets Spanish blood up. And they respond by killing the admittedly very few Frenchmen that they can find. And then the rebels are quickly crushed. So you end up with this situation where you've got 200 Spanish dead, 200 Spanish wounded, 300 Spaniards taken prisoner, to a French loss of 31 dead and 114 wounded. And Murat decides that the best way to deal with this is brutal reprisal. And I'm going to quote directly from his decree, which says, "The population of Madrid, led astray, has given itself to revolt and murder. French blood has flowed. It demands vengeance. All those arrested in the uprising, arms in hand, will be shot." And then he follows through with it. These aren't idle words. Perhaps it's not surprising for Murat, who does love to follow through. I mean, cavalryman, he's got that kind of go at them mentality. But I mean, it's a propaganda godsend, right?
Mm.
For the Spanish, you have the Tres de Mayo, the executions the following day, subsequently immortalized by Goya. And what you effectively do is take this little kind of flare up of discontent and suddenly you kick it everywhere,
Mm.
right across Spain, as fast as people can ride, because you've got what Napoleon and you've got this sucker punch happening in rapid succession, right? You've got Dos de Mayo, then Tres de Mayo, then Cinco de Mayo. Frankly, with what happens with the relinquishing of the Ferdinand and Carlos relinquishing claim to the throne. So within the space of a handful of days, you've got three massively insulting
Mm.
events taking place. Deeply, deeply stoking any kind of discontent that might have been felt across different social classes, and suddenly concentrating it all on the French, because whatever your internal situation may be, and however much you might hate, and that's something to emphasize, that all the way through the Peninsular War, the Spanish are fighting amongst each other,
Yeah.
whether it's in the army, whether it's in Parliament that gets formed subsequently, the Cortes. But because you've got the French doing this, deciding that they're going to run your internal affairs, deciding who your monarch is, brutally repressing any expression of discontent. It just concentrates the mind
Yeah.
entirely on the French as the people that are the problem here.
Yes, absolutely. And Dos de Mayo is not an organized thing. It wasn't planned. It was chaos. Um, uh, the fact that it did so much damage is frankly surprising. Usually, riots like that, you see 5 or 10 soldiers get killed before it's very quickly sort of subdued. But no, this goes completely out of control, and you have hundreds of people getting killed and then massive reprisals afterwards. It's um, it's a very troubling thing, and arguably it can be said therefore that Murat mishandled it by by the decisions he made. And yeah, the it, it's so surprising even to this day to try and track how it got out of control. But because none of the French really seem to understand, the forces at play, they sort of just, again, they're wandering into an arsenal with a lit match, and it's just gone off. Now, it's very key here that Spain no longer has a government. Um, and as you're saying, infighting is big as well, because that whole thing about please Napoleon mediate between Carlos the Fourth and Fernando, and he's that was a consequence of the fact that the prince's party had technically won. They had unseated Godoy, the Queen's man, and was in a position now to try and wrest the throne from his father. What he wanted Napoleon to do was to give him the throne. His party in Madrid still thought that the French had the answers, and I believe a lot of them ended up turning to Joseph's faction. And the fact is, though, now nobody has a leader, so they have to do this by local juntas, and that's what happens. You get provincial governments popping up across the country, each one basically declaring martial law to whatever extent they can, and usually arbitrarily picking one of the two candidates on the throne or to the throne, until everybody kind of decides, well, it probably should be Fernando, and they all start fighting for him. But it's a massive deal. It's a massive piece of chaos, because this word has to get across the sea as well to the Spanish colonies, and all hell breaks loose once it gets over there, which is a whole different thing.
That is a whole different thing. And we have an episode on Simon Bolivar incoming at some point with, surprise, surprise, Josh, because he's the expert on these things. You make a good point there, which is that the French aren't ready for this. They've got 90,000 troops in Spain. They're mainly in the north, apart from those that are in Madrid. For obvious reasons, it's the capital. And it's a measure of that. If you were anticipating some kind of result like this, you would have a better distribution of your forces. That's the bottom line, right?
You'd have disarmed the army. You'd have like taken away their ability to fight for a start. A well-planned coup requires you to get a hold of the legislative, the judicial, and the executive, or at least two of the three. And the French have one of the three.
It's worth saying a couple of things, though. First is that at this point, a lot of British listeners love to make a jump and go, okay, so now you've got the guerrillas happening, which isn't the case. This is where you kind of bring in the Charles Esdale kind of line, which is, well, first things to say is that not everybody who's a guerrilla is actually a Spanish patriot taking part in the guerrilla, the little war. Actually, what you've got is significant groups of brigands, and other just deplorable types
Mhm.
in society who go, look, here's an opportunity to either kick somebody's head in or steal stuff
Mhm.
or otherwise, wreak havoc. And so you get a lot of just outlaw bands that
Mhm.
like to style them slash get mistaken as guerrillas. You've also got the point that at this moment in time, we're still not in a position where the entire country is up in arms. And in fairness, you've got the Francesados movement
Yeah.
as well, the Francophile
Mhm.
individuals. So it's not as though every single person in Spain just suddenly goes around and turns around and goes, oh, the French are evil. Let's all pick up a hatchet and have at them.
Mhm.
Um, so that takes time, and it takes time for these bands to form. You've also got situations with the army that end up feeding the guerrilla groups, both brigand and actual organized bands. And I'm sure we'll end up talking in a lot more detail about the guerrillas in due course. The British at this point, they're still not quite interested. That's
Mhm.
there's not this kind of meerkat popping its head up moment yet,
Nope.
because for that we need Bailen, right?
Yes, we do. I think that is definitely the case. I I don't know the timeline off by heart. As dos and tres de Mayo signal the basically the formation of the juntas, and I think that you get after that missions. Uh, that are there's definitely a mission sent out. I think before Bailen. But they don't really drum up much support, I think. The British are aware of the rising, especially as it spreads towards, across the border to Portugal. Um, but they're still not really thinking, they're a little bit more interested, I guess, but still, can we really do anything at all? Is it going to be beneficial to us? Because that's the important thing. Is there something actionable we can do to further the war in our favor? And at the second, everything's in chaos, and the British really hate getting involved in things that are chaotic. First of all, who is in charge? Who are we speaking with? Is the junta of Andalusia going to agree with the junta of Galicia? You know, it's.
And the perfect example of precisely that is, of course, when Wellesley pitches up
Yeah.
off the coast of Spain. And I think he's at Corunna, isn't he? And he sends a message to the shore saying to the junta in Galicia, look, I'm here. I've got an army coming. Do you want me to land and help you out? And the Galicians go, no. Oh, but we'll take some weapons. If you've got some
Yeah.
weapons going, if you've got any money as well, we'll have some money. And so Wellesley wisely decides that his cause is better served
Mm,
further down the coast, which is why he ends up heading for Portugal.
yeah. And
But
it should also be remembered that at the time that the Spanish were starting to think, the Spanish juntas were looking around for allies, and a very brave decision to ask the British. Um, in London at that time, you had people like Francisco de Miranda, who is the Venezuelan freedom fighter, who at the second is gleefully planning a descent on Spanish America with a British force. So the British are still at this time much more interested in disrupting Spain's economy through its colonies than trying to liberate it from from the French.
timing is absolutely everything here, right? And again, so to put folks into a sense of perspective, you got the Dos and Tres de Mayo, so 2nd and 3rd of May. That's where the name comes from for those who don't speak Spanish. And it's not until July that you get Bailen. And the idea of Bailen is that it's a game changer. I remember a long time ago, nearly 3 years ago now, speaking to Alithia Laspera. And she, for a podcast episode, and she said that Bailen was basically a dream. It was one of
Yeah,
those situations never to be repeated again. You could wargame that situation 1,000 times and not get the outcome that you got.
it's fascinating and massively understudied. It's ridiculous, I think, that you have this period between the tumult of Aranjuez and the final defeat of the Spanish field armies in 1809, that is just so difficult to access in English. There's no easy go-to on a shelf to find out what was happening in this period of time. And as we'll see over the next few episodes, although you can make the argument that, without Moore it couldn't have happened, if you don't have this, if you don't have the Spanish pulling off this themselves, you have no basis for doing anything in Spain.
I mean, here. This is literally the point of this sequence to examine precisely this problem. Let's talk about where we are at in the context of this story. So we, as we discussed before, have the Dos de Mayo uprising. That's, as the name suggests, the 2nd of May, 1808. Now, what will lead to Bailen is essentially that's the sort of the I don't want to call it the sequel. It's the next chapter fundamentally within the Spanish story. We moved ahead and we started to look at the British being sent out, but the British are landing in sort of August time. So this is kind of what's happening as the British are getting their act together and working out, what are we going to send out? Oh, I tell you what, why don't we send out that force that we were going to send and go and take some Spanish colonies? But let's not mention that to anyone because that's not very good politics right now. But this ends up being really important, and this is part of the reason why Wellesley's able to do a sort of Wellesley thing, and Juno sort of there, sort of scratching his head, going, this is all very sort of strategically difficult for me, isn't it? Enough of the British. They are now to be excised from the remainder of this podcast. And I'm going to talk about personalities at the heart of this. I dropped a hint in the inverted commas sexy intro that I did. We've got Castaños and Dupont. Castaños is a difficult figure to get a huge amount of information on, I find, because this is probably his high point. He has a career in politics post this. But one of the things that particularly strikes me, apart from the fact that he has a very, very impressive nose and chin, if you look at his portrait, is that this is his first battle. And in fact, he makes this point to Dupont in a lovely little quote that we'll get to later on in the episode. This is his first time. He's a lieutenant general, I believe, elevated, I want to say 1803. But apart from that, he's a hard character to sort of nail down. What do we know about him? Who is he?
Castaños is a gentleman. Everybody likes him. Everybody who meets him likes him, especially later on. The Spanish generals and politicians quickly have very sort of violent turns of affection and hatred for various people during this period. So it's not fair to say that everybody likes him all of the time, but he's very difficult to dislike. He has had a relatively long career up to this point. You don't get to this rank in the Spanish Bourbon army quickly unless you're extremely well connected. Castaños might indeed have been young for a general of his rank in the Spanish army, actually, because the average age of a colonel in 1806 or something like that was in their 60s. So you can see that he had something about him. He seems to have done his service in various garrison postings. I think he was deployed during certain wars, but I don't think he saw any great amount of service. He certainly never commanded in any meaningful capacity an army in the field. But during the arguments about reforming the army, he would have been amongst the reformer type, along with guys like Pedro de Giron and others who thought that the army desperately needed fixing. And he wrote about it in the arguments prior to the Peninsular War in letters and things about what needed to be done and how it needed to be modernized and things. So, but nobody really listened to these people because the army was too central to the state as it stood. So yeah, he's very difficult to get to pin down. He's not as well known, weirdly, as some of the other Spanish generals because the those people we're not mentioning preferred other guys. Um, and if you don't have a champion from those other guys in this war, you don't get remembered very well. I'm looking literally right now at what I was looking at, which is a page from the Real Academia de la Historia, which has a page on Castaños. And at that, if people want to have a rundown of his service record, you can go and look at that and press translate on the page if you can't read Spanish. Um, Basically, he's good material for a supreme commander.
That ended emphatically. I like that. I think henceforth the British shall be referred to as they who must not be named. Um, Either that or we call them the Dark Army or something in sort of homage to Harry Potter and the whole he who must not be named Voldemort, the Dark Lord thing.
What would
Having
it
to
be? What would be in Spanish? El Ejército Obscurado or something like that.
Ooh, the Obscuras. I like that. That sounds
Like
like a good
I
name for a
don't think that's the
regiment.
right word. It's hovering around the right word, but the Dark Army would translate something to that, I think.
Okay, okay. So that's Castaños. As we say, this will be his first battle. Um, but he's done well. Now let's talk about Dupont. Now Dupont is a general at this point. He is not a marshal. Um, if we want to indulge in what ifs, I wonder if there hadn't been a Bailen, whether Dupont might have been a sort of Peninsular War elevation a la Suchet, in the sense that he's got a decent track record from memory. Um, his career gets completely derailed by Bailen, like one mistake and that's it. I can't say I'm hugely sympathetic considering what he did at Cordoba, but we'll get to Cordoba and discuss that in due course. Give us a bit of context on Dupont.
Well, you and I are exactly on the same page with Dupont. I was thinking literally today when I was looking into whether Suchet was doing anything in this campaign that at this point, if you ignore what is going to come, there is nothing on paper that says that Dupont is a bad choice or he's been put into a sideshow or anything like that. Spain in 1808 for the French, for Napoleon, he doesn't rate it as something that requires his best guys, but he has a lot of good guys in his army. So what he does, I think, is basically he says, "All right, you guys go and win some fame in Spain. I'm going to let you off the leash. These people are terrible soldiers. They're all cowards. They're all bandits. You, Dupont, you go off into Spain with the rest of the army. There's a whole bunch of major generals sent into Spain who have done well in 1807 and done well in 1806, and they're given a bit. This is a place where a playground where they can have a bit of freedom, show Napoleon what they've got. The promotions are on the table. The counts of Cordoba and Valencia and Girona are on the table for you. These new titles, I will ennoble you if you do well in Spain. I think that's what's going on here because he has a good record. He was at Austerlitz. He was in the Prussian campaign. Um, Performed well, exactly like Suchet. His career up to this point is very similar, really trajectory wise, to Suchet. And well, this is the anomaly with Dupont because up to this point he doesn't. I don't think he shows any kind of um, lack of nerve up to this point. But then again, he's never been in an independent command before, as far as I can see.
And our conversation from the Battle of the Marshals returns with a vengeance, right? Because the independent command is one of the key assessors, and it's the sort of one of the things that separates the wheat from the chaff. Um, okay, before we talk about why it all goes wrong, I want to talk about the state of the Spanish army and go quite kind of nuts on this. We're talking about how really Napoleon is sort of looking at the Spanish army and going, well, yeah, no, really, this is a cakewalk. Um, Having said that, I was like you doing some reading and was very struck by an argument that was being made that the problem that the Spanish army has isn't so much the state of it pre Dos de Mayo, which I think is a contentious statement and one that there's a need for reform there. I don't think either of us would argue about that, but that the real problem comes with the mass influx of troops post Bailen and post Dos de Mayo as these ranks swell with inverted commas patriots who flock to the colours to try and serve and push out the French. And because of the rawness, that's what then dilutes the quality of the Spanish army. And so you've got these guys who might be quite enthusiastic, but they're not very good. And that's what causes Spain to fundamentally be a house of cards that very quickly topples. So I'm curious on your assessment of that, because you know far more about the state of the Spanish army than I could ever hope to.
Well, it's not an easy thing to get a full kind of grip on, to be honest. Charles Esdale is really the guy that we need to talk to about this. And Charles, if you're listening and you take objection to anything I say in this episode regarding the Spanish army, then let the audience may know I will completely defer to whatever he says because he is El Jefe here. The problem post Dos de Mayo and prior, they're connected to some extent. That problem with the influx of new troops, volunteers, patriots, bandits, whatever. Um, that is made possible because of the horrendous reputation that the army has in society prior to the revolution. Um, it is seen as a bloated um, private club for people who have too much time and just want to be seen. If you want an example of the reason that people hated it, you just need to look at the life of Godoy, and we need to do an episode about him as well. But he is one of the reasons why people hate the army. They hate it as well because uh, that's the officers. They hate it as well because for the soldiers are not very well taken care of, are not properly funded. Discipline is patchy in places, relatively speaking, and the troops have a bad reputation as well because there's no reason for them to have a good one. And so there's a great sense of anti-militarism in Spain when the rising starts. And so when the juntas take over, you have a clash between army officers and civil administrators, and an argument, a very, very forceful argument put forward that it's not the regular army that's doing the fighting here anyway, it's our patriots and stuff like that. We'll get to it during this episode. The cheering that Castaños's army gets when they go into Madrid is not for the regular soldiers who bore the brunt of the fighting, it's for the people like the garrochistas, the cowboys, the militia people, the patriots, who are then taken by the press and exalted above and beyond what they have actually been able to achieve. And that is where you get this dependence on not the regular army, but this idea of the national effort. So that's the connection there. That's why that's sort of like the recruitment problem is an issue for the post Dos de Mayo resistance. The regular army itself is to be honest with you, in terms of its effectiveness, it's fine. realistically. Most Ancien regime armies are fine, but you need a good general. I cannot stress too highly that Ancien regime armies require a general who will come in, break it, make it again for his own purposes, make it run the way he wants it to run, and they can. That's the strength of Ancien regime armies. They're not sort of as tightly governed, um, and do what he needs to do with it. But there isn't one in Spain at this time. Uh, the 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 problems are there's an excellent book by Charles Esdale on the Spanish Army of the Peninsular War. It's practically the only one as well that deals with it in detail. Do please look it out if you can find it. It's going to help you understand a lot about what goes wrong and what could have gone right. Um, in a nutshell, it's not prepared for an invasion. It's relatively well prepared for foreign service, but because of the Bourbon compacts in which France has essentially been protecting the Spanish northeastern frontier for the majority of the 18th century, you do not have an army that is designed in any way, shape, or form to defend Spain from inside its borders. It's crippled by the fact as well that you have multiple captains general commanding uh, or governing various portions of Spain, each commanding armed forces. And so, as soon as you get an enemy coming in, all these guys think they're in charge and don't want to work with each other. And that just goes on and on and on and on and on because they never get a supreme commander until those people who shall not be named appear. Whole episode on the problems of the Spanish army in the Peninsular War. But the thing to remember is, as well, though, don't believe the whole they're rubbish, they're cowards, they can't fight. They can. It just needs to be. It's such a mess. What with the pre-Bourbon army's reputation and abilities, and then the post Dos de Mayo army's problems. It just can't catch a break to operate effectively as it can. And there are glimpses that it can, but as some historians have pointed out, those people who shall not be named never saw the Spanish regulars fight properly, and therefore it didn't matter to them, and that they only saw the end result of the defeats. This is the golden moment where you will see potentially what could have happened if they had a supreme commander and someone who could have very rapidly fixed the army. Whether they could have done that or not, that's for people like Charles Esdale to sort of tell us.
It is worth just emphasizing the first time that the British end up in a pitched battle alongside the Spanish is Talavera in 1809. Like, that's a long time. A lot has happened in the course of this war. We are more than a year and a bit into the war by that point. That is what then goes and flavors everything else. The idea of the Spanish running away because they're frightened by their own gunfire and all the rest of it. This is where it comes from, which is at a very different point in the war than, look at where the British need to go in terms of developing their capabilities over the course of this conflict. They don't arrive on. We've made this about the British again. What am I doing? But just to hammer the point home, the British aren't all that when they arrive for the first time. Think about the cavalry and the endless headaches with British cavalry. There's a lot of learning that all sides need to do. And the Spanish have these problems that we've just been talking about. So don't believe everything you read in Sharp is basically almost the tagline for this show by this point in time. With all of this in mind, how do we get to Bailen? We've got the flying columns concept that Napoleon is essentially using to pacify the local population. Dupont's got 20,000. That sounds like a sizable number of men. But he's basically told Andalusia, make it mine. Heads for Cordoba, manages to occupy Cordoba. Not a great achievement, but okay, he's been given a task and fine, yeah, go do your thing. Then proceeds to sack Cordoba, which, you know, ends up being part of his problem actually. Um, and then it all sort of goes horribly wrong. Am I right in thinking his intended target was Seville or Cadiz?
The objective was to free the trapped French ships in Cadiz Harbor.
Okay.
So he was right. He was gunning for Cadiz, and he only got as far as Cordoba.
So, folks, it would be useful if you had a map open
Mm.
to assist you with that. Increasingly, I've taken to having a map open when I record the battle podcast because it just helps in terms of seeing things. So, as he marches south to Cordoba, then the country sort of starts rising kind of around him. Talk us through the situation he's in. I mean, his forces aren't the crack troops, and I suppose this is one of the myths that we need to bust on behalf of the French, right? There is this perception, oh, look, the troops who stormed the Pratzen Heights suddenly get humbled by the Spanish and this general that nobody's heard of, has only fought one battle and all the rest of it. Nah, these are sort of second line battalions. These are not crack troops. There's a little guard contingent actually in there. We'll get to that in due course. But that's that. This is not an elite fighting force, right? He has got
No.
20,000 men.
Yeah.
Talk us through the challenges that he faces, and at what point is the decision made that he does actually need to cut and run? Because if I recall, he's meant to get orders to pull back to Madrid, but those orders never arrive because the Spanish have risen and they just kill all the messengers.
Well, it's the timeline is fascinating actually, and it just goes to show how little we really know about this period in Spanish history. Like all the people who listen to this show, the majority of them are interested in military history. With the timeline, they'll know some of the big points. I know some of the big points, but you don't actually understand how they fit in until you actually, find a moment to look into it. Dos de Mayo doesn't even have the effect people think it does. It's used by Napoleon as a lever to invade the place. He says, "Oh, they're rioting. I need to save it. This is my political cover. I can send the troop. I can send more troops in now. Yay!" Um, and he's encouraged. He's not even on the Spanish frontier anymore. He's not even at Bayonne. He's off on a tour of inspection across the coast because he's heard that Bessier has trounced the Spanish at Medina de Rio Seco earlier in July. So things are and although it's discouraging that his dudes can't get into Zaragoza, Girona, and Valencia, they are under siege and they will fall eventually. So things are like there is a rising happening, but nobody's really worried about it particularly. Um, and so Dupont is obviously sent down to Cadiz to sort of make the make besiege the fourth big city, and hopefully take it really easily. He sets off at the end of May, and he is marching through the Sierra Morena into and then descends into Andalusia, sacks Cordoba, and at this point, after because he's already sort of brushed off his forces of militia in front of Cordoba, he seems to realize how alone he is in the world. Um, Gets a little scared and retreats.
You make it sound like he has an existential crisis.
Well, it almost is.
He sits down and one day he just realizes he hasn't got any friends and he questions what he's doing with his life, which isn't quite. That's probably not how Dupont would have described it when he sat down for his court martial. Spoiler alert for people.
Possibly not, no. But he does seem to feel like he needs more men. Which is a fair assessment, probably, because he's realized that we don't really have any presence down here in the south. And he retreats to, he doesn't retreat to Bailen, he retreats to Andujar, which is just to the south, southwest of Bailen, just a few. It's a less than a day's march from Bailen. He then just sits there for the rest of June, practically, uh, becoming more and more isolated. The Spanish militias and partisans obviously start doing their thing, and his like messengers are getting cut off and things. I haven't heard particularly the veracity of whether or not he was recalled or not, because I don't know why he would have been recalled unless Joseph also lost his nerve. But it's entirely possible because messengers were going missing all the time. Um, and that's another thing. Joseph comes into Madrid in July, while he is starting to think that things aren't looking so rosy for him anymore. Dupont, that is. And Joseph is the only guy actually in Spain at this point on the French side who's writing to Napoleon, telling him, "You have no idea what you have started, bro. Listen to me. They hate me. Nobody has come to cheer me when I came into Madrid. They call me Rey Intruso, the intruder. They hate you, they hate me, and they hate all your generals messing around who I have no control over. I need 150,000 men and supreme command now." And you can tell how well that went down with Napoleon. But he's the only guy who seems to think there's a problem here. That only the toadies that came with him, only the Spanish toadies who came with him from Bayonne are like his only Spanish supporters at this point. The only other French general who seems to realize something's wrong is Dupont, who's now sort of on the other, like he's sitting in in the edge of Andalusia on the other side of a mountain range, one road of supply in and out, and he now knows that General Castaños is quite close by. For a French general, even with Dupont's forces, this is not a massively worrying thing, realistically, because Dupont does get reinforced by, I think it's either a division or two divisions during the course of the summer, and they arrive at Bailen just as things are about to kick off. His troops are a problem, as you said before, to some extent. He has the majority of them come from the Légion de Réserve, who are supposed to be responsible for guarding arsenals and ports and things like that. This is not to say that they are necessarily bad troops. It's just they're not seasoned campaigners. He does have I think it's the Marines de la Garde with him, a battalion. They're good soldiers. He also has at least 3 Swiss regiments with him. They're also fairly reliable. Then they're line troops as well. He's also got about 38 guns. He's also got better cavalry than any of the Spanish opposing him, because the Spanish have had trouble mounting their cavalry for a long time. So although it's not the best French army, this is probably capable of avoiding what happens next.
What I find really interesting about a lot of the Spanish battlefields is just how little has changed. And it's only when you start to compare them with some of the European battlefields that you realize just how spoilt historians of the Peninsular War are in terms of the incredible state of preservation of these battles. So, folks, I would urge you to look at firstly the Wikipedia page, which does have a map of what happens at Bailen, which is taken directly from Oman. If you know the maps from Oman's A History of the Peninsular War, like you'd take one look at it and go, yeah, some copyright might have been breached there. But what you can then do is just do a Google Maps search for Bailen, and you can just see the battlefield has not changed. It's beautiful. And the reason I say that is because we are now going to sort of talk military stuff. I spent a bit of time kind of wrestling with how I felt about what Dupont does at Bailen and whether or not it's sort of cack-handedness, which is always a very easy accusation to throw out there, just sort of be very flippant to go, well, Dupont was clearly an idiot and he didn't know what he was doing. Um, Napoleon very famously says that Dupont sort of sacrifices the valor of the French army in favor of saving his baggage. There's no question Dupont is encumbered by all of the loot he's taken in Cordoba. And the reason that things sort of pan out in the way that they do is at least in part because he's thinking about the fact that he needs to protect his baggage. I also get the feeling that in the days before the battle proper, he's very strung out to quite a significant extent. And I say that kind of with an eye on distances and kind of thinking about where he's come from, where he's going to. Am I right in thinking that Andujar is sort of one of the sort of the rear guard, if you like, of the Spanish, the French position, and the vanguard is sort of somewhere in the region of Bailen, and they basically get trounced by and outfoxed fundamentally by Castaños, in the sense that Castaños engages in one direction and then but with a much smaller proportion of his force, and then sends the bulk of his army to Bailen and sort of smacks the French hard, overwhelms them by weight of numbers, and then sort of goes, well, you're between two ends of my army. What do you think you're gonna do? Is that fair?
Yeah, it seems pretty fair from what I've seen. It's not an easy battle to get a grip on because again, we don't have good sources in English. We don't have translations, which makes it easy for us to get a good picture and detail of what's going on. From what I've seen, like a summary of the strategic situation leading up to the final day would be that Castaños, first of all, is reluctant to attack, and then he's persuaded to attack. And he decides to do so in a very logical manner. He's going to feint at Andujar, where Dupont is, and he's going to throw troops across the Guadalquivir and hit Bailen as well. And that will obviously cut the road, and he will have an encirclement happening. It does not go quite according to plan, so far as I've seen. Castaños throws forward, I think it's General Cupini's brigade or division, which makes a demonstration against Andujar. General Redding, Swiss mercenary, that's unfair, Swiss auxiliary soldier, and the Spanish army is full of Irish, Swiss, French, you name it. The officer corps is insane. But Redding approaches the Guadalquivir, but does not cross it because he finds there are troops occupying Bailen. That is I think it is Verdel of the French reinforcements which have arrived at Bailen. In the supremest and most beautiful irony, Dupont sees the feint against Andujar, where he is, and he calls on Verdel to march to Bailen with his forces to concentrate them. This is, again, a very principled, logical thing. Let's concentrate the forces and we can do whatever the heck we want. Verdel does this, but in doing so, he weakens Bailen. For some unknown reason, Dupont does not elect to move with his entire force the next day when he is concentrated. Instead, he responds to news that Redding has crossed the Guadalquivir and taken Bailen. And he sends Verdel back himself to Bailen. but he finds no Spanish there. That's because Reading has pulled back again, having occupied it, and he's gone back to his original base, where he's been now reinforced by General Cupini. And Vidal does not stay in Bailen. Instead, he goes further north to a place called, I think, La Carolina, where he thinks that Reading has gone, because he thinks he's going to try and cut the road even further up by the mountains or something ridiculous like that. But he goes and takes his boys up that way. So now the French are completely strung out over the entire road from the mountains to Andújar. Dupont is alone in this position. The Spanish are poised to cut his forces in two, and indeed, I think it's between the 18th and the 19th of July, Reading reoccupies Bailen, placing himself across the road that Dupont needs to take to reunite his army, because he indeed again finds out that he feels that Vidal is too far away and thinks, okay, right, we should have just all gone together. And then he tries to go to Bailen, finds the Spanish are in front of him. This is where the battle starts. And so there is his rear guard does become positioned, at Andújar, and his vanguard. No, I mean, where the heck is his vanguard? I don't know where top and bottom of the French army is here.
I mean, this is part of the debate, right? Is Vidal the vanguard, having sort of swanned off towards La Carolina, or is Dupont's kind of rump force now sort of fundamentally his vanguard? To give folks a sense of scale, we're talking in excess of 20 kilometers from Bailen to Andújar. That's the degree of distance that we're talking about. From memory, I believe Salamanca, the French forces are strung out over a region of 7 kilometers, give or take a little bit. Granted, they're in an arc, but Marmont's got 8 divisions, I think it is, with him at Salamanca over an 7-kilometer front. So that's somewhere in the region of
That's nicely concentrated. Marmont knew what he was doing realistically. Only one of his divisions got out of line, and that was when Wellington pounced at that, and that was all that he needed. Bailen, you can pick your choice, really. It's if the Spanish army, this Spanish army is good. This has a lot of veterans and good infantry regiments in it, and there's a pretty solid force. It's pretty big as well. It's about 30,000 men. Which is not a problem for the French. They have defeated Spanish armies much larger with much fewer men, but it's just asking. It's just asking to all principles of war are being sacrificed here for for miscommunications. And Castaños now moves up behind Dupont and starts to close the door. Vidal realizes there's no enemy at La Carolina and does start to march back towards Bailen, and now there's a race against time as to who is going to cut off who, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you get that sort of sense of the net closing in. But also just remember, folks, let's say Marmont has 50,000 men at Salamanca. He doesn't really, because attrition and all the rest of it, but we'll call it 50,000 men, 7 kilometers. Remember, Dupont, 20,000 men over an area that we're talking of being well in excess of 20 kilometers. This is a strung out force, and that becomes really key in terms of what happens when the penny drops for Dupont with a horrendous clang, and he realizes that now, because Reading has occupied not only Bailen but also some heights, fundamentally a sort of olive grove region over to the west, straight across the road that Dupont needs to utilize in order to link up with Vidal, he's got one choice, and that choice is I've got to go through them. If I don't break through this Spanish line, I am in a net, and there is nothing I can do about it. But he doesn't seem to handle this situation particularly well. The big criticism that gets leveled to against him quite fairly is that these attacks are far too piecemeal, and there is no creation of a strategic reserve at any point. It's troops arrive and they're thrown in, troops arrive and they're thrown in. Now, the Spanish artillery does darn well. That should be acknowledged. That's definitely a contributing factor to the French defeat. But is it fair to criticize Dupont so harshly, or does he just seem at this point to get too flummoxed and not sort of pause and consider his position well enough?
It's always difficult. I think it's a really good thing for first of all civilians, first of all people who have known like we're like moderate, we're like 21st century people, to pause every time you think you should criticize an 18th or 19th century general for these reasons. First of all, we're not soldiers. Second of all, we don't know what it's like to fight in like a literally command. Like we theoretically know because we study it, but it's like we have no idea about what the stress can do. We also have perfect information to some extent. We know where Castaños is. We know where Reading is. We know where Verdel is. We know that if he would just hunker down and like draw this battle out, Verdel's going to come smashing through the back of Reading, and you're going to be fine. In fact, you might end up with a massive Napoleon scale victory here. But he doesn't know that. He doesn't know where Verdel is. Verdel could have surrendered already for all he knows. Um, all he sees is a bunch of heights and a lot of Spaniards on top of them, and they have quite a lot of artillery, which is doing surprisingly good execution on his troops. He needs to move. So you can't blame him really for making the decision that I need to break through. I think his criteria for making that decision based on everything the French had encountered in Spain up to this point made it a completely logical decision to take because the French have no respect for the Spanish army. They believe that, I mean, to be fair, they don't have a lot to sort of draw on to be afraid of. You have instances where literally cavalry charges send these people running for it. Entire armies are broken by a single cavalry charge in some battles in Spain in this period. So the French have this idea that if I just attack them, we'll break through. It'll be fine. And because Dupont is on the move as he's moving up the road, he has to deploy his troops off the road and then attack. He feels like the quickest way is obviously to send them in as they deploy. Um, no, I don't think it would be very difficult to put yourself in his place with his information and his understanding of the Peninsular War up to this point to act principled, and that is to spend hours deploying, suppress the Spanish guns, use your cavalry to find flanks. Time is of the essence. He's also worried about that ridiculous baggage train of his coming out of Andújar. So you can I find it difficult to criticize him particularly, obviously, and also as well. If you think about it, there is a sort of a principle in warfare that you have to you have to get some kind of control. You have to understand how the battle is going, right? You must engage the enemy first and find out how they are fighting. How easy is it to make them do what I want them to do? You need to get some sort of basis. If you're running into the battle straight off the road, he has no information as to how to defeat the enemy. So the first attack is fair. I think he responds reasonably well. He just doesn't expect the Spanish to be as tough as they are, and when they're given, as Charles Esdale will tell you, as Wellington would tell you, if you give the Spanish a position to defend, and you take care of their flanks, don't give them any worries about cavalry. Darn good soldiers. You don't want to mess with them head on.
I suppose what perhaps I'm reading too much into what you're saying there, but the first, I don't think anyone can blame Dupont for the first attack. That sort of testing the water, right? The second and the third is I obviously it's a radio show, so folks can't see this, but sort of Josh sort of smiles wryly. Um, is that where he starts to lose a
He's
grip?
reinforcing failure at that point. Like he should see, oh wow, they repelled that attack quite neatly. Obviously, I need to do something different. But instead, he just tries to knock on the door in the same way every time. It's not easy for the Spanish, and this belies the idea that the French are subpar troops. They're very well motivated. They're well paid, relatively speaking. They're well equipped. They're soldiers of France. They're soldiers of the Emperor. Whether they're the reserves or the line battalions or the guard doesn't really matter at this point. French troops like to fight. They like to show off, and they like to beat Spaniards around the head. They have every soldier in that army has no respect for these people. They think they're better than them. So it's they fight bravely. They fight hard. They give Reading one. It's really tense up on the ridge because, as well, Dupont has cavalry, better cavalry than he does. And there's a famous moment where the reserves have to be called in. The Spanish cowboys charge alongside their regular infantry, regular cavalry. These are the garrochistas, the guys with the long poles that do those displays in the Doma de Vaquera uh, of classical Spanish riding, and they're like, armed with lances now, and they're all very they've got the matador clothes on and everything like that, and they charge into the fray with the Spanish cavalry, and they get cut to pieces. But it's part of the. This is one of the most famous parts of the Battle of Bailen, apart from the one of the incidents where there's an older lady who gives General Reading a drink of water and gets shot through the vase she's handing him or something like that, which is another famous part of the battle. Uh, which also goes to say as well, by the way, you're dealing with crippling levels of heat here, right?
Well, this is part of the reason why Dupont, not the only reason, but part of the reason why he starts to, after the third attack, and I'll come back to the third attack because I want to just talk about the guard contingent there. But it's part of the reason that he decides, nah, this ain't going to work because these guys haven't got a heat source at this point. They have left the riverfront at Underhar. The next set of wells, well, they're, guess what, in Bailen, which they can't access. Now, in fairness, there are a couple of rivers and all the rest of it, but it's not as though you can easily set up supply chains and just sort of pause the battle. Excuse me a moment. Castaños, would you mind awfully just waiting a minute whilst or half an hour, whilst I get my men's canteens refilled? This is, this is the midsummer,
Mm.
and South Spain in midsummer heat, very, very hot. Okay, yes, we're accustomed to sort of climate change levels of heat, but nonetheless,
Well,
these guys.
you go wander around London in a heat wave in a wool uniform with a pack on your back and firing a musket which will heat up in your hand to the point where you can't actually touch the barrel. Even the cannons of the Spanish artillery were having trouble by the end of the day because the bronze barrels were becoming too hot to fire. So you're risking them exploding in your hand from loose sparks the hotter they get. It's a nightmare, uh, especially as it becomes ever clearer that he's just not breaking through.
The final attempt, as I keep sort of alluding to, involves a contingent of Imperial Guard. And that's not to say that, we're talking sort of grizzled veterans of the old guard of sort of Waterloo style fame. But nonetheless, the Guard are the Guard as far as the shorthand works. Um, if I remember rightly, there are only about 300 of these guys. But talk us through what happens with this final attack and why it goes wrong.
Well, it's sort of too little too late, realistically, is the problem. I think that the best that Reading might have been able to do Dupont might have been able to do would have been to um, maybe with the second attack or something like that, throw his Swiss battalions and the Guard together, which comprised the sort of the toughest, most disciplined regiments, and you try and make a feint with the weak ones and break through with the tough ones using the famous ability of the French artillery to move fast, something like that. But this is the last ditch attempt to try and desperately break through the Spanish line. It's spearheaded by the Marines de la Garde, and they do make headway. They do reach the top of the crest, and the Spanish, by this point, are indeed pretty exhausted themselves. And it looks like they might just make it, but there's too much fire. There are too many Spaniards, and they are not sufficiently supported enough to really make anything of it. And the result is that they do fail to break through the Spanish line. And even if they had by this point, I don't know if the entire French force would have been able to convert it to a victory. Um, Interestingly enough, at around this time or shortly thereafter, Vidal is within striking distance of Bailen, and that is probably the best hope they had of somebody figuring out, oh, Vidal's over there. We can do this. But nobody did. And realistically, it's a too little, too late, too little support, too tired, too hot, too many casualties. And oh yeah, Castaños and the main army are also still coming up behind, and it's not workable anymore in terms of breaking through by the end of the day.
So does Dupont do the right thing? There's a big question. He starts to discuss terms. There's a little bit of back and forth about that. We'll talk about the terms in just a second. But is this the right move at this point in time to surrender, or should Dupont have sort of abandoned his baggage and taken his men up into some sort of mountain pass via a goat track and somehow sort of done something terribly heroic that everybody would claim that Ney would have done given half the opportunity?
Yeah. I really hope we get to talk about Ney and his reputation for the bravest to the brave thing, because I'm pretty darn sure not a lot of people know why he had to do that and how he got that, because he was also asked to surrender. Now, you don't get a title like the bravest to the brave from Napoleon by doing stuff Napoleon doesn't want you to do, and it's quite clear from the response that Napoleon gives Dupont that basically he did want him to practically die to the last man.
Well, in fact, off the back of this, there are changes. I think it's 1810. There are changes to the French military code fundamentally that says you do not surrender. I am not having another Bailen on my hands. You stand there and you fight and you die. And if you don't, I'll just shoot you when you come back anyway. I'll court-martial you first and do it all in the right way, but you will be on trial for your life.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this sort of fits in with sort of the wider impact that Napoleon has on warfare, particularly in relation to sieges, right? In terms of you are absolutely going to stand at least one assault before you even consider capitulation. So this is very much sort of the Napoleon way.
And it is quite frank. It's possibly a crime against humanity, to put it in strong terms. Um, so, did Dupont do the right thing? In terms of Napoleon, no, he did not do the right thing. In terms of military principle, possibly not still, because I think a lot of generals would have, first of all, had a go at finding out more information about what had happened to Vidal. And it's possible he might have managed to hold on long enough that messengers might have been able to get through. I don't honestly know whether or not he actually tried to do this or not while maybe he was bargaining for time and then basically just sort of said, fine, I'll just commit to this line of negotiation because I'm not seeing help arriving from anywhere.
It should be said that the Spanish don't sit idly. as those
Yeah,
negotiations go on. They find a way to essentially flank the French
yeah.
from the
They
south as
reinforce their position. They do the right thing. They make sure that once they've been given this gift, they don't squander it.
so the terms themselves, Dupont and his staff get taken back to Rochefort, I believe, by the Royal Navy. The terms say that the rank and file will be repatriated via Cadiz. That doesn't happen. Um, Talk us through what the ideal is, I guess, first of all, in terms of these terms and that all important claim of the baggage. Is it all about I want to keep my loot?
Well, a lot of it's probably to do with keeping the loot. I mean, Juno's one was weirdly. I mean, if you think about the two surrender, I mean, actually as well, the reason why Napoleon is so incandescent with rage as well, because it's not just one surrender he has to deal with within the space of a month; it's two. Um, so, and it's just so much worse apparently for Napoleon if the Spanish do it than the British, because he has some modicum of respect for the British. But the yeah, baggage does seem to play a big part in the whole thing. Um, I have a feeling that you may know more about it than I do in terms of the actual letter of the conditions, but I do know that the although unfortunately Dupont did do sort of the humanitarian thing, because he kind of did the wrong thing in terms of Napoleon and in terms of military principle to some extent. He did conform to the old ideas of humanity and say, enough killing now. Let's just talk about this and see if we can come up with a deal. And unfortunately, the Spanish don't have the capacity realistically to honor their side of the deal of taking care of that many prisoners and shipping them to some place where they can be supplied. They can barely supply their own men. And about half of them die in captivity. And that's one of the big problems. It's a big stain on the sort of like the honor of the Spanish nation at this time that they couldn't take care of these men. Um, what do you know about the baggage? Because I'm not as clear on this as you may be.
I'm still trying to get a decent handle on what happens about the baggage. I mean, I do agree with what you say. The baggage features so prominently with Juno. Um, what particularly strikes me is the Spanish do not muck around with this. Um, and to the point where, as Vidal tries to withdraw to the north, Castaños turns around and says, "Oh no,
Oh
no,
yeah,
no, no,
yeah,
no, no!
exactly, yeah.
You guys come back here and
That's brilliant. Yeah, I'd
you lay
completely
down your
forgotten about.
arms and you grovel and you surrender along with all of the guys we've caught in our trap. That there is no movement, not an iota, to the point where they say, "Well, look, if these guys don't do this, we're just going to shoot you all. We will massacre you."
Yeah,
It is
I've completely forgotten about that. Yeah, not only does he like threaten basically to start batch shooting Frenchmen to get Vedel to come back, he gets Dupont to order him to come back with this like tell your general to come back here now and tell him that if he doesn't,
which shows just how brutal the threats are already getting, even at this
Hmm.
really early stage in the war. We are not yet sort of 3 years in, very accustomed to atrocity and counter atrocity between guerrilla and the French trying to mount what is fundamentally a counterinsurgency operation.
Hmm.
We are not quite at that level of viciousness, or at least not at the stage yet where that level of viciousness is widely known to be commonplace. And already, essentially what Castaños is threatening to do here is massacre prisoners of war. Like these guys are on the verge of capitulation. They have
Yeah,
asked for they're discussing terms, and he's saying, "Look, I'll just kill a lot of you. I want all of you to lay down
yeah.
your arms. Otherwise, you're not going to be dead."
Yeah,
Um,
and Castaños is notable, as I said at the beginning, as being a kind of a affable, good-natured fellow. Um, but there's real steel here. Like, I'm going to have the entire core of the Gironde, or I will decimate this, and I will use the excuse that I should have had the full surrender of all troops under your command to break the treaty I've just made and make it that I can just shoot the lot of you because of that. It's
I think you also get a sense of Castaños's steel when he and Dupont meet so that Dupont can hand over his sword to Castaños. And he sort of makes this sort of grandiose comment about, you must be quite remarkable because I've never lost a pitched battle until now. I've been in more than 20 battles, sort of Dupont trying to puff himself up, but also massage the ego of Castaños. And Castaños, he's not having any of it. All as ice, just turns around and goes, well, you know what's really remarkable? This is my first battle. Just an absolute. It's not even salt in the wound. It's killing a man when he is on the floor. So Castaños has this steely streak to him. Now we sort of sit here and we joke, and we sort of laugh at the personalities involved here, but it does get quite unpleasant for the guys who don't get repatriated, doesn't it? In the sense that they are stuck on prison hulks in Cadiz Harbour, and they are fed at best sporadically. They are treated very badly. They are in severely overcrowded conditions, and it's an indicator of how bad things get that when the French lay siege to Cadiz later in the war, and there's this great storm that sees a number of ships running aground on the French side of Cadiz Harbour, the idea suddenly goes around these guys, well, hang on a minute, if we can cut the chains to the anchors, we can run a significant risk here that the ship is going to run aground on the French side of the harbour, and then we'll be able to be free. They are deliberately trying to sink their own ship on the French side of the harbour, which gives you a good indication of the desperate nature of the conditions they're experiencing.
I think a proportion of them ended up in jails and dungeons in certain places, and of course, as is the case in certain, even in the British, the ones we're not talking about, you don't have the space for prisoners, nor do you have the means to easily corral them and watch them. So, except for one or two places, large castles and garrisons and things like that, where you can put them, big, massive, old, mouldering ships of the line and transports without their hulks. They don't have you can't maneuver them. Is where you put them, and unfortunately, the fate of the prisoners at Cadiz and also prisoners even in Britain on hulks is very bad. It's a terrible way to handle prisoners. But the thing is, it's the early 19th century, and you don't have great protections for prisoners who are not officers, unless you have an immediate cessation of hostilities, in which case you can talk about what to do with them. And of course, the Napoleonic Wars grind on for a significant amount of time after this, and unfortunately, this is basically devastating to the prisoners of Bailen.
So, with an eye on the fact that this war is going to grind on, let's talk about that wider situation in Spain. Napoleon, apoplectic, just spitting venom and bile, and having I would love to envisage a sort of temper tantrum from him, in the mode of Ridley Scott, in terms of the scale of the just what the insert expletive was that. To what extent, though, is what Dupont experiences part of a wider problem that the French face, in that the French hadn't managed to take Valencia or Barcelona or Santander? They are at this point not really winning this conflict. Don't get me wrong, there is absolutely a propaganda boon to be gained from this victory, that that absolutely electrifies the Spanish. It catches everybody by surprise. What the hell happened there? Um, but with all of that in mind, why is it that the French sort of collapse is perhaps a slight exaggeration, because we know that what they actually do is conduct a smart retreat behind the Ebro. But why does it seem to go so far south, well, ironically, so far north in terms of where they withdraw to so quickly?
Well, Bailen is the entire crux of that sudden withdrawal. And collapse, you could use collapse if, to be honest. Bailen is, if you think about the strategic situation in terms of the fact that assaults have failed at Zaragoza, they're not getting into any of the other places you're talking about either. They're sort of locked against cities. There's you only have movement up in the north to some extent where they've already won a battle. Um, but the real problem is I think the real crux of why this sudden retreat occurs is down to Joseph. And that's because he's in Madrid and he hears that the Spanish have completely taken out the main fighting force in the south. And it's, I don't know, a certain amount of days' march up the road from Madrid. He doesn't feel like he can defend the place because he doesn't feel he has any support in the place, and it's right. Uh, and so, I think it's within 5 days or something like that after Bailen, he is out of Madrid, um, and he has to go, and he does have to relocate behind the Ebro himself, and basically that seems to trigger most French forces to follow him because I guess they don't understand exactly what's happening either. And it's just, if we're not going to hold Madrid, then the sensible thing to do is to get behind the Ebro and think up a new plan. Um, and it's just a startling reversal of events, realistically, because some of these cities were going to fall eventually. But news of Bailen completely changes the strategic situation. And Napoleon says something like, they're like whenever they're acting like a bunch of police inspectors, not generals down there. I don't know what's wrong with them. He's just completely confused as to why they've shown such weakness in the face of the Spanish when things were going relatively well. Uh, and to some extent, I guess you can't really blame him for thinking that way. But at the same time, sort of the principled thing would be indeed to perhaps fall back and take a greater stock of what's happening, in case perhaps the Spanish have managed to pull off a sort of a reputable fighting force, which is now going to come barreling down the road, and maybe Castaños and Blaque will maybe be able to trap whatever forces the French still have in the north. I don't know if I think Bessier is still in Spain at this time. Maybe they're going to trap Bessier. Who knows what's going to happen? They do know by this point as well that the British are messing around in Portugal. Quite a lot of them, in fact. Unusual amounts of British soldiers are in Portugal. So everything you just have a chain reaction of failures. You have failures to get into the cities. You have complete disaster at Bailen. You have also complete disaster in Portugal. Two French armies, or two French corps, we'll call them, have surrendered, which equates to one single army in some cases. Um, it's 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 a remarkable thing that the Spanish have just managed to pull off, and they in a way they kind of become victims of their own propaganda.
They do indeed. I mean, at this stage, it is very clear that France is not about to achieve a victory in this conflict that means the war is going to be over by the autumn. Now, whether or not the war will be over in time for Christmas is a teaser that we will leave for a second episode. But I do want to just spend a moment reflecting on Dupont. what surprised me when I was doing work for the Napoleonic and Revolutionary War Graves charity was that in Southampton Old Cemetery is the grave of a guy whose middle name is Napoleon and his surname is Dupont. It is Dupont's son,
Yeah.
who clearly, for reasons that I've never been able to find out, ends up moving to the UK. He marries an English girl, and I believe he ends up being a school teacher. Um, I think he's also got kind of associations with the local Roman Catholic sort of Sunday school and things. Um, so it's a funny thing to stumble across when you're just sort of wandering the cemetery, sort of obviously on a lookout for Napoleonic names, and then the name Napoleon jumps out from a grave at you. It's an unusual thing. I think his first name is Hubert. Um, I will need to check that. I'm very gradually sort of trying to get his grave looking a little bit better, even though he's not a direct
Hmm.
combatant, obviously. Um, so what happens to Dupont? Court-martial, prison. Is that it for his career?
I mean, as far as I know, it is. Yeah, I don't think he ever resurfaces again or is given a second chance. He has so badly let Napoleon down that even the core of the observation of the Gironde or something like that, as it was called, even with its reservists, small and Swiss soldiers, and there was a regiment of the Guard in there. The fact that they had to desperately start melting their eagles or whatever it was just such a it kind of gives you a slight insight into Napoleon's ego at this point that he so loses it about this to the extent that he feels only he personally can rectify the situation to the extent that it was in 1807. It shows you a little bit of what was going on in his head. It's a fascinating reaction, and it's all because Dupont surrendered at Bailen.
Spot the egomaniac in the story, right? Yeah, from memory, Dupont. I think there are rumors actually that Dupont's murdered, and he's not. He's let out of prison with the Bourbon Restoration. Um, but yeah, it's the end of the road for him in terms of
Yeah,
his
yeah.
immediate career, which of course leads us to speculate what might have been. But if the guy had, if this guy had a Balin in him, um, what damage might he have done if he'd been elevated to a marshal? There is a question.
He would certainly have been made like the Duc de Bailen if he'd managed to pull off a victory there. That would have, I mean, Castagnos is made Duque de Bailen. Um, there's a dukedom in this battle somewhere. But it's not for poor old Dupont who made the wrong calls. It seems it has to be said realistically, tactically, strategically during the battle. Made perhaps the humane call at the end of the battle and then paid the price doubly. It wasn't just Bailen because, like I say, there's the three unsuccessful sieges that the French, especially after Bailen, basically say, oh, "Okay, we need to back off here." And by the end of the summer, they have evacuated Madrid. They are sitting on the other side of the Ebro, and the Spanish have actually thrown the French out of the central Spain, which is just mind-boggling to most people.
60,000 French troops told where to go. The fact that Napoleon comes south and takes personal command for a winter campaign, 1808 to 9, tells you everything you need to know about his appreciation of the fact this cannot wait. This needs to be dealt with right now because this is a humiliating embarrassment for me. And I need to absolutely hammer my authority on this part of the world because it is not looking good.
No, this is the first. I believe it is the first defeat of a French imperial army in the wars, like proper, utter, total defeat.
So we have a situation where we will probably talk more, I suspect, about the sieges in another episode, because we kind of need to get to the withdrawal behind the Ebro, but also talk about what happens in Portugal, which is another thing to point out, right?
Yes.
That poor old Juno, inverted commas, poor old Juno, he has managed to fill his pockets with everything that the Portuguese royal family didn't manage to take with them. He's now effectively marooned,
Yeah.
in Portugal. No hope of reinforcements, having to supply himself from the interior, and the Portuguese aren't sitting idly by twiddling their thumbs whilst they're looking at what happens.
Yeah, the Portuguese see what the Spanish are doing and say, "Well, let's do the same, guys." And
We'll have a piece of that.
Lisbon is all Juno has.
So you've got Juno kind of almost besieged within his own country in Lisbon. You've got the Spanish just basically telling the French where to go. You've got this electrifying effect of the romance of it as well. Let's be honest. There's heavy romanticism about this. This captures the imagination of the British population, which I think is also really beneficial. You get that very strong sense that for those who are reading the papers or listening to the papers, because they're read in coffee houses, they're read in public places, verbally to those who aren't literate, you get this perception that every single Spaniard has taken up arms against the French and give them a kick between the legs. And it's that suddenly there's this the good old rugged Spaniard ends up finding their way into the caricatures. You've got depictions of nuns taking up knives and going after the French troops. You've got some brilliant caricatures by Gilray. I'm trying to think of the names off the top of my head, and they're escaping me. But just spectacular ones of Spanish patriots attacking the French banditti. Royal Britain's lending a lift is the big one. There we go. I found the name in the end. And this is, very kind of almost frankly 16th century depictions of Spaniards like loading cannons, and as I say, nuns and all the rest of it. Very much this kind of sense of everybody up in arms against the French here. And then you've got sort of this solitary British grenadier sort of standing there in a rugged kind of outlook, thrusting his bayonets pointedly at Frenchmen and all the rest of it. And you kind of get this sense of suddenly the Brits are interested in going and helping this cause of liberty. You've got other caricatures which really point to this idea that we'll shower gold and guns on these people, and give them some guidance. We'll show them the way because we're British, and all of the arrogance that comes with that. But the net reaction is that when Spain goes, we want money, they go, okay, we can give you some money, but by the way, we've got an army ready to go. And thus we reach the start of British involvement in the Peninsular War.
Yes, definitely. And it's very ironic / tragic / comedic that the British swallow whole this whole what has just happened in the summer of 1808, and basically they're too late to take advantage of it, is the problem. Now, there's no way they could have actually taken advantage of it, because there was no way of predicting that this would happen. Riots happen in capitals all the time. Even you hear about Dos de Mayo, sure, all right, they don't like the French. Nobody likes the French. We sympathize, but I'm not going to invest my money here just because somebody is upset about it all. the news of the sieges of, you know, the news of this, the repulse of the French from the cities and Bailen, and the news of the retreat to the Ebro gives the impression to the British that they all they need to do is support, you know, send one army, send enough money, get the fleet involved, and we can just all march happily into the Pyrenees. Unfortunately, as you said, Napoleon correctly identifies that a speedy response is necessary before the year is out. And he's just in the nick of time, actually, by doing that. The British are slower, and it's going to be a bruising experience that will nevertheless ensure continued British involvement in the peninsula, because they are going into something, a situation that by the time they get there no longer exists.
Yeah, it's not quite that people are turning around and saying this will all be over by Christmas, but equally there is not this anticipation that this is a war that's going to rumble on for another 6 years. Nobody is thinking that in 1808, and you can see that in the opposition that springs up in Parliament as the war rumbles on and doesn't have an obvious conclusion in sight, a la, 1809 to 10 to 11. I think the big thing to take away is the staggering propaganda coup slash failure for Napoleon that happens in the summer of 1808. Whichever way you look at it, it's a godsend if you want to stoke discontent against the guy. And as the master of propaganda, he looks at that and knows that he screwed it up. I think one of the things that also comes across very strongly from what we've said is a lack of strategic understanding by both sides. And by both sides here, I'm actually referring to the British government and Napoleon in Paris, in terms of what reality looks like on the ground in Spain. And that distance attempt to assess and manage is fundamentally part of the problem. That's not to say that the Brits don't send diplomats to the region to try and test the water. We've got some
more Welsleys show up.
Exactly. There's an abundance of the guys at this moment in time. But yeah, it's everything that a fairy tale is made of on paper. And
it's a founding myth of modern Spain as well.
Hello and welcome back to the Napoleonic Wars pod, where, as you've heard, we are delving into that ever-popular, evergreen topic of the Peninsular War. And we have a very popular guest rejoining me to discuss this one. Rob Griffith returns, having previously talked about his book on the 5th Battalion 60th Regiment. That's called Rifleman, appropriate enough. But this time, we're going to talk about his new release, So Just and Glorious a Cause, Britain and the Liberation of Portugal and the Battles of Rolica and Vimeiro in 1808. Rob, great to see you. It's been a long time since you've been on this show. How are you doing, my friend?
Very well, thank you. Yeah, no, very sound.
I'm going to start off actually by correcting the record on myself, which is not a phrase that happens very often on this show. Not because I don't get things wrong, but because most of the time people just kind of assume I know what I'm talking about and don't correct me. Because in the past, I've said that Britain doesn't lift a finger to help Portugal when it's first invaded by the French. But you've since made the point to me that actually that's not entirely true. There is an effort made in 1807. So I guess the first question is, what does happen when Napoleon decides, actually, you know what, I am going to invade Portugal, irrespective of the fact that the Portuguese have done everything that I've told them to, and caved into all of my demands? We'll park the morality of that and Napoleon and international relations and all the rest of it. But what does Britain actually do in response to that? And why does it seem to have sort of little / no effect on the situation in Portugal?
So Britain started to hear of forces massing in Bayonne in the summer of 1807, while the Copenhagen campaign was going on. and while a large portion of the British Army was still making its way back from South America. The trouble was, even though they knew one of their allies was going to get invaded, there was very little they could do about it. Britain knew very well the capabilities of the Portuguese army. There'd been British troops in Portugal from 1797 to 1802. And then once the war recommenced in 1803, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Stewart was sent to basically report on the state of the Portuguese army. And he said that the army was not capable of defending the country. Its officers were either too old or too young. The men were either too old or too young. There wasn't sufficient supplies in the magazines. It was basically your typical army that's not really seen a lot of action. I mean, there was, the Portuguese army did fairly well in the 1790s in the Pyrenees with the Spanish against the French, but it was much needed reform, and there have been several attempts at reform, getting former officers of the Prussian army over to lick the army into shape, but they'd all been stymied by interests of the aristocracy and that type of thing. So basically, Britain knew that there was no way that Portugal could be defended. So then it was the question of, well, what can they do? And the policy that came up and was in fact codified in a treaty in October with Portugal was that Britain would help the Portuguese monarch, Prince John, to travel across the Atlantic to the Portuguese colony of Brazil. And that would have two benefits. Obviously, it would retain Prince John's throne. He wouldn't be a vassal of Napoleon, which, never works out well for the monarch in question. And also, it would move the Portuguese fleet across the Atlantic and out of the way of Napoleon. And a lot of people think that Napoleon was after Portugal because they were part of the continental system, but that was pretty much just an excuse. What Napoleon really wanted was the Portuguese fleet and access to the Portuguese colonies. So by getting Prince John and the fleet across, Britain would, solve that. Basically, Napoleon would have Portugal, but you'd not have what you wanted. And of course, a nice byproduct would be it would open Brazil up to British trade. So Britain knew, Portugal couldn't be defended, but part of the treaty was that Britain would send a Royal Naval Squadron to help the Portuguese across the Atlantic. So Rear Admiral Sir Sidney Smith was sent with several ships of the line and got to Portugal as the French were approaching and assisted, in the embarkation and the evacuation. While that was happening, there were 8,000 troops commanded by Major General Brent Spencer that were gathering in southern Britain to travel to Sicily to reinforce the garrison there. And incidentally, there was a force of about the same size under Sir John Moore coming back from Sicily. So it was a standard rotation of troops. So Spencer's orders were changed to basically call in at Lisbon and see what he could do, and so was Moore's. Moore never got the orders, so sailed on past. But Spencer was going to go to Lisbon, but they sailed in December after the embarkation had already taken place, but they didn't know that. So they sailed in December, but were blown back by storm. The convoy was scattered. Half it did end up in Sicily, but the other half didn't. And because of the storms, they didn't actually sail again until February. So there was no actual troops that turned up. If they had turned up, the plan was to help cover the evacuation. That was all. But there was no way that even 8,000 troops. And don't forget, these were reinforcements. They weren't an expedition. They didn't have any commissariats. They only had limited artillery, no horses, no cavalry. So all they could have done would be to help defend the port against the French, while Prince John and the rest of the court and the government sailed away. So there there was basically nothing Britain could do to stop Napoleon, but they did manage to stop him achieving his aims.
I mean, that story of the evacuation is spectacular. You know, you've literally got people galloping through the streets, getting on these ships just as the French are kind of coming over the last of the hills and looking out on the city. It's you know, Juno basically pitches up just in time to see the Portuguese monarchy sail away with the treasury kind of stuffed on board. It's a beautiful story. But it is interesting, the contrast between what you're saying here. You know, a careful assessment has taken place, right? And everybody's gone, we can't do it. We can't hold Portugal. We can't help the Portuguese army to defend the borders or even launch a campaign in the interior. And yet when the Dos de Mayo happens, everything seems to change. Or at least that's our perception. Is it fair to say that none of this would have happened in 1808? And how much of what happens in terms of sending troops out is, hey, let's go help the Spanish, only for Wellesley to pitch up and realize that the Spanish don't particularly want him to be there. They want his money and they want his guns, but they really don't want his troops.
I mean, liberating Portugal, in isolation from anything to do with Spain, was never going to happen. If British troops had managed to land there, there are sufficient troops in Spain to completely wipe them out. French troops. So it was never considered, never an option, and strategically, Portugal wasn't important. The strategic, the aim of denying the fleet and getting the colony had already been achieved. So there was no real benefit to trying to liberate Portugal. But once the Dos de Mayo happened, had several important effects. Firstly, obviously, a large portion of the occupation force in Portugal was Spanish. There are 3 divisions of Spanish who occupied what is now the Algarve, and also the region around Oporto and the north of Portugal. And the French only actually occupied Lisbon and the sort of central area. So even before May, some of the Spanish units had been withdrawn, which left a bit of a vacuum, which the Portuguese were all too happy to fill. I mean, there'd been riots and small rebellions right from the get-go in December 1807, straight after the French occupation. And the occupation had been a harsh one. The French never did things particularly kindly. And things like the Portuguese army was disbanded, and the best part of it marched away to France to die in the Russian campaign in 1812. They'd done things like confiscate all the weapons, and so it was a fairly harsh regime. But once the Spanish troops started to go, that opened up an opportunity for the revolts to basically start up, and most of them were fairly spontaneous. The most significant one was in Oporto, where the Spanish troops, before they left, actually arrested the French governor and handed the city back over to the Portuguese. And then, all across the Algarve, little ports and little towns, would revolt. And so, the Dos de Mayo was vital to encouraging the Portuguese to revolt and allowing them the space to do it as well. But also, as you said, when the Spanish diplomats got to London from Spain soon after May 1808, I think it was June or July they turned up. They were asking for arms and arms and money, because they didn't want British troops. They just had French troops land, and that didn't turn out very well, did it? The French troops had come as allies, and soon changed that. So, and also Britain and Spain had been at war something like 40 years out of the previous 100. So Trafalgar was only a few years ago, so there was no appetite in Spain for British troops at all. Although there was very good communication between the British and the Spanish, especially in the south, from Gibraltar. The commander-in-chief there, Sir Hugh Dalrymple, was communicating directly with General Castanos. And so, there was, and even Spencer, who'd been in Gibraltar, was off Cadiz about 2 weeks after the 2nd of May. So the British were there offering support, from the get-go. And the Spanish just basically said, no, we don't want you. But if you occupy Portugal, and obviously the Portuguese were revolting at this time and asking for help as well, and they were asking for troops. So you had Spain who were saying just give us the cash. And you had Portugal saying, look, we need men. And so when Wellesley sailed, his orders were actually to check in at Corunna first. And there was sufficient flexibility in his orders that if the people at Corunna had said, look, we need you here, they would, that's where the expedition would have stopped, and they'd have offloaded at Corunna. So Portugal was very much a bright, not an end, it was a mean.
I think that's a really nice way of putting it, isn't it? And as you kind of say, I just love this moment where the British go, fantastic, we've got somebody that we can maybe help out, and this is going to create an opening, perhaps. How about we send an army? And Spanish go, no, money, thank you, nothing else. Oh, guns, yes, please. But no. And if folks are wondering what is the Dos de Mayo, and if they want more on just how significant the money factor plays into a lot of the discussions in the early stages, back along, I did some exclusive episodes with Josh Provan and Silvio Gregorio Sainz on the early period of the Peninsular War. Those are about to go up in the coming weeks for you to enjoy on the main draw. So keep an eye out, and all will be explained on those. But we're going to focus on the situation in Portugal. What's happened in the intervening time from the evacuation of the monarchy to Wellesley's expedition landing? You mentioned how this regime has been quite harsh. The French have kind of scooped up all of the arms and removed those. What sort of a state is Portugal in, or actually hasn't there been a long enough kind of time for people to really feel the bite of the French occupation?
They were. I mean, one of the issues was Portugal could never feed itself. It always imported more food. I had to import food. So the British blockade wasn't doing anybody any favors. And also the other major economic factor was that with all the aristocracy, sailing away to Brazil, there were lots of servants and all the merchants who provided the aristocracy with their luxury goods and stuff were all out of work.
Oh, of course.
So there was quite a lot of economic hardship, and you mix that with clergy who were very anti-French because the French were anti-clergy, and there was an awful lot of unrest. And as I said, there were riots several times in Lisbon and other cities, and by July. The Portuguese had fought a battle, a fairly pitched battle with the French at Evora. And as I said, the Algarve was basically liberated. Porto was liberated. All the north was liberated. A lot of the work had been done before Wellesley even sailed. And also, it's very, very important to note the part the Royal Navy had in all this. Vice Admiral Sir Charles Cotton had taken over from Sidney Smith in early 1808, and he'd been blockading Lisbon and Porto and the other small ports. And as soon as the uprising began, he began to get requests for arms, and so he was shipping whatever muskets he could scrounge from the fleet. And basically, the title "So Just and Glorious Cause" is taken from a letter Cotton sent to one of the local uprisings. He was basically helping the revolt in any way he could. And one of the things that happened was a small town, Figueira de Foz, on the mouth of the Mondego River, and the locals there had taken a small fort and asked for Royal Marines to help man it. And so Carleton sent 200 Royal Marines, and then a further 100. So by the time Wellesley pitched up there, there were 300 Royal Marines already there, which I'm sure most Royal Marines would say is fairly typical in most operations, that the Marines are there long before the army. But and also Spencer, who was sailing from Cadiz towards Lisbon, again had stopped off at the Algarve and various other places and helped out there. So an awful lot had happened, and it was basically only the central portion of around Lisbon that was still under French control, plus also Almeida and Elvas, the big border fortresses. And Junot had actually contracted all his forces in as much as he could, because he knew he didn't have the manpower to defend the whole country.
Absolutely. I mean, Junot's no fool, and that's an important thing to.
But actually,
are we going to have controversy here? I mean, he's an inveterate looter. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, no, but also he was only really given the command because Napoleon wanted him out of the way.
Okay.
He was apparently having an affair with Murat's wife.
I mean, that's ballsy, because Murat doesn't take such insults lying down.
And he'd also been involved in some basically financial mismanagement. As governor of Paris, he was basically fiddling the books, and he was getting far too much money out of the state, and Napoleon wasn't happy with him. So I think Napoleon gave him the command because he expected that there'd be no resistance. It'd be an easy job. But Junot was a man whose biggest command previously had been a brigade at the Battle of Nazareth of 400 men. He had no command experience, really. He'd only been an aide to Napoleon.
Oh, interesting. Because in my head, Junot is, he's not an imbecile. There are some people who you look at and go, what the hell are you doing? I didn't have that image of him in my head.
Yeah,
which is
and
really...
also, if you read his letters to Napoleon, he's such a whiny little. He's just basically saying, "Please, Napoleon, tell me what to do. I've tried really hard." It's really quite a amusing tone to it, really, because he's obviously out of his depth. And also, of course, there is the question of whether he was suffering from a traumatic brain injury.
Okay.
He'd been hit in the head several times. So, and his mental illness would eventually cause his death. He, I think it was, can't remember the year, 1813. He was getting increasingly erratic and decided that he could fly and jumped out of a window, broke his leg, which then got infected and that kind of thing. His is not a happy story at all.
No.
So, and a lot of the comments, perhaps written after the fact, but from Foy and Thibault, who were with the expedition, basically say that his decline was starting at this time.
Interesting.
So
every day's a learning day. This is why I love doing this show. You think you have a perception of somebody, and actually you get told, no, Zach, you're just wrong. Which is admittedly not an unusual occurrence on this show.
I'm not saying he's completely useless. I'm just saying he wasn't the job as knife in the pack.
No, okay. Well, that changes. Okay, we'll park that and come back to it at Vimeiro, because I look at what happens at Vimeiro and kind of go, this seems sort of sound, sort of typical. So we'll get back to Vimeiro in due course. Let's talk about the British force, shall we? There are so many bits of this story, the opening sort of salvo, if you will, of the Peninsular War that I dearly love. We've covered a number of them already, but another one is the fact that the army that we send out under Wellesley, firstly, isn't really meant to be under Wellesley. and it sort of goes, and everyone's kind of going, yeah, but also it's where it's meant to go. It's meant to go and create havoc in the colonies of the Spanish in the New World. And it gets diverted to go and support the uprising of the metropole, i.e., Spain, against France. It's a wonderful indication of how Britain can be hugely Machiavellian and utterly, utterly pragmatic when a situation arises. So this force is really destined for Mexico, I believe, is sort of one of these.
Yeah, I mean,
Is it
it's
sort of the north coast of
it's
South
like,
America, and then the idea is to create problems and maybe Mexico sort of a
yeah, I
thing
think
that
the
they can focus on.
first stop was meant to be Cartagena, what is now Venezuela, and then possibly Mexico. But one thing that is completely baffling to me in a way is the persistence of the British desire to do something in South America. I'm editing Jacqueline Writer's book on Popham at the moment, and obviously he's neck deep in it. But there is a constant wish to do something in South America, not from any great, we want more colonies, because that hadn't worked out well in America, previously. But what they wanted was to deny Napoleon the money was coming. It was basically, there had been a treaty between France and Spain that Spain paid France an indemnity. So all the money coming out of what's now Argentina and the other colonies was basically going, a lot of it was going to France. And the British didn't want Spain and a French ally to have all those resources, which then feed the French war machine. So despite two disasters around Buenos Aires, there are still plans to do something in South America. And Wellesley had been at the heart of this. I mean, there were some wild schemes about one force going via the West Indies to Mexico, and another force going via the Philippines and India and the Philippines, and hitting the other side at the same time. Which would never.
Yeah, because the coordination on that one was really going to work, wasn't it?
Exactly. But anyway, so Wellesley had been helping the government plan these and was given command, and right up to sort of June, early July, the plan was for that force. Was not necessarily to definitely go to South America, but it was certainly on the cards. Early draft of his orders were basically turn up at Spain, see if you can do something. If not, go across the Atlantic. But the trouble was, if you plan a force for South America, it's not necessarily ideal for acting in Europe. A lot of the troops, probably about 3/4 of the infantry battalions, had been involved in South American expeditions in 1806 and 1807, and had got back to Ireland at the end of 1807 and had been in around Ireland rebuilding their strength. So it could be that they were chosen because they knew the area of the expedition, and also the prime rifle element in Wellesley's force was the 60th. The 60th Royal American Regiment, as the name suggests. They were meant to be acting in America, and they'd been in the north of South America for several years, only a few years previously. So there's some evidence that a lot of the infantry were chosen because it was due to go to South America. But the biggest influence that the South American question had on the expedition was the lack of horses. You can't take horses across the Atlantic. They just, they don't travel well. And if you read the book, there's some particularly graphic section on what exactly can happen to a horse at sea. So I recommend you read that unless you're squeamish. But so there's only one regiment of cavalry, the 20th Light Dragoons, who were set to go. I think 384 cavalrymen and only about 230 horses. there were also a problem with the horses for the artillery. Once he found he was going to Spain or Iberia, Wellesley had to hunt around and actually get horses from the Irish Commissariat, who were basically retired cavalry horses, not in a great state. There's a lot of debate as to whether Wellesley asked the ordnance for horses and was told no, or whether he didn't ask. There's letters that go back and forth and stuff. But the fact was, there were enough artillery horses in Cork. During my research, I it's in the National Archives. You just put a search term in, or you start looking through the catalogue, and I found there was sections for returns of the Royal Artillery drivers and horses. So I looked up the returns, and it turns out there are plenty of horses in Cork and nearby.
Wow.
So
I would
if
have
they'd
loved to have been a fly on the wall if Wellesley ever actually learnt that.
well, he must have done, because there was like two or 300 horses in Cork and the surrounding area, which so there must have been a Royal Artillery barracks he must have known about. But it's bizarre, there wasn't, but it's all to do with the way that the army is separate from the ordnance.
True.
So it's not as though he could pull rank and go to an army guy and say, look, you give me your horses, because it was a different department. But the lack of horses and lack of cavalry would have a serious effect on the on the expedition. I don't think, in terms of the infantry selected, it had a major effect. The regiments were selected. If you look at their inspection reports, all perfectly adequate. A lot of them had received drafts from the militia, and there's two regiments, the 36th and the 45th, who were added at the last minute. They were particularly heavy in recruits. Apart from that, they're all sound units.
And their morale is just off the charts when you read the accounts. The arrogance and the belief that, well, we're British, therefore we're going to win, just really strikes home, or to me at least, from what I've read. And the trouble with memoirs, though, it's a very self-selecting bunch, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
So I think the most striking account I had was from from a soldier of the 38th, and their letters, and very raw letters, and that kind of thing does give you a different appearance to the memoirs, who are perhaps more gung-ho and written after the fact.
So that's the British army. Let's look at the French side of things. How are these troops coping? Bearing in mind what you've said about, Junot's had to kind of pull things back, and the nearest support troops, in inverted commas, are in Almeida or in Elvash, which, frankly, they might as well be on Mars for all the use they're going to be when Wellesley's going to land. How are they kind of dealing with this whole situation, and what kind of troops are we talking about? Because they get a kind of a hammering in their own right just in the march into Spain for the occupation, don't they? So, and reinforcements aren't easily available once the sort of the contraction of the situation takes hold. So have they managed to sort of rebuild in that intervening window, or are there still problems?
The force originated from the camps which were based around the Channel coast, which were there for basically, training men and covering, any raids by the British. And Napoleon ordered 25,000 men, for the invasion, and 25,000 men had to be found. And the vast majority, if there's a French historian called Grasset who went through, he wrote his own history of the Peninsular War and went through a lot of the returns for the units. And, some units were like 3/4 recruits. So these are conscripts from the 1807 and 1808 classes who, a lot of them who'd been called up early. So a lot of the French units, I said, they were 3rd and 4th battalions of regiments, whereas the 1st and 2nd were meant to be the front line. And so a lot of them were, very raw recruits. There were large Italian contingents, and there was the Legion de Midi, which was basically an Italian unit, but also a lot of the light infantry units had basically been in the Piedmontese army, but when France annexed Piedmont, they became French. So there are a lot of Italians there, and they were just basically poor quality troops. They were same with Juno. They had a poor commander, poor quality troops, and it was because they were going up against poor quality opposition. The march across Spain and Portugal was horrendous. Mainly because Napoleon looked at a map and thought, "I'll just go that way. It's nice and direct," without actually considering the terrain. And they went through a very mountainous and barren area, and there are people just dropping out dead and being killed by Portuguese peasants, and they lost most of their artillery. So the march itself was very poor. When we got to Lisbon, they were basically barefoot and in rags. But obviously, over the winter they did rebuild. They had about 4,000, 5,000 replacements come from France during the winter. But once the revolt started, of course, they couldn't do any training because they couldn't go out, without any risk of being, slaughtered. Several of the units actually fought the rebels, and they beat them because obviously even though they're poor quality troops, they're formed troops rather than peasants with pitchforks. So several, there've been several fairly major clashes, but also there was, on those occasions, they lost control and ended up slaughtering hundreds of Portuguese civilians. So there's certainly a lack of discipline amongst them, which didn't bode well for them facing, a formed army like the British. And if you read, the accounts of the officers and stuff, they, by July, August, they knew the game was up.
Interesting.
The news from Spain wasn't good. Rumors kept on happening of the British appearing and causing scares. And as soon as the British did land, they knew that was it.
That's very interesting. We will come back to kind of strategic options in due course, I think, because that's always an area of debate. Could Juno have cut and run, and was that the smart thing to do, or was it better to try and tough it out? But we'll park that for a second. I'm very conscious that when Wellesley lands, he has sort of conversations with the locals, the local sort of militia forces. I'm not entirely sure if you can legitimately talk about a regular army, because, as you've alluded to, the army gets disbanded. So anything that reforms technically probably isn't official. But anyway, sort of the Portuguese insurgent forces, certainly Wellesley doesn't rank them, and has concerns. And I think, if I've remembered this rightly, and granted it's been a little while since I read up on this, but I'm thinking back to Rory Muir sort of talking about this and saying how the Portuguese are more keen to work in a combined arms manner with Wellesley than Wellesley really is in terms of working with the Portuguese. He doesn't really want them diluting the quality and therefore seeing his army sort of swept away if something goes wrong. What do we know about this sort of insurgent army, inverted commas, at this point in time? Is there much in the way of sources, or is it all kind of smatterings?
No, I mean, there was a couple of British officers at Oporto, Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Brown and Lieutenant Colonel Nicholas Trant. They were both working with the junta in Oporto, and they were sending back detailed reports, on the Portuguese forces, which weren't good. If you think about it, the Portuguese army's been disbanded. The best men are in France. The best officers have sailed across to Brazil. So all you've got are bits and pieces of militia, people who deserted from the the army marching to France. And they had no weapons, they had no uniforms, and so there were regiments in name only, a lot of them. But they were fighting for their country, and they were quite committed, to that cause. A lot of the units in Porto were actually clergy. And so a whole mix of people. The units that actually made up the field army, as it were a mix of students, peasants. They had no, all the reports from the British officers were they've got no discipline. There's no officers, no NCOs, and that's why it would take the British, a couple of years to rebuild the Portuguese army. Starting in 1809. So it wasn't, an ideal ally, but fair play to them. They had managed to take most of the country back. So I think it's a lot of the British opinions are quite chauvinistic, and I think a little unfair, really. If Napoleon had managed to wipe out the British regular army, how much resistance would the volunteers and the militia been able to put up? It's that kind of thing.
Sure. And you set that up really nicely in terms of kind of helping people to understand quite why it is that the British kind of say, well, look, if we're going to do this, we need to rebuild from scratch, and we're going to parachute in some of our own officers, because that officer, I don't want to use the word officer class, but that sort of cadre of officers, it's just gone. They've either been killed, or they, as you say, are in Brazil. So it does take a while to rebuild, and it's not really until 1810 excuse me, that's really kind of come into play and sort of produced a cohesive force that then stands alongside the British at Busaco. Back to 1808, though, it always strikes me that this early stage feels very sort of flying by the seat of your pants. Talk us through what goes on. You kind of talked about the fact that the British already have that toehold because the Marines have occupied this fort near Figueira de Foz. Is that fort still there, by the way?
It's a restaurant now.
Oh, there we go. So if you're ever on tour, folks, there's a place to stop off for lunch. And talk us through what goes on, and why is there so much confusion over Spencer's reinforcements? Because this really gets on Wellington's nerves, and he basically kind of goes, there's no logic to what this guy has done. Why isn't he where I want him to be? So just talk us through that whole process.
I think it's a little unfair, and let's face it, Wellesley could often be unfair. Spencer had been at Gibraltar, basically waiting for something to happen. He'd initially, after the Lisbon orders had been countermanded, his objective had been Quetta, a Spanish colony on the North African coast, but that was deemed too strong. So him and his 5,000 men were basically waiting in Gibraltar, partly waiting for the rest of them, the companies that had been split and managed to get to Sicily to come back. But once the Dostomeo happened and Dalrymple was in close touch with the Spanish in the south and around Cadiz, Spencer went to Cadiz to offer his help, along with there's a Royal Naval Squadron there, and they basically offered to help take the French squadron, which had been there since Trafalgar. The Spanish said, no thanks, we can do this on our own, and they did. They took the French squadron, and soon afterwards, Spencer, because his troops had been on board ship for so long, had got permission to land some troops at a port, Santa Maria, just across from Cadiz. So they were actually the first British troops, in the Peninsula. And so there was plans for Spencer to march with the Spanish army to hit the French. But then once Bailen happened, and the Spanish victory at Bailen, which basically wiped out the French in the south, they weren't needed anymore. Okay. But there were letters going back and forth from Dalrymple to the government, and from Spencer to Dalrymple, and Spencer to the government, basically saying, the south's still a fairly logical place for you to come. because there's a good port. It it helps protect the entrance to the Mediterranean. There's lots of good reasons why the south was a good option, and perhaps it would have been better than going north. But anyway, so there were letters going back and forth, and basically letters from Spencer to Wellesley saying what he was doing were crossing ones from Wellesley to Spencer saying, please do this. And so it was just a matter of, take a week for a letter to go, from one to the other. But before Wellesley actually ordered Spencer north, Spencer had worked out that he couldn't do anything in the south and was heading north anyway. So he was, he actually met the order coming from Wellesley, saying come here when he was already on the way. So it's just a matter of, it's very easy to judge things with, based on today's instantaneous communication. Whereas, it could take a week for, as I said, for a ship to sail around, from one to the other, and they could get blown off course, they could miss each other, loads of things could happen. Spencer Wellesley does get annoyed, but he often gets annoyed. So
he certainly does, and I think it's easy to forget just how thickly the fog of war lies on all commanders, more so during this period even than today. This, obviously everybody knows it's not the age of satellite navigation and all the rest of it, but it is incredibly hard to know what the hell is happening 5 miles away, far less trying to coordinate a concentration of forces across an entire continent, all to be at one place at one time.
Even as a historian, you're looking at the big ledgers of the letters in National Archives, and you can tell well when someone wrote a letter, but you can't always tell when the person received it. And so you get, as I said, you get these letters that obviously crossed each other, and so you don't quite know exactly when Wellesley was getting the Spencer's replies.
Yeah, I mean, this is the hilarious thing about writing about India. You could clearly see the British government sort of has an agenda and wants a certain thing done. But of course, if you're out in India, you know that you're 18 months away from a reply. So if you don't like something, you just create facts on the ground, craft your own solution, and a letter can come from London saying, I want you to do this. But sorry, mate, we've created our own solution, and you will like it because it's going to take you 18 months to get the fact that you don't like it communicated to me anyway. But we're straying from the Peninsular War. Apologies. The landing itself goes fairly well.
Yep.
We've talked about how negotiations with the locals are perhaps a little bit sketchy. I don't know if you want to sort of say a little bit more about that, but I'm also keen to move us to the action.
Sorry.
Go ahead, mate.
No, I think it's just worth noting that it wasn't that the Portuguese didn't want to fight. Freire, the local Portuguese commander, was more concerned about going inland to protect areas that had already been liberated, and basically stop the French coming out of Lisbon and looting and raping their way, back across areas which were safe. Whereas Wellesley, knew that he had to stay close to the coast, so he could get supplies from the Navy, and if it all went wrong, he could get taken off by the Navy. So the two commanders had very different strategic goals, basically. But Freire did compromise, and 2,000 troops were given to Wellesley, which some of which proved useful.
And the first significant skirmish of the British involvement in the Peninsula, obviously not the first combat of the Peninsula as a whole, because we need to get away from that kind of Anglo-centric. It only kicks off when the British turn up. It doesn't. The Spanish have many clashes before this point. But the first significant skirmish for the British during this conflict is Obidos.
Yeah.
I've probably done a horrendous job on the pronunciation there. I'm still working on my Portuguese accent. It's a very slow work in progress, folks, as you've just realized. So what happened?
So Wellesley was marching his troops basically down the coast road, and the landing was about 90 miles north of Lisbon, so there was further to go. And they landed on the 1st. They were all ashore by the 8th, and by the 15th, they'd arrived at a place called Caldas de Reina, And Wellesley, the main force stayed there, and Wellesley sent 3 companies of the 5th, 60th, and one of the 2nd, 95th forward with some light dragoons to probe towards Obidos, which is a lovely walled town about 2 or 3 miles south of Caldas de Reina. Juno had sent Delabord with a couple of thousand troops as a blocking force, and they were near the town or village of Rolica, and there were pickets forward around Obidos and occupying the town. So the riflemen of the 60th and 95th turn up, and the French pickets open fire. And here's where things get slightly unclear, because all the British accounts come from the 95th, no accounts from the 60th. Something that frustrated me hugely when I was writing the history of them. The 95th guys seem to put pen to paper, drop of a hat. The 60th were in the Peninsula longer, and nobody thought about actually writing anything. But anyway, so all our accounts come from the 95th, none from the 60th, or the 20 or so light dragoons who were with them. And we have Wellesley's report, and we have a couple of reports from staff officers or officers who were back at Caldas de Reina with the main body. So it's not entirely, you can't say for definite what happened. There's, I think, one French account from a Swiss officer. So even from the French side, you can't say for certain. But what seems to have happened is that a body of riflemen, and it's not clear if it's just the 95th or some of the 60th as well. And bearing in mind, you had 4 companies of light infantry, advancing. They would not advance as one block. The standard tactical doctrine was half of any skirmishing force would be formed as a reserve. So it's likely that at least 1 or 2 companies were out at front, and then another couple of companies, to the rear. There's one account which does make it sound as though it's only the 95th that got a bit carried away. Because what happened is they opened fire, the French pickets retired, and the 95th chased after them for probably about 2 or 3 miles. Now, you've been to Obidos on Rolica, and it's a short drive between one and the other, but it is about 2 or 3 miles. And from the accounts, you can guess they were pretty much at Rolica by the time they came up against the main French body and had to leg it back. Major General Spencer appears to have saved the day to some extent. He, I think, would have brought, by the sounds of it, brought up the reserve of those 4 companies. So whatever had been formed in the rear, he brought them up and then helped the whole to retire in good order back towards Obidos. It was not the first time that casualties would be caused by inexperienced officers getting carried away, which is basically what happened. The 95th Company, incidentally, was led by Captain Hercules Pakenham, who was Wellesley's brother-in-law. The brother of his wife. And one officer in the 95th gets killed, and several riflemen in the 95th and 60th get killed. So it's there are losses, and there's quite a few prisoners taken. So it's not the rifleman's finest hour, unfortunately. Wellesley calls it quite useless, and a couple of private letters, he's quite scathing. That they've got so carried away.
I do wish Arthur would tell us what he really thought on occasion. Why does he hold back so much? If anything can give you an indication of the character of Sir Arthur Wellesley, it is certainly his letters. And there's another pearl of an example. He doesn't change, folks. If you're not familiar with how he goes on, if anything, he becomes more acerbic the higher he goes up the army. So that sets the stage for, of course, the Battle of Rolica. Yeah. Or Rolica. Hard to know which, because it's got a circumflex on the sea. And I'm pretty sure that my attempts to pronounce it the French way are wrong. Now, it's probably not really intended as a battle. That's my read of it. Certainly from the French perspective, you've got, I believe it's Delaborde, holding basically a rear guard, and his job, as I understand it from Juno, is hold them up, delay, buy time, and we'll break this down because there's the first position and then the second position, and I have opinions on the second position. Big surprise. I have strongly held opinions on things. Shock. But the battle as a whole doesn't seem to go the way that either side wants it to. So let's start with what the plans are on both sides. Apologies, I have sort of slightly spoilt it in relation to Delaborde by, spouting my mouth off. But talk us through it.
If you ever go to Obilos, it's, as I said, it's wall town, and you can walk up the walls if you've got the nerve, because there's no safety barrier. But if you go to the southern end of the town, you can walk up a tower, which actually gives you a view of the Rolica battlefield. So you can imagine, and that's actually where Wellesley looks out at the French positions, the morning of the battle. You can see the first position around the actual village of Rolica, and you can see the hills behind. And I don't believe that Wellesley looked at that and thought, oh, they're going to make a stand at the first position. I think he looked at that and thought, it's obvious they're going to fall back. So Wellesley's plan was to send the Portuguese units around the flank on the right, to send General Ferguson with 2 brigades behind the hills on the left, and then to march up the Central Valley with his main force. He fully expected Ferguson, in fact, Ferguson's orders were to go to a village called Bombaral, which is far in the rear of the second position. So Wellesley's plan was basically to envelop the French. The French plan was basically to hold, to make the British deploy, to make them, have a plan, to make them march up the valley and deploy into line. And, as soon as anything, got too dangerous, the French would fall back from the first position to the second position, and then further back again. So, the plans for both were quite clear, but Delaborde executed his plan very well. Wellesley did not. And the reason why things didn't go well are unclear. The Portuguese seem to have marched merrily on their way on the right and had no real part of the action. There was a battalion of Caçadores with the central portion, who were mostly students from Coimbra, who ran towards the French and then ran back, apparently. But most of the Portuguese had little part in the action. Ferguson's 2 brigades got on quite well. Fane, who commanded the 60th and the 95th in the Light Brigade, he was fighting up the hills on the left of the valley, driving the French pickets back. Hill, the 1st British Brigade, deployed in front of Delaborde's first position. And as soon as Hill began to deploy, Delaborde withdrew. Ferguson, at this point, should have been, well into the hills at the back. And there's 2 accounts which basically say an order came. One says explicitly that it was from Wellesley. Another kind of implies it was the staff officer making things up as he went along. And there's one account from from Lord Burgess, who wrote a history of the campaign, which basically blames it on an error with an order. But whatever the cause, Ferguson he was actually close to Bombaral, had to double back and march back into the valley. So instead of doing the enveloping and basically getting to the second French position before the French, he was down in front of the French position, the French second position. And his troops basically had no further part in the action. Delaborde, because of his superiority in cavalry, could take his time getting from the first position up into the hills, there was skirmishing with the light companies and the French light infantry and the riflemen and the French light infantry, but no significant casualties on either side really. And then you're faced with the French being up a very steep hill. It's a series of steep hills, isn't it? It's it's a very imposing position, but not a very long position. The French was only a few hundred meters long, and so again they're all obviously with only a couple of thousand troops. And this is one of the debates. Wellesley claims that the French were 6,000 strong. They're actually about 2,000. So with only 2,000 men, there was a limited amount of real estate the French could occupy, and the British were always going to be able to outflank them. So with the main flanking force, Ferguson basically out of action, marching back towards the valley. It was Fane's riflemen who started on one flank, on the left flank, and Hill took his brigade, the light companies and the 9th and 5th from his brigade foot up on the right flank. And again, what should have happened is those flanking maneuvers should have had time to develop, but the Nightingale's brigade of the 29th and 82nd, who were meant to basically fix the front, got a bit carried away again. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Lake, who was in charge of the 29th, he was very, he'd been in the army for a long time, but he was the son of General Lake, who'd been commander-in-chief in India. And he spent most of his career as an aide-de-camp to his father. He'd only taken over the 29th, basically the day before they'd sailed from Britain in December. They were part of Spencer's force. So he was not a very experienced regimental commander. He hadn't hadn't led a battalion in action before. And as far as I can tell, as the 29th were approaching the hill, marching through the village there, they came under fire, and Lake took his men up. Either the wrong defile, or the right defile too soon, or the wrong defile and too soon. It depends on the which account that you look at. But basically, he took his men up a very narrow defile, the French on either side, and they get slaughtered. They do manage to rally at one point in an olive grove at sort of halfway up the hill, but their colours get taken, and they're only really saved by the 9th foot coming up on the at the side of them. So and the 29th takes something like half the casualties of the British that day. It's a very confused action. Again, you've got few accounts to work from. All the British accounts mention overwhelming numbers of French. The French general Brenier basically says it was 2 companies of the 70th Line who stopped them. But either way, it was a very bloody affair, and it needn't have happened.
No, that's the baffling thing about the whole thing. And I do get the sense that sort of Delaborde kind of does, as you say, does very well in that move from the first position to the second, but then somehow kind of gets over-engaged, if you will, and kind of, I wouldn't say sucked into a battle that he doesn't want to fight, but sort of ends up, because it ends up being so messy and so bloody, he ends up having to put more men into it than I think he wanted. It's worth just saying a little bit about the geography. I mean, we're talking about hills as if they're sort of the little lovely English hills that you get in our wonderful rolling countryside. The first time I saw the second position, I won't repeat it because my phrasing was impolite, but I will say it was Germanic in its nature. It's unlike almost anything I'd seen, and sure, it was sort of the early stages of my trip out there, so I would go on to look at places like Basako, and that's a real mountain, but it's much bigger than you would imagine it to be from the descriptions. And one of the best indicators folks can get is to actually have a little look at the print that is done by, oh, what's the name? Is it Heath who does the
Yeah.
the famous one? And actually, his geography, I would actually say it's a little bit back to front in terms of how he's drawn those hills. But it's a good representation of just how horrendous a climb this is. And I say that because I climbed it twice and did not enjoy the experience in the slightest. In fact, actually, I called you, didn't I? From we had a video conference, as you do, as all people do on holiday. Historians regularly call each other by video chat and go, so yeah, I'm standing on this part that is very narrow here. And so do we think this is the place? And we had a chat about exactly the defile that you're talking about, because as I understand it, the description is, in places it was sort of 3 or 4 men wide, that kind of narrowness.
Exactly.
Now the challenge today, of course, is that it's completely covered with foliage, as is Basako. So it's much harder to get a proper sense of what did it look like back then, but that's progress and flora and fauna and all the rest of it.
I mean, one of the accounts from the officers compares it to the Malvern Hills, and for me it brought back nightmares of my first secondary school was in Church Stretton in Shropshire, and we used to go for cross country runs up the hills there, and it's that kind of scale. It's like Welsh foothills, type scale hills, isn't it? And they're rocky. They would have been covered in brush, and a lot of the accounts from the 95th and the 60th, the 95th, say that they were basically having to wade through knee high thickets of gorse and that type of thing. So it would not have been a pleasant place to fight. And Wellesley criticised Lake for not clearing the sides with his light infantry, which is curious because the light infantry weren't under Lake's command. The light companies were under the command of the brigade commander. And it's curious that the brigade commander was Nightingale, or Nightingale, depending on where you get the spelling from. And nobody mentions him. Plenty of people mention Ferguson and Spencer, but nobody mentioned, there's some, and Fane, he gets mentioned later, but Nightingale is just never mentioned in any of the accounts. And so, even though, yes, Lake gets a lot of the blame, he did have a brigade commander above him who presumably should have been sorting something out.
So I think that's quite harsh when you look at how, just deploy the light infantry on the flanks as if, they've got to walk up a slope that you would, witness in Belgium or something. Send light infantry up those hills. What, are you going to give them like crampons and climbing axes and things? Because in places that's what they're going to need. I must admit, I did not enjoy climbing back up the second time.
The other thing to remember, of course, is that even once the French were pushed from that second position, the country, to the rear is also a series of hills. I said Delaborde kept on, marching his troops back, making a little stand, marching them back, so and with the complete lack of cavalry the British had, there was very little the British could do about it. And so, to me, even though, yes, it's a British victory because they, end up holding the ground, at the end of the day, Delaborde did his job and his plan went, yes, he probably took more casualties than he wanted. But, Wellesley's plan, did not go the way he wanted.
No, I mean, far from sort of crushing the force, it very much sort of lives to fight another day. So let's talk about Juno again at this point in time. He knows the British are coming. Wellesley will go on to pause at Porto Novo, have more troops land. Is it Anseruta's brigade that comes ashore?
There's 2 brigades, yeah.
So it's quite clear what's going on by this point. is there an argument that he does the right thing, or should he have tried to cut and run, or is it too late at this point? Bearing in mind, as you've said earlier, the nearest friendly troops are at Elvash. He can't get up to Almeida at this point because there's a British force in the way and there's a hostile population in between that, even if he were to break through the British lines. Would it have worked? I mean, I'm very skeptical that it would have worked
Yeah,
had he cut and run.
There was, he had a couple of councils of war with his senior staff and generals, and they basically said there was very little they could do. There was nowhere to retire to. Even if they got to Elvas, where would they go after that? Because Spain was in uproar, and DuPont had been defeated in the south. So it had been very difficult to actually get anywhere with a march. Junot had been warned by his chief of staff Thibault to make preparations for a siege in Lisbon, because there were defences around Lisbon that could have held up the British, but Junot had not done that. He had not made adequate preparations for a siege. He couldn't even take enough men to face Wellesley. I mean, he had around 26,000 men in Portugal at this stage, but with the garrisons in Almeida and Elvas and a few other points, including Santarém across the Tagus River, Junot could only gather about 10,000 men. Without completely decimating the garrison at Lisbon, in which case, the population of Lisbon would rise and slaughter them. So he had very few options, and there's quite a lot of indication that he knew the game was up, and his main interest was retaining his loot. Which he had copious amounts of. So, to my mind, the only reason he marched out to face Wellesley was not to drive him back into the sea, because he knew that the British and Portuguese outnumbered him. The only reason to do that, I think, was to stop Napoleon being so disappointed in him. Junot felt that if he surrendered without a fight, Napoleon would never forgive him, and Napoleon's goodwill was more important to him than his lives of his men, I think.
Wow. So almost a vanity battle. Almost kind of a Trafalgar. Well, Trafalgar is absolutely a vanity battle, isn't it? It's a battle that doesn't need to be fought because a replacement of commanders on the way, and as soon as Villeneuve gets wind of it, he up sticks and sets sails to try and avoid the orders. But that's interesting. I hadn't kind of thought about it that way round in relation to Junot, which does put a different slant on what happens. Having said that, it does feel to me that the French plan at Vimeiro is quite simple. So for folks who aren't familiar with the geography, Vimeiro is now it's a town. I think at the time it would probably have been a small village, barely a mile inland from Porto Novo, which is where these reinforcements are landing. And Wellesley's first position, to me, seems quite imposing. I know we talked a fair bit, and your notes that you sent me were massively helpful in terms of sort of trying to track all of this. I had an argument with a whole bunch of dogs. Like every single dog in Portugal seemed to wake up when I went to the first position. So I don't think I was popular with the locals, funnily enough. But it's a very high, very logical position to hold to protect the landing ground. That all seems fine. And so therefore it's equally logical for the French to go, well, we're not going to attack straight up the hill. We can't go through the sea. Therefore, we'll just outflank it and we'll apply pressure at the village and then send another force to arc up. Obviously, that doesn't go smoothly, that flanking maneuver. But is it fair to say that what he does is the logical, sensible thing to do?
Yeah, I mean, the problem I have with Wellesley's first position is it's only really strong if Junot is marching from the south. Wellesley thought Junot was marching from the south, so he positioned his troops accordingly, but he had no idea where Junot was. French cavalry were riding right up to British lines the day before the battle. So the French knew the British position, but the British didn't know where the French were. And I think to deploy, basically that you could only defend in the direction you think the enemy is coming from, and not saying to yourself, okay, well, perhaps they won't do what I think they're going to do. The ridge at the back of the British position, the back of Vimeiro, dominates the whole area, and there was one small picket at the 40th foot on there. So, and given that Wellesley didn't know where the French were, and the French cavalry was so active, it is a very television approach to my mind. Juno rocks up on the morning of the 21st, does, according to his chief of staff, a very quick and dirty recce, and decides to do as he said. He decides that he's going to attack the hill outside Vimeiro, but also send a flanking force around the British rear. Given that he had half the men, I'm literally meaning half the men, he was outnumbered 2 to 1, had half the men of the Allies, it was a sound plan, but it wasn't one that was ever going to work. You don't. I think the sort of standard ratio is that the attacker needs, to have double the men of the defender, not the other way around. So I can't see that it was ever going to work. Even if even if the French had actually carried out the plan, adequately, which I don't think they did, because he sent one brigade to do the flanking maneuver, then changed his mind and sent a second. So he wasn't committed to his own plan, really.
So the French, we'll break it down in stages. The French go into the town, and it, spoiler alert, folks, it all goes quite pear-shaped. But there is it's not sort of one-way traffic. There is back and forth over this. There is a firefight, and then of course the British cavalry do a British cavalry, and charge too far. So talk us through the action, sort of in the, what I guess then would have been the outskirts of Vimeiro town itself, and then we'll talk about this kind of flanking move to the north in a bit.
So at the time, there was a hill with a couple of windmills on, which basically overlooked the village of Vimeiro. It's built up now, and there's a graveyard there, and there's a museum there. But at the time, it was apparently just a sort of bare hill. And on that hill, which was the far left of the British position, was Fane, with the half of the 60th, the 95th, and the 50th foot, and then Anstruther with a fairly strong brigade, 97th, 52nd, 43rd, and am I missing somebody out? But anyway, so there's basically about 7 British battalions plus guns on the hill. Juno sends 2 brigades in column to basically attack that position. They're first engaged by the Royal Artillery, firing shrapnel shells, which explode in the air and shower the troops with musket balls. And contrary to what a lot of accounts say, it wasn't the first time they were used. The shrapnel shell had been used in Suriname in 1804, and also had been very effective at Rolica. So the French columns, get peppered by shrapnel. On their flanks, they've got the riflemen of the 60th and 95th, picking off their officers and the sergeants, etc. So those 2 columns don't actually get as far as the village. They get basically stopped. They start to falter, and the 50th and the 97th fire volleys and then charge, and those columns are broken. They flee. Juno sends in his reserve, which are 2 regiments of grenadiers, so the grenadier companies from all the French line regiments, and Juno actually goes with them himself, and they take a slightly more direct, roundabout route directly into the village rather than towards the hill. They too get peppered with shrapnel. They make it as far as the church on the outskirts of the village and get stopped by the 43rd and the 60th and a few other regiments. But again, they get broken, start retreating, and that's when the 20th Light Dragoons and the Portuguese cavalry charge. It's not entirely clear who orders the charge. Some say Wellesley, some say Fane, and Lieutenant Colonel Taylor, the CEO of the 20th Light Dragoons, had been itching for action all the day, so it's quite possible that he decided to do it on his own. But whoever ordered it, the cavalry charge. There is an account that's, a couple of accounts that say the Portuguese stopped, but I've found some Portuguese accounts which basically say certainly some carried on. Interestingly, part of the Portuguese cavalry were the Lisbon police, who were basically the only formed paramilitary force that survived, because the army had been disbanded. The Spanish cavalry had given had to give all their horses to the French cavalry. But the Lisbon police were actually retained to maintain order in Lisbon, but they'd all deserted during June and July and joined the Allies. And a couple of accounts from the British Dragoons who basically rated them as quite good cavalrymen. And certainly there was evidence that at least some of the Portuguese cavalry did carry on and charge. But also it could be said that perhaps they stopped in time and the British didn't. Yes, it's one of those things where you try and make conclusions out of two or three different accounts that are 2 or 3 lines long. So it's hard to say for certain. One thing I did think after seeing those horses charging through London the other month was that because only half the Light Dragoon horses were trained cavalry horses, and the rest had been gathered. One of the British officers gathers a couple of hundred mares, Portuguese mares for the cavalry, which does imply they're not trained cavalry horses.
Yeah.
So you put a trained cavalry horse in that kind of situation, it's not going to stop. So it could be that it wasn't the men losing control; it was the horses losing, losing control. But again, it's not all clear. But all you know for sure is that the Dragoons did charge too far. They got countercharged by the French and basically slaughtered. And that had an important, that was an important factor in what came next, because it meant that the Allied cavalry was basically out of play for the rest of the battle.
Absolutely. And what I would say, folks, is the church is still there. The valleys that the French march up are still there. The museum has this sort of glass kind of back wall looking out over the valley that the French push up, and then, as Rob so brilliantly described, don't even make it to the crest. You can walk this town. It is a beautiful part of the world. It's very cheap. It's very rural. If you're looking for a decent restaurant, you're going to want to go back to your hotel. That I will say. But it is. I thoroughly recommend it. I love that part of the world. Very much looking forward to taking people out on tour there later, early next year. So do go and visit it. It's actually very easy to understand. The people at the museum are lovely. Obviously, there is a bit of a language barrier if you're English or if you're American, but they do their absolute damnedest to try and overcome that. It's pretty cheap to get in as well. They've got a lovely little VR experience. I promise I'm not being sponsored by the Portuguese tourist office, but hey, if they want to sponsor this podcast, I'm down for that. But yeah, genuinely go and visit it. It's a very, very navigable battlefield, put it that way, and you can soak in a lot. Having said all of that, there is a part of the battlefield that I struggle to navigate, which is trying to work out precisely where this flanking force that Juno sends actually ends up running sort of headlong almost into Wellesley's redeployment, because he swings. He's not an idiot. He sees the threat and swings to meet it. And I can find the general ridge, and you were incredibly helpful in terms of going, look, it's here. But I must admit, I was kind of going, but what is it, that bit or is it that bit? Where I probably should have tried to do it from the French perspective as well, and that might have given me more clarity. But I was trying to pack too much into a single day. So I never got to kind of definitively work out where are the key clashes with all of this. But let's put my incompetence to one side. Talk us through what actually happens, because this is a bit of a messy affair, isn't it?
Yeah, and the history of it is clouded because it's falsely claimed by Oman, by Charles Oman in his history and several other articles he wrote. It's falsely claimed that the British were deployed on the reverse slope, which they weren't. If you look at, I found a couple of fantastic contemporary maps at the National Archives, drawn by officers who were there and just after the battle, between Vimeiro and the later Corunna Campaign. And it's quite clear that Wellesley was more wrong-footed than Oman claims. If you read Oman's account of the battle, Wellesley spotted the flanking manoeuvre and put troops up the ridge in time for them to be on the reverse slope and counter the French as they came up the hill. But if you read, British accounts, especially from the brigades who were there, there's a great account from the 40th and a few other battalions. But it's clear that the French got there pretty much before the British. So Junot sent two brigades around that flank. One was led by Brenier, and that was the first march. And Brenier came up to basically a defile at the base of the ridge and decided it was not good enough to take his guns over, and so did a long march around towards a village called, I think, Lurinia. It's got like all the Swiftly accents and stuff on. I don't know how to pronounce it. Anyway, basically, there's a good implication that Brenier got lost. The second brigade that Junot sent was led by a Solignac, and he got to the same defile and thought, oh, I can do that. And he marched his troops up there and got to the top of the ridge well before the British brigades were actually on the ridge. So there's a little hamlet called Ventosa at the top of that ridge. It's a very long ridge. It's a good couple hundred meters, over the surrounding countryside. But then as you go north, it gradually fades into the sort of cliffs around the coast. And so Solignac got there off there before, and British accounts say that French dragoons had actually driven off the pickets there at about 8 o'clock, about the same time as the attack was starting near Vimeiro. As soon as those news of the French dragoons came, Wellesley did think, oh God, I've got my troops facing south and they're not coming from south. And he transferred the bulk of his troops up there. But it took him a while to get up there, especially it's quite a hill. The infantry had to help the guns up the hill. But by the time Ferguson, who was in the lead brigade, got there, Solignac was already deployed in Ventosa. So the French had the high ground. Ferguson was farther down this long slope, and he was out of sight of the French purely because it's a very long slope and slightly curved. And the light companies of Ferguson's brigade and a couple of others and the French light infantry skirmished for a good couple of hours while things went on down around Vimeiro. Solignac, I think, was waiting for Brenier to turn up. Once Brenier came in sight. Solniak then marched his troops forward. Ferguson countercharged, drove the French back. And what you have is that the British basically drive Solniak back along the ridge and then down sort of the back slope of the ridge. Brenier then countercharges, comes up and countercharges, Ferguson and his men. They are stopped by the British, the Highlanders of the 71st, other units, and Brenier's taken, and generally it's an action where the British, do their old thing of firing a volley, doing a bayonet charge, driving the French back.
So that brings us to sort of the close of the action, but the controversy just starts at that point. You have alluded to this already, the failure to follow up the remnants of the French forces. British cavalry is, basically, for all intents and purposes, non-existent at this point in the battle. Wellington being prevented from pursuing, even though he wants to and urges his superiors to do so when he is so preceded in the moment of victory. Lots of questions about the competence of the people coming in, whether or not they've got the stomach for the fight, whether they really want this kind of command. So in amongst all of that, what's your view on it? Because this blows up into what will become the Cintra controversy, the signing of the convention, and the argument being that had Wellesley been able to pursue as he wanted to, then he could have ripped Juno apart, and then it would have been a dictated peace rather than a negotiated peace, effectively. But you can take a good argument too far, and you've made the point. Look, the French have cavalry, the British don't. What are you going to pursue with? Because you can pursue with infantry, but deploy a cavalry force and you're going to negate that advance anyway. So what's your take on it all?
So a bit of background first. Wellesley was in charge of the 9,000 men from Cork and Spencer, so he had about 15,000 men. As soon as they started getting reports of the true French strength, Admiral Cotton sent back a report basically saying the French have got about 25,000 men. And so as soon as that got back into London, they said, okay, well, obviously Wellesley's not got enough men for the job. We'll send through Anstruther and Ackland. And also Moore, General Sir John Moore had been in Sweden and come back with, again, about 10,000 men. And he was going to be sent as well. So a force of about 30,000 men was too big for a junior lieutenant general to command. So senior commanders had to be found. The logical choice was Sir Hugh Dalrymple in Gibraltar, because he had good relations with the Spanish. He knew the area and all that kind of thing. But the trouble was, Moore wasn't going to take particularly well to being superseded. And Burrard, so Harry Burrard was chosen because he got on well with Moore and could be a good second in command to Dalrymple. What happens is Burrard sails with Moore, but goes ahead in a frigate and reaches Porto Novo near Vimeiro the day before the battle. Wellesley was planning to march south towards Mafra, and Burrard said, no, let's wait for more, which is, cautious, but perfectly reasonable. Burrard lets Wellesley manage the Battle of Vimeiro. He says, he basically says, go ahead, you've got it, no problem. As the battle ends, Wellesley says, let's pursue. And, Wellesley had given Burrard a very thorough and honest report at State of the Army the night before, saying, we've got no cavalry. The artillery horses are crap. our supply situation's not great. And then obviously he comes to Barrod and says, let's leg it and chase the French. And Barrod knows that 20th Light Dragoons are basically out of action. Several rounds of French artillery have hit the commissariat at the back of Vimeiro, and they're in chaos. Half the wagons are needed to deal with the wounded anyway. And there's, as I said, doubts about the fitness of the artillery horses. So when Wellesley says, well, Hill's brigade has been sitting around doing nothing all day, let's get them, they're in the right, they're the sort of most southerly of the British units, let's get them, heading towards Torres Vedras to cut off the French. Barrod says no. He just weighs everything up, and as far as he's only just got there, the information he's got says it's a bit too risky. Officers who survey the battleground and the area after the battle say that if the British had marched, they could have cut the French off. But as you say, the French had superior cavalry. It can been quite easy for them to do a couple of cavalry charges and stop the British infantry. And a second battle would have to have been fought somewhere. The area around Torres Vedras is quite good for defence, as well as it itself proved a couple of years later. So what would have happened is unclear. Wellesley himself says that Barrod had good military reasons not to pursue it. He was annoyed, and I'm sure the situation would have been there's a good chance things could have been improved. But there's a good chance things might have gone wrong as well. So it's one of those situations where I've never had to command troops in battle. So I'm not going to judge someone for being cautious, rather than Moore was by this stage at Mondego Bay, just a few miles up the coast. So he was expected any day, and he, in fact, he began to turn up 2 or 3 days after the battle. So from Barrod's point of view, more forces were on the way. It was a safer thing to do to hang fire.
So how do you assess Wellesley's performance over the course of this campaign? And also, I'm curious about your take on the suggestion that Wellesley ends up being more gung-ho because he knows that he's going to be superseded and he's got a point to prove, which is an accusation that's sometimes leveled at the guy. We can quote Wellesley from Wellington as he is then, from later in the Peninsular War, and how he's all very frugal with his men's lives when he is in overall an undisputed command. But do you think he's more kind of up and at 'em, as he allegedly said at Waterloo, during this campaign? Or do you think that this is a young guy who's cutting his teeth but doing a reasonable job within the sort of the limits of the orders that he's done, and his actions are legitimate?
One thing I find most curious is his assessment of intelligence. There were lots and lots of reports coming into him, and a lot of them were contradictory. A lot of them were wrong. There was rumors of Spanish victories and Spanish defeats left, right, and centre. And there were lots of estimates of the French force at around about 15,000, something like that. But Admiral Cotton had 3 Hanoverian deserters from a French unit had got onto Royal Naval ships and given Cotton a fairly accurate breakdown of the French force at about 25,000. Interesting as well, Lord Strangford, who was the British ambassador in Lisbon just prior to the embarkation in 1807, had also sent a very accurate report of the forces at Bayonne at about 25,000. So there shouldn't have been a huge amount of debate that the French had about 25,000 men. But Wellesley only tends to believe the 15,000 mark. he's very insistent. He dismisses the higher numbers. And as it turns out, could only gather the smaller amount. But from the point of view of him, he could have, according to his orders, waited at Mondego Bay for the reinforcements. That would have been, no one would have criticised him for that, given that, the level of, the numbers of the French in Portugal. But he dismisses that and says, they've only got 15,000. I'll march south. And to be fair, his strength in this campaign is, in the operational side of things. He has to, as soon as he lands, he's dealing with his Commissary General Pipon, who basically loses the plot and can't cope. There's not enough transport, not enough supplies. And so he gathers all that, he fixes those problems, and the march south is very well handled. You can, there's several, there's always several columns, and you read his orders of the day, and you can see, he's planning the marches well. You can see how he's adapting to things like changing the number of pickets there are and this type of thing. So, the whole way that the army marches down, towards Lisbon is very well handled. Strategically, sticking to the coast is also exactly the right thing to do. He handles that all very well. Tactically, his plan for Rolica is fine, but badly handled. His initial position at Vimeiro is questionable, in that it only focuses on the attack from one direction. But he wins both battles, and especially at Vimeiro, I think he's ably supported by some very good brigade commanders. He often, the sort of standard thing is that Wellesley always had to cope with crap, brigade and divisional commanders. But actually, if you, Ferguson, Anstruther, Fane. Fane was a cavalry officer who'd never commanded any infantry and was given the light brigade. He seems to perform very well. Anstruther was a solid, experienced officer who Wellesley actually wanted him to be the quartermaster general, but Anstruther wanted a brigade instead, and he handled his brigade very well. At one point, Wellesley offers him extra support, during the battle, and Anstruther says, basically, I'm beating the French, thanks. I don't need, I don't need any help. And then Ferguson and Spencer on the ridge, countering the French flank attack, seem to cope very well. It is actually hard to find that much mention of Wellesley, amongst the reports of the battle. It's not that I'm thinking he didn't manage the battle. It's just there's not much evidence of it. So I think a lot of the success at Vimeiro is, can be put down to the brigade commanders, which as it should be. Wellesley placed the brigades, where they needed to be, and brigade commanders then managed the battle. So I think overall, his performance is fine. He is, in his private letters, he's very quick to apportion blame elsewhere. After Rolica, he writes to one of his brothers that, there were 3 mistakes, and none of which were his fault. And to some extent, I think if you're going to claim the credit for battles that go well, you've got to take the blame for when they don't as well. But no, the other thing that is always difficult, at this stage of his career is filtering out the Wellington of Waterloo to the Wellesley of Vimeiro. Because so many of the memoirs are written after Waterloo, with his, knowing that he went on to be a successful general. That it's sometimes hard to really find out what people thought of him at that time,
We left it at Vimeiro, 21st of August, 1808, and a very unhappy Sir Arthur Wellesley. Just give people a reminder why the disgruntlement from
young Arthur. Well, he's not young at this point, is he? Let's face it. But why is Arthur disgruntled?
Well, if we remember what occurred before, most people won't be surprised to find out that he's angry. I mean, he has a kind of a grumpy reputation anyway, but he's generally unhappy because he hasn't been able to slaughter Frenchmen in the manner that he wished to do so. I feel like it's sort of like banging an already overly abused drum. But Wellington, at this point, was not known as a cautious general. This was the Wellington of India. That was his reputation when he came back. And there are plenty of accounts which sort of say, you ain't in India anymore, mate. You can't just go around galloping around chasing down Pindaris like you did back in the day. And having pulled off the victory that he pulled off at Vimeiro, a victory that most people didn't actually expect to happen, he was superseded, not once but twice, within a frighteningly short amount of time, first by Harry Burrard and then by Sir Hugh Dalrymple. And both of them did not want him to go and slaughter Frenchmen. Even though Sir John Moore was of the opinion that if Wellesley had been left to his own devices, he'd have been in Lisbon the next day.
Yeah, I'm not sure Moore quite understands the kind of like the distances involved there. I think perhaps
that may return to haunt him.
Indeed. Yeah, that's a very good point, which we will save for another episode. But yes, Moore and the realities of geography of the region perhaps aren't natural bedfellows. But more on that at another time. The other thing is that, so as you say, in comes Harry Burrard, literally at the moment of victory. Well, just before, he lets Wellesley finish the fight off. And then at the moment that Wellesley's going, great, I've seen off these assaults. What's next? It's all yours, Sir Harry. I've set this up for you. Shall we go and follow up on this victory? Because bear in mind, as I always say, Wellesley doesn't have his Austerlitz moment where he goes and crushes an army. This is, strangely, I think this is perhaps as close as he ever gets. And of course, he's not in the driving seat anymore. So Harry basically goes, no. Because there are concerns about maybe there's French cavalry lurking over the hill, and this over prudence on the part of Burrard, which sees him get berated in the long term. It doesn't go well for him. And then you've also, as you say, got Dalrymple, who's on the scene.
Yeah, they come at it from sort of two different angles. Burrard comes at it from, you can sort of defend his point of view that he doesn't really know what's going on. But, Rory Muir is completely right. The man did not deserve the rank he had to actually make that call, not to trust the officers on the ground when practically the entire army was saying, we had them. And like as we said in the Vimeiro episode, this is actually the closest Wellesley comes in Portugal and Spain, in Iberia, to getting the major decisive victory, which would have actually, think about it, this would have actually been the second French army to utterly surrender in the same year. Bailen has happened. That plays a big part in what happens next, actually, the fact that all the French have run away to the Ebro and that Junot is left alone in Portugal.
That's why you end up with a Vimeiro situation in the first place, right? Junot knows there's no support coming over the hill. He is it, and that's why he needs to go after Wellesley.
But Dalrymple comes in with from a slightly different cautious angle, and so okay, right, we haven't pursued, we haven't basically forced them to surrender on the spot. Right, okay, they're still in a terrible position. We can still advance. We can still take Lisbon. Wellesley makes his suggestions to Dalrymple, and Dalrymple says no, because Dalrymple is on the opinion of quite a lot of the opposition. Well, I don't know if it's exactly the opposition, because actually back home everybody was very excited about what was going on. But there was a class of soldier and politician that thought that Wellesley had gone off his rocker and was acting very recklessly in Portugal. And Dalrymple thought that if like the slightest thing went wrong, that Wellesley would have been destroyed because he was too far away from the navy. So he says, no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to push our luck. We're not going to push the French up against a wall. We're just going to see what happens, basically. Wellesley even was saying, get Moore to Santarem and cut them off because now the longer you wait, the more chance they have of getting to Elvas or someplace like that where they can actually defend themselves. And it's just that the French don't actually know what a lucky break they've got, that they don't go and do that.
Yeah, you can sort of understand perhaps a little more Dalrymple's caution, because the moment has passed. Barada squandered that initial opportunity to push and harry the French so hard that they just do not have that opportunity to pause and regroup. Sure, they've only had sort of 24, 48 hours, but that can be a long time in terms of just letting the men breathe, get back to their units, get some food in their belly, give them fresh ammunition, and get them on parade. And then suddenly they feel a bit more like a soldier and a bit less like a frightened rebel. So with that opportunity gone, Dalrymple's then left to work out, as you say, what happens next. There is a lot of concern that if you push more to Santarem, has he got enough men to not get swamped fundamentally by
there are real possibilities that Dalrymple was just sort of had a proper concern for the prudence of sort of sound military sort of sense, and he didn't want to let these two younger generals just go running around fighting people like swashbucklers and stuff. However, as it proves, had Moore been sent to Santarem and had Wellesley been allowed to push them from the front, the superior numbers at play would have almost certainly ensured the total and unconditional surrender of Junot's force, because actually the French are outnumbered, they're demoralized, and they have no escape if that happens.
I think part of the issue here is that Dalrymple doesn't have extensive battlefield experience. He might be senior, but he's senior in part because he's lived longer. I mean, born 1750, Scottish descent. He's been in the army since before Wellington was even in nappies. So he's in the army from 1763, apologies. Serves in Flanders. Well, that's always a chastening experience, isn't it? Then he's Lieutenant Governor of Guernsey, acting Governor of Gibraltar. These are not, your sort of Wellingtonian style, Wellesliist style. We'll go with Wellesliist. Can't really have Wesleyonian, can you?
Wesleyan is a religious movement, so probably not.
Yeah,
Wesleyan, sorry.
Wesleyan, yes.
It's too close to Wesleyan.
Which I believe is part of the reason why you have the name change, but I digress. The desire to not be associated. The point is, he's not cut his teeth fighting, well, anybody, really. He's been doing desk jobs. And I suspect there's sort of an element of that there. And of course, then in rides Kellerman, and his proposals are, hey, they're ballsy. Muir makes the point that Kellerman probably aims high, expecting to be haggled down, that's how negotiations work, right? Somebody presents you with your first offer and you do not turn around and go, yeah, all right then, that sounds like a sound basis for a deal. So the proposals are, the French army evacuates Portugal, the Royal Navy transports them out by sea back to France. None of them are going to be declared prisoners of war. They take their weapons, equipment, ammunition, and private property with them. Private property being a rather loose term that is considered quite loosely by all concerned, although it does become a point of contention. and the French collaborators are granted immunity plus 12 months to leave Portugal without being harassed. And there's also a provision that the Russian squadron in the Tagus is permitted to leave without any consequences to it. And as I say, that should have been like a point where people turned around and go, well, we're not quite going to do all of that. Here's our starting point. And instead, they're basically accepted. There's some small points of deliberation. What are you going to classify as private property here? Because everybody's aware, and Wellesley particularly is one of the leading individuals who has misgivings about this. That scope to just sort of include the gold cross that you snaffled from a church amongst your private possessions. No, I've carried this with me all the way from France. It belongs. It's a long descendant heirloom. It's come on, really. Nobody's
because
buying that.
Because the cathedral in Lisbon is missing some stuff that's suspiciously similar.
Pure coincidence, Gov. Definitely, I don't know what the French is for Gov, but pure coincidence, Gov in French. That definitely wasn't me.
Yeah,
but
you really have to hand it to Kellerman.
Yeah.
I mean, not only did he go in there and just sort of really try his best to get out of what looked like a terrible situation that he probably didn't expect much from, but once he figured out he had them, that they were actually listening to him, he was like, yes, absolutely. Let's keep going with this. Can you imagine when he got back that night and he went to Juno and he was like, you are not going to believe what has just happened.
Can you imagine the conversation? Juno just kind of sitting there pouring him another glass of wine and going, so tell me again about that moment where they agreed to everything that we wanted.
It's absolutely amazing. And by a crazy irony, this Kellerman actually, he commands the cuirassiers at Quatre Bras. But briefly overrun the crossroads. One of the few French generals, therefore, to actually meet Wellington in person during the Peninsular War and the Napoleonic Wars, and then fight him.
Yeah, I mean, sort of almost betters Wellington twice, effectively.
In a way.
That's sort of what's happening here at Cintra. And then, of course, as you say, overruns the crossroads but can't hold it. So almost manages to lead the charge. Brave guy.
Very.
It's worth saying. Ballsy. But clearly with an intellect, or at the very least, an ability to read people to support that, as proven by what happens here. And then they agree this truce, right, with the aim of creating a convention along the lines that we've just talked about. And this is where it gets icky for Wellesley, because it's he and Kellerman who have to sign it. And this is something that Kellerman raises as a point of principle. Whereas Dalrymple is in charge and the buck stops with him on all decision making. And therefore agreeing to this is Dalrymple's decision. Kellerman insists that because Kellerman is not the head of the French army, it's not appropriate for the head of the British army to be the counter-signatory. And so Wellesley's name is literally on this damn thing that he's sitting there sort of going, there are bits of this that I have misgivings about. And it's not that he disagrees with everything. That's not the case. And we'll talk about that in a sec. There are elements that he's in favor of by this point because he acknowledges the strategic situation has changed. Things have moved on. But it does mean that suddenly when the news breaks back in England, this guy who's been the darling boy of Britain for about a fortnight has suddenly gone and agreed to what now?
It's a great example of things we still see today, actually, about news stories taking on their own sort of life. And it's especially the case in the 18th and 19th centuries when there is a delay as to accurate news. We hinted at it before when I was talking about how people were sort of saying that in the army, in army circles, people were saying that Wellesley was too reckless and he was risking the army in Portugal by running around chasing a battle. The other side of that was that the Spanish Rising had gripped the public imagination quite strongly. And British successes compounding this, on top of news of Bailen, coming after Bessier's thrashing of the Spanish army just previous to that. It was like this massive up and down story that was suddenly going very well for the Allies, and the British public thought that their generals, their army, should be in it on this, what realistically was looking like the first proper reverse of Napoleon's forces, of Napoleon's invincible machine. And when news of Vimeiro came in, they were like, the Redcoats did it, by Jove. They've just shown the world that, you know, the Spanish did it first, and now we've just proved it. These guys are not gods. We're going to kick them out of Spain. And so then some troubling rumors start coming in, which makes the government, who are all also very excitedly talking about this, go rather quiet.
Too right. So, I mean, while we're there, let's dwell on this. So I jotted down the timetable for all of this news coming in. So 24th of July, news breaks about the Spanish defeat at the Battle of Rio Seco. So that's when you sort of start to get this initial dampening down of the enthusiasm. Then between the 8th and the 11th of August, news breaks of Bailen, and everybody just goes ballistic. You know, oh my God kind of moment. The Spanish have done this. This is a French army. This is the army that's humbled Europe because people aren't drawing distinctions about which units were deployed where. All that matters is that it's one of Napoleon's armies, and it's just gone and surrendered. We talked about this in the introductory episode. Then, 5 days later, you've got confirmation of Wellesley having landed safely, coming back to the UK. So it's one of those things that can keep the story rumbling on. Look, lads, we've just had this news about Bailen, but now the Brits have turned up. What can the Brits do? And there's this interesting point to be made that when was the last time the British Army did something really impressive? You've got Egypt, maybe?
It's probably Egypt.
And then before that, I am scratching my head.
Well, there are yeah, it's probably Seringapatam.
Yeah, probably. It's been a while coming. Well, I suppose you could say Asai.
That was 1803, though, so technically after Egypt.
Apologies, of course it is. Yes. The idiot moment there.
I almost did the same thing, but then I remembered just in time.
Just forget the dates. It's not like the dates are important or anything.
But there's Seringapatam, which was a very big deal, as you can see from the ridiculous amounts of paintings, lithographs, and loot.
Yeah, so the public hasn't had much to shout about when it comes to the British Army doing something for a heck of a long time.
Especially, and we should also say as well that as big a deal as Seringapatam was, nobody respected people who defeated Indian armies. And in Rory Moore's book, there's literally a guy who actually says, Junot's different than India. You won't be able to roll over him like you did in India. Which is one of the reasons why I wrote my book. But nobody respected Indian victory. So realistically, looking at Egypt.
Yeah. And then, of course, so you got the landing news on the 16th of August. 1st of September, so about a fortnight-ish later, the news breaks on Rolica and Vimeiro at the same time. So it's not as though, this gets drip-fed. And yeah, everyone goes nuts. Even Cobbett's Political Register, which is very anti-government, describes the battle as, and we're talking about Vimeiro here, as being of far greater importance to us than the victory at Trafalgar.
Shots fired.
Yeah. Nelson called. who's got a thing or two to say about that. Not true, as we now know.
No, I mean, it's true. Trafalgar is not as significant as the Nile,
No.
but it's a much bigger battle.
Absolutely. And you can see this in the caricatures as well. This is the point where the caricatures really get involved in the Peninsular War. After Cintra, they go awfully quiet. I'm generalizing a little bit. They probably go awfully quiet at least until Madrid gets taken by Wellington in 1812. You get the odd thing here and there, but nothing sort of event related until probably Madrid, and then subsequently Vittoria. So this is how it captures the public imagination. And you've got things like the Last Harvest or British threshers making French crops, and you've got this brilliant image of Wellesley, who looks nothing like Wellesley. It's got to be said. It's just a guy, but he's cutting off Juno's long pigtails. You've got the British driving the French into the sea. Just a whole host of images that show that nobody really understands what has happened at this battle. It's just, hey, let's make some jokes at the point at the French, usually at the point of a bayonet being driven up somebody's bottom, because that is a popular trope of caricature, as it has to be said.
Definitely. And so what you have is this immense hype of what has been going on in Portugal. And that hits a brick wall. First of all, not because there's a convention. Everybody expects there to be a convention, but they expect it to be an unconditional surrender. They expect that in the next gap of news, that the British are going to do everything basically that Wellesley said should have been done. And everybody in the government expected should have been done. And instead, despite what some people say about Cintra was sort of the will of the government, it wasn't. And this brings us to why Wellesley agreed with parts of the convention and not others. And that is essentially that he agreed that by this point, the French needed to be taken away from Portugal. So he was all for getting Navy ships, put the French on them and send them somewhere. This was partially because he and Moore and most of the other officers in the army had no faith that Dalrymple should be let alone in command of operations.
Which is probably an accurate assessment.
Probably
should be
so.
said.
Yeah. But that's really where the buck kind of, buck is the wrong word, it's the wrong analogy, but that's really where his approval stopped. Because as soon as Dalrymple had invited him, and this is what happened in the room, this was in the room where it happened, to quote Hamilton, he was there. Dalrymple, having heard Kellerman's argument that you are not of equal rank, this is the niceties need to be observed here, very proper, very cool. The man is ice cool. Talking about, most people would be just desperate to get the ink on the paper. The general signing it as well. Awesome. But he goes, no, sir, no, please get someone of my rank in here just to make sure everything is proper. Good grief. Play poker with that guy.
No thanks. I'd lose my entire fortune. Threepence halfpenny in an afternoon. Gone.
Yeah, and so Dalrymple turns to Wellesley and asks him if he would sign. Now, he invited him to sign. He didn't order him to sign. But on the other hand, it should be noted as well that an invitation from a superior officer is generally treated as an order. And it would have looked very bad of him to say no in front of a French general. I don't have any faith in this convention, and storm out. That just isn't how things are done. So Wellesley signs it. He shouldn't have, for his own sake, not necessarily because he could have done anything about it. But
yeah, I think it would have looked incredibly petty had he not.
right? This sort of idea of, well, you've taken over, and it would also have been quite subversive, and that's not a good look either. But there are a couple of extracts that I just want to read, folks, in relation to Wellesley himself justifying. So immediately that he's signed it, the next day he's writing to Castlereagh, who is Secretary of State for War in the Colonies, so the guy who's in charge of the British government's war efforts, fundamentally, not to be confused with the Secretary at War. Yes, there's a Secretary for War and a Secretary at War, and they do different things. I don't have the time to explain the complexities and nuances of this system right now, people. But Wellesley's writing to Castlereagh, and he says, although my name is affixed to this instrument, I beg that you will not believe that I negotiated it, that I approve of it, or that I had any hand in wording it. I object to an indefinite suspension of hostilities. It ought to have been 48 hours only. However, I approve of allowing the French to evacuate Portugal. And a few days later, he writes to William Wellesley Pole, basically talking along similar lines, and says, I also think that some measures must be adopted to force the French generals to disgorge some of the church plate which they have stolen. So those are two of the key areas. The other being this idea that the Russian squadron just gets away scot-free, but Dalrymple turns around and goes, no, this is happening, just be quiet. And there you have it. His name is on it. Immediately having done so, he kind of wants to go home, doesn't he? He's done at that point.
He is really. There's nothing. I mean, there's literally nothing else to do but to help transport the French and their baggage out of the country and the Russian squadron. It should be remembered there was a great expectation that the Russian squadron under Semyonov, I think it's Semyonov, should have been captured as well, because at the time, I believe that a state of war existed between Russia and Britain, or at least if they weren't fully at war yet, they were hostile and could have been seized. They were in the Tagus. It was expected, basically, the Russian ships and the French would have gone in the bag. But no, a lot of them are going to be ferried away. And Wellesley basically who was like a month before in command of the entire army, is given like 6 battalions to look after. He's really bored. He writes home that he wants to be quit of the army as quickly as possible. The opportunity presents itself that he can do so because of, I think something happens in Ireland where he's still chief secretary or something.
So I think it's his undersecretary who dies, and that therefore leaves him in a position where he either needs to go home and sort things out because there's nobody there running affairs in Ireland now, or he needs to resign. And so that kind of gives him the opportunity to turn around and say, look, can I go? But as you say, he's writing home, and there's a sort of an air of sulk in this letter. Let me just read it to you. I wish that I was away from this army. Things will not flourish as we are situated and organized. There is no more confidence in me on the part of the chiefs than if I had been unsuccessful. They ask my opinion about everything and never act according to it. Is this the confidence in the opinion of a man who has conducted the service successfully to the present moment, which is to make him responsible to his friends in the government for the events which will occur here? It is quite ridiculous, but there is not one of them capable of commanding the army, and at this moment it rests with me. The departments look to me alone. Proof, if you needed it, that Wellington was a narcissist and also a bit of a drama queen when it came to things not going his way. Rory Muir does make the point that Wellington has a propensity towards despair if things don't go the way that he's hoping.
Especially at this point, yes, you'll often get these sort of letters going back if there's something he's not happy about. There was a particular point in India where he wasn't getting the jobs he wanted. And the tone returns similarly to that sort of thing. The problem is, and Wellington is ridiculously annoying when it comes to this sort of thing, is that he's usually accurate.
No, that's exactly what I'm thinking, is that he's sitting there sulking, but actually the sulk is valid because he's got it right.
Realistically, yes. All of that he was moaning about is completely true. And it was borne out in the inquiry, which we'll get to in a second, pretty much. He's right as well that the army had completely adopted him as their man. At first, they didn't know who he was. They didn't have a great deal of faith in him. But then he delivers them. But then he delivers this campaign in which he acts aggressively. He defeats the French twice, but practically, Rolica is a sort of like an intermediate thing, but it is essentially a victory. He defeats them twice, and he takes care of the army. There is I just tweeted it before we went on. I got really geeky and happy about it because here's these guys scoffing about the India officer coming in and trying to take on the French, and he just does it, which bears out what one of his officers in India used to actually said was that nobody can conceive the difficulties of fighting in India, and if you can fight there successfully, you can fight anywhere. And in comes Wellesley with his minute attention to detail and logistics, and he does that in Portugal. And one of Moore's officers compares him favorably against Moore because he had fought under Wellesley and Moore, and he said the first thing you notice is that we're not being taken as the care is not there, the logistics is not being paid attention to, even on a good day. And that made me smile because I was thinking he learned that's India right there. That's India Wellesley. And so, he's the only one. I mean, the sulk is true. It's real, nonetheless sulky, but it has merit. And he does get to go home, but not to the response that the army gives him, because the army actually knows what's going on, and most officers in the army are actually very impressed.
So much so that there's actually a whip round, or the equivalent of a whip round, and they buy him some silver plate, which I believe they have inscribed with Vimeiro. And it kind of extols his virtues, and news of this ends up in the papers. That's how I first came across this particular story, and they, because people like to, they stick their name to this list of subscribers so that Wellesley knows who's backing him, should there ever come a time when he can return the favour. Remember that time when I've got no idea what happens to the plate. It may end up in Apsley House. I don't know. Marcus would be the one to know. I mean, he did manage the place. But yeah, as you say, the reception he gets when he's back home is a lot less favourable. People kind of hissing and hooting at him in the streets as he's travelling through the countryside, and all he can do is put a brave face on it. I must say, the situation probably isn't helped by his brother, who then starts sort of putting out these sort of a version of this idea that Wellesley didn't want to sign it, he's been forced into it, and it's not quite clear if it's just sort of a misinterpretation, a sort of Chinese whispers effect. Wellesley has misgivings about it. Wellesley didn't want to sign it, and then suddenly Wellesley was pushed into signing it, and then all of a sudden it kind of gets turned into, so Hugh Dalrymple put a gun to Wellesley's head and said, if you don't sign this, you're never going to breathe again, sort of thing. That's not what happened, people.
We've been through this. We just talked about this. He could have said no if he wanted to, and at the same time he couldn't really say no. So it's a difficult thing. But this is what happens. He comes back, and the public is utterly outraged.
The irony is, before news broke of Cintra, he could have got a peerage. In fact, there were manoeuvrings to try and get him a peerage because of his brothers, the Earl of Mornington.
Richard Wellesley, and you know what you were saying about all he can do is put a brave face on it. I was thinking about this today. Actually, he does a very good job of putting a brave face on it. He remains very cool in the face in public whenever he's presented, when he has to go through these towns and sort of suffer these indignities when he's questioned by other officers, things like that. He remains very cool, as if there's no problem, which is sort of classic later Wellington, sort of how he deals with things. Meanwhile, Richard is desperately trying to fix everything before, he feels he's lost. I don't know. It's the classic thing. One says, just be calm. I know what happened. We have the documentation to prove it. We'll be fine eventually. But Richard was always very sensitive about, the press. So he completely spirals out of control.
You can see why, though, when you look
Oh,
at
yeah.
some of those press reports. So I'm quoting the Times here. We can hardly refrain from shedding tears. The common cause has suffered most grievously by this expedition to the Tagus. It has been cruelly detrimental to our affairs and, above all, to our character. And this is the thing that really gets me, actually. There's a lot of talk about the shame and the stigma that's attached to Cintra, to the point where that almost appears to become more important than everything else. I'm really struck by a caricature that's pushed around at this time, which is called Whitlock the Second, or Another Tarnish to British Valour, because let's not think about the Portuguese here, who are the real. In fairness, the caricature does emphasise, the Portuguese are being screwed by this. And you've got this Portuguese guy kind of going, is this British valor? Kind of underlining the point. But it's this sort of sense of, we're British, we have this honourable reputation, and it's being ruined by this horrendous convention. And that seems to irk people more than other elements. And I think that's quite curious in itself.
It is. It is an interesting mindset, especially when you consider how few opportunities the British have had to prove their valor in the sense that they're talking about here. But at the same time, it does sort of reinforce to us that the British weren't really in this for the sort of humanitarian reasons that were sort of touted. They do have their own agenda, apart from liberating Portugal. The liberation of Portugal is a means to an end, as is with Spain. And this, as Wellesley said, and as many people said, the convention undoes the good of Vimeiro and the campaign. It turns it into essentially a defeat in a strange way. I mean, yes, they take Lisbon and they remove the French from southern Portugal, but at the same time, the French have not lost anything but the men they lost at Vimeiro, and in a sense, you can sort of see that the dead of those battles sort of saying, what did I die for? Then
I think the irony here is that if you hadn't had Rolica and Vimeiro, but had got to Cintra through a series of skirmishes, or even a battle that was less convincing a defeat and less comprehensive a defeat for the French as Vimeiro. Folks, if you've missed it, listen to the last episode. The French get hammered, utterly broken. There's pretty much nothing left for them to fight with.
yeah, well, I think Wellesley actually calls it like an unmerciful thrashing or something like that.
If you hadn't had a British victory of that scale, then actually Cintra's not bad. But because fundamentally, the first aim of the campaign has to be, let's get the French out of Portugal. Cintra gets the French out of Portugal. Tick. Very good. Nice. What's next? But the point is that you've had Bailen, right? And as you say, there's this expectation of a second Bailen in the form of Vimeiro, especially when the news comes through. So this therefore feels like sort of the damp squib, the big disappointment that starts to really begin knocking the wind out of the sails. And the British government can try and put a brave face on it, and they fire the Tower guns and sort of make out, it's this great victory. But they're playing a political game, and nobody's buying it. Nobody's even remotely nibbling at it. And so the story rumbles and rumbles and rumbles some, until the point where you have an inquiry called. And it's not until November that inquiry convenes. And initially, the conversation is, do you court-martial Dalrymple in the same kind of way that Whitlock, so we talked about Whitlock II. Whitlock was in command of the second invasion of the River Plate. He's then court-martialed for the surrender of Montevideo. There is talk of, do we court-martial Dalrymple? And the Judge Advocate General, no, I'm not going to go into crime and punishment rabbit hole, people, don't worry. But he is in charge of military justice. So he's consulted a guy called Richard Ryder at this point in time. And he basically said, well, look, you can't really court-martial him right now because you need precise charges. So you need an inquiry to establish the full facts of the situation to then be able to put those charges down, because he's a general. This is going to be a complex case. It's not like charging somebody for desertion. And so that's kind of what the inquiry's sort of there to do, is, what's happened here? Are there the grounds for taking this further? And what's amazing is that, so this is convened in Chelsea Hospital. I believe it's held in the Great Hall at Chelsea. Don't quote me on that, folks, but I think that's
so.
Right. And people can attend. So I was going through the papers. We've now gone into a crime and punishment rabbit hole. I apologize, but this is relevant. I'm not going to talk about flogging.
It is. This is justice. This is the course of military justice and public justice and accountability in military affairs. This is your ball game. Go.
So he gets requests from the newspapers where they're going, yeah, so can I sit in on the proceedings? Is that allowed? Because people don't know. They genuinely do not know. It's kind of a different sort of scenario. Actually, Ryder doesn't know. Ryder has to sit down and think about this, and he writes this sort of tentative letter back, kind of going, well, there's no legal impediment, but his general tone is quite discouraging because he doesn't really want this turning into a big kind of fair of farcical proportions. So he doesn't really want the room crowded with reporters. And so they sit down and they work it out, and it takes about a month. Dalrymple tries to ruin Wellesley. That's my read of it. You were talking about this concern that people had about Wellesley kind of going rogue. Describes the campaign as perilous, criticizes the comms with the fleet, describes them as precarious, dismissed Rolica and Vimeiro. There's a ballsy move. Oh, those two battles, they didn't mean anything. And then claims that the Vimeiro did more harm than good, because the French were really going to negotiate terms of surrender after Rolica, weren't they? The guy's got balls if he's detached from reality.
Yeah, and the difference, of course, between his gumption and Kellerman's gumption is that his is based on very little that can actually be held up, especially when Wellesley's turn comes around.
Yeah. I mean, Wellesley's actually told, I forget who by, but he's told, it might be by Spencer, in fact, to go easy on Berard, because Berard goes, look, he's an old man, he's got a family, I'm sure you don't want to ruin his career, old boy, sort of thing. And Wellesley's there going, the guy's trying to shaft me. I want to burn him.
Yeah. Yeah, because Berard has to come into this as well, and Spencer does. Look, Spencer prevaricates a little, and basically, probably honestly, if we're truly sort of going to sort of put an honest face on it, his testimony is something like, we didn't know the entire French army was broken. They could have had troops somewhere in reserve. That is to say, yes, Berard had a reason, not a great one, but a reason to not press the attack, and Wellesley wasn't happy about it.
The irony being, of course, that this is the same Spencer who is feeding Wellesley intelligence about the French forces and really not sort of then acting in accordance with it. Again, we covered this in the Rolica and Vimeiro episode. Leaves these reports behind for Wellesley of actually, these French forces are much bigger than we anticipate. They're sort of in the region of, I think the numbers touted is 20,000 men. P.S. I've got about 3,000 that I brought up with me from Gibraltar. I'm taking them back down south on ship, and Wellesley's there going, what are you doing? If your assessments are correct, I need those men. Come back. So you can see why Wellesley might have looked at what Spencer was saying and
But
sort of gone,
think of his family. Think of his family, Sir Arthur. That's
yes.
And to be fair, Barard's family takes some hits. I saw that he only outlives one of his sons by a matter of months, I think.
He's buried near me, Barard.
Oh, right.
He's in Lymington,
Okay.
about 10-ish miles down the road. I've tried to find his tomb, and I can't find it. I think I can find his daughter's tomb.
Okay.
And I'm starting to wonder if they're all buried. It's a very big
Could be.
chest tomb thing. They might all be buried on the same plot, but all I can make out is the faintest indications of one of his daughters being buried there. But in the church itself, there are plaques to the sons, and yeah, as you say, they die in rapid succession.
Yeah, one dies at Corunna, another one at San Sebastian, top and bottom of the Peninsular War. It was very kind of General Spencer to think of the old man in this term, but it to be honest, it has to be said Muir is scathing about Barard's decision on the day of Vimeiro. It really did lead us to this point, because if he'd let Wellesley go, well, there wouldn't need to be a Convention of Cintra inquiry.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting how the inquiry almost ends up being a damp squib in and of itself.
Yeah, in a way, because as you say, Dalrymple basically tries. I don't know if he realizes that he can't defend his position, and therefore basically sees the hate that Wellesley's getting, and basically just tries to either drag him down with him or just shine greater sort of spotlight on him. But that's what he tries to do. He tries to character assassinate Wellesley. And then Wellesley gets his turn to stand up and make his case, and obviously undoes everything he said. And as all those papers who were so angry and writing all those editorials about how he should and whatnot, and all those people who said he should be hanged. One guy actually said someone needed to be hanged for Cintra. Again, go silent as suddenly context, right? Okay, Wellesley's actually not the one to blame here.
Come, Josh. We live in 2023. Surely you know we live in a post-context world. Nobody needs context anymore. That's not important. I say this having just come off air with History Rage, where I've berated Cult Napoleon for a disinclination to consider context when sticking the guy on a pedestal, which is one of my pet peeves. I may have used the term "boil my piss." So you can imagine where I'm at with all of this. Yeah, the context is key. It's always key. It always gets missed. And the net result, though, is that the inquiry comes to a very sort of wishy-washy conclusion, where it basically goes, yeah, the convention was probably a decent call. We're not going to call anybody out. We are going to say, good job, Wellesley, thumbs up, tick, very good, more please in the future. And then that goes before the officials, and they basically turn around and go, and this is the Duke of York, I think it is, and goes, no, you're going to give me some kind of substantive response. You've been sat for about a month and a bit. Come on, sit down, do it properly. And so they have to reconvene. And even then, the majority decision by the judges, I believe there are 7 of them, and 6 of them are going that, yeah, this is the right call. The convention was the right thing to do. Moira manages to piss everybody off by being quite acerbic about, everybody, frankly. Wellesley's not happy with the assessment of the whole situation, but I believe Moira is associated with the opposition. So
Yes, that was why he was chosen. York
yeah,
selected a handful of guys who were so that he would avoid any impartiality. York as well, supposedly, and I was talking about this in regards to the Earl of Chatham at the beginning. York actually wanted to be given command in Portugal. Is
yeah,
something that apparently was a thing.
because that would have really gone down well when the Marianne Clark scandal broke in 1809. But
Quite.
hindsight, a wonderful thing.
So it's difficult to say, what his true feelings were on this when he demanded a better, resolution, like a more firm kind of decision from the judges. But at the end, yeah, nothing particularly happened. There was the letter sent to Dalrymple talking about the king's disapprobation of the kindly treatment of the French, essentially. But that was essentially it.
Yeah, I mean, they're never formally disgraced, either of them, Berard or Dalrymple. They're never command in the field again.
No.
Dalrymple manages to sort of wrangle a couple of openings for himself, but yeah, neither of them are in the field. But for Wellesley, I don't know if it has done him any favors. He's a known quantity now. I mean, he's been in the public eye for pretty much all of the summer and autumn between setting sail, release of Vimeiro, then the convention, and he's swung from being the darling to the object of ridicule to sort of a bit of both.
Yeah, I don't
He's
think
kind of tainted by association, but
yeah,
people are kind of going, well, actually, it's not quite as bad as we thought originally.
I don't know if anybody knows what to do with him at the second. It's the winter now. It's December, I think, by the time it fully packs up. And that is problematic in itself because by the end of the month, Moore will be retreating into the mountains of Galicia.
In fact, it's not until late December that they're having these sort of squabblings about no, this isn't good enough. I think it's 24th December that they present their initial report, probably hoping to have a quiet Christmas and New Year. And then the king, the Duke of York, turns around and goes, "No, come back." And of course, in early January, Moore's dead.
Yeah,
and that's a problem in itself because then who's going to take command? Because we sent out Berard and Dalrymple. We're not sending them out again. We've just lost one of the darling boys of the army. Sure, I mean, you mentioned earlier, and this made me chuckle. Chatham thinks that he might be in the offing. York is interested, but you still got this guy.
Even Tarleton from the American Revolution thinks he should have a shot.
Interestingly, Paget seems to know, even before Moore's dead, Paget seems to know that Wellesley's a problem for him.
Yeah,
in the sense that
seen the quote, yeah,
yeah, that he sees Wellesley's ability and he goes, "It's a shame he's below me in the promotion lists because I'm not going to serve. They're going to send this guy out, and I can't come out because I'm senior, and nominally I would take command. I'd take precedence. I'm more senior." And he knows that's not going to happen because he can see Wellesley's the talent.
Mm-hmm. This is I was a little unsure because there are a few Paget. There are two principal Pagets. This is Uxbridge Paget, I think. Yes,
I believe so. Yeah,
and that's just a little, and that's nice that you brought that up because there's a sort of a persistent myth that Paget, who becomes the Earl of Uxbridge, doesn't go back to Spain because of the fact he has an affair with Wellington's sister, I think it is, or sister-in-law.
It's sister-in-law, so it's Henry's
wife. Yes. But actually,
how inbred is this whole situation? Henry is the British ambassador to Spain.
Yes, he is. Yeah, they're all in. It was the same in India. I mean, they were all
exactly Mornington. Yes. He's in command in India. He's
hey, bro,
governor, is it? What's the name for?
Mornington.
Yeah,
he was Governor General at Fort William.
General. Thank you.
It becomes Viceroy much later on.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, But no, it's not about that. I can, to this day, I wonder about that comment at Waterloo when Uxbridge goes, "By God, sir, I've lost a leg," and Wellington goes, "Have you, by God?" And I would dearly love to know the tone of that "have you, by God," and whether it was sort of mildly disinterested or whether there was genuine concern there, because it could be sort of archetypal British understatement, or it could be Wellesley casting some serious shade and doing what must be the 19th century equivalent of going calm as a bitch. And I don't know, and I will never know, and I wish I knew the answer to that.
I feel like I have made a decision on that, and it's based on the testimony of one of Uxbridge's aides de camp. I think it's Seymour, who is the earliest account to, and we're completely off the rails here in 1815 for some reason.
Yeah, where people, if you were expecting like erudite comments to wrap up a Cintra episode, sorry, we've gone way off topic. Come back in 5 minutes.
But and I've forgotten exactly what he says was said, but he's the first one, I believe, to report on this interaction after the piece of grape shot hits Uxbridge, and it's actually nothing like "have you, by God, so you have," something like that. It's much more on the term. It's much more of a sort of an "oh no" response.
Is that sort of "oh no" or "oh no"?
Well,
again, you can interpret this two ways, right?
I am reporting it very ham-fistedly because I've forgotten exactly how it goes. But Uxbridge actually says something along the lines of, if we believe Seymour, Horace Seymour, I believe his name is, like they've done for me at last, or something like that, something like that. And Wellington, I think, says, "by God, no," or something like that. It's much more of a concerned phrase, which tallies a lot more with the way Wellington probably actually was in real life as raised in the 18th century, and actually not as tough as he seems. And you see actually this in Cintra, and we'll bring it back with this, because he is wounded by the public outcry to what has gone on. He feels very hard done to. He feels very slighted that his hard work at Vimeiro and after the capture of Lisbon has been just utterly trashed. And he overhears someone in a crowd during one of the pauses in the inquiry say, "What right is he to wear a sword?" And apparently that he remembered that, and it got to him. He doesn't show it because he's Wellington, but things could get to him. And so I feel like the rivalry between himself and Uxbridge, due to I'm sure the very real affection he has for his sister-in-law, is mostly trumped up.
So when we put all of this together, on the surface of things, it would appear as though the balance of power lies with the Allies, would it not? Moore's getting reinforcements through courtesy of Baird, General Sir David Baird, and there's going to be a nice cavalry contingent in amongst all of that. This is going to be one of the few points where the British are sort of up in terms of that balance with cavalry. So we're in the region of 30 to 35,000 Brits, and we are talking predominantly 1st Battalion, rather than sort of the 2nd Battalion force that gets scraped together, which Wellesley ends up developing into the Peninsular War force of fame. So that sounds good, on paper at least. You've also got the Spanish forces. Estimates vary, maybe 70,000, give or take. Some of those in garrisons. So not quite as imposing as it seems. The French pulling back behind the Ebro on the back foot. Questions about whether or not they can even hold their their foothold in Spain. It's almost a toehold at this point in time. So on paper, it seems all very positive for the Allies. But is it?
Well, this is the big question. This is the question that is being asked at this time towards the end of 1808. What had all this achieved is actually what has it actually really achieved for the Allies? You have a strategic advantage for sure, in terms of the French obligingly withdrawing without much of a fight right out of Madrid. So massive political capital, and the problem is not only that, as we've said before, the Spanish army is probably not equipped to either attack or defend over or the line of the Ebro, but that the political opportunity is not really used by the Junta Central. And although that is established in September and could be seen as the biggest political sort of result of Bailen, they just start arguing with each other. The army is reorganized into basically three armies: the army of the left, right, and center, roughly speaking. And like you say, it's something between 50 to 70,000 men, but no supreme commander is chosen. Castaños, the obvious choice, it has too many political enemies. Everybody has political enemies. And so basically the advantage that the Spanish have gained by themselves is now completely squandered by the end of the year, by the autumn of 1808, and now the ball is back in Napoleon's court, and he wants to hit that hard. This is a tennis match in which he is about to serve a rocketing volley over the Spanish side of the net, and I don't think that they are going to be able to return that serve. The British. That is a big army for the British. I don't think that the British have put an army that size in the field since Egypt. Um, and it's good. And Napoleon knows this, and that is another reason he wants now to take control himself. Because if the British have an army that big wandering around Spain, I mean, he may not respect the Spanish or really know much about how the British do things, but he knows that that is a dangerous thing to leave un sort of just leave to its own devices. So um, things look kind of good for the Allies, but as time moves on towards the end of the season, realistically, the only hope the Allies have is that Napoleon will not launch a winter campaign.
Which, of course, is really fundamentally precisely what happens.
Indeed, because he is so angry. He is absolutely this is a campaign of vengeance. He will be crossing into Spain. He has been like, his letters are just so angry that he has to now go and fight the Spanish, and that he needs to like show them who's boss.
So, asking a speculative question here, which is the bigger reason for his anger? Is it this should have been easy, and now you're making me come down there and sort this all out for you? Is it the blow to prestige? This is the French army. We won Austerlitz. We've won at Jena and Auerstadt. We've won at Friedland. We are the all-conquering force. I've secured this peace in Tilsit. You should be able to mop up Portugal and Spain without me even sort of lifting my left little finger. Or is there kind of a personal element to this because he's put his brother on the throne? And, this is a rejection of the Bonaparte family, which makes it personal. Or is it all of the above and more?
I think it is a mixture of all these things thrown into the oven, and then allowed to boil over to some extent. The biggest one is not necessarily that Joseph has been rejected. that would only come into play if they had literally chosen a Bourbon to replace him on the spot, which they have not. The Spanish have about 5 different causes they're fighting for at the second, and nobody is clear on which one.
Well, this is part of the challenge, right? That you've got Ferdinand and
Yeah.
Ferdinand the VII and Carlos the Fourth, and
Yeah, and also the idea of possibly like just a republic. So it's not clear at all what the Spanish are fighting for. Um, but anyway, if they had chosen right off the bat to say we want Ferdinand instead of Joseph, which some of them did, um, that would have been a huge like that would have been a personal thing to Napoleon because he absolutely hated the Bourbons. Like the reason he is in Spain at all is because he didn't want to leave a single Bourbon on a throne in Europe because he had this weird thing about them. Um, the main reason, however, he is going into Spain is because his army has been shamed. That it is a personal embarrassment to him. He knows everybody in Europe is going to draw the conclusions everybody draws that the Spanish, the old empire, the old master of Central Europe, rose up and kicked the French out. And his French out, his army, his like the veterans of the in quotes the veterans of Austerlitz, all that rot. He now feels that the only way he can redress the balance is to properly go down there and just completely wipe the floor with them in such a manner that it leaves no doubt to all of Europe. Doesn't even that it's not even as important to do this in Spain for the Spanish. It's so that the Russians and the Austrians and everybody out there who took hope from Bailen realizes that this was a fluke, and as soon as I go across the Ebro with the Grande Armée, none of that's going to matter because I'm going to show you how it's done. I'm going to show you these people are what I've been telling you they are, and you can tell he's doing this because of the people he gathers, right? It's not guys he wants to give a chance to get their dukedoms anymore. It's not Dupont. It's not Suchet. It's not Bessier who he says just go have a run around with the. You don't need to have the Imperial Guard. Just go run around and fight some Spaniards. He gets Ney, he gets Lannes, he gets Soult, he gets the big guys who can be trusted on their own. He gets a extra 100,000 men drawn from the divisions of the army that had fought against the Russians and the Austrians to defeat the Spanish. Right? This is the level that he's taking this seriously, and he will show no mercy. And you can see that as we go on, as he advances into Spain, he is there to take names and kick in doors and show people who's boss, who is wearing the hat, who is wearing the big hat.
I mean, the irony is we always talk about Murat wearing breeches, but actually this is the moment when Napoleon needs to demonstrate that he is the one who wears the breeches in this empire, on this continent, and you do not mess with old Boney. Talking about reputations, I need, even if that's sort of much more of an self-indulgent, Zach wants to talk about it element, I need to talk about more, because there is a debate, quite a vociferous one across the internet, about More and his reputation. And there is a corner of my brain that feels sorry for More. He does a Nelson. And if you do a Nelson by dying in the moment of victory, that does do something for your reputation. However, when you look at the Corunna campaign, there are many words that I could use to describe it, and few of them are polite. Some of the better ones are pig's ear, haphazard, poorly planned, and inexpertly executed, along with reality versus ideal coming to the fore. Now, I want to be fair to More, partly because I do feel a bit sorry for him. So what's the case in favor of More, first of all? Let's start with that.
Well, in terms of his suitability to command and things like that.
Yeah, and his wider career.
Okay. Well, he has a lot of service. He has a lot of friends. He was, in terms of sort of like in later on in the British Army, you have what they termed like circles, i.e., the people who surrounded successful generals. And he was in Abercrombie's circle. He was with Abercrombie when he was ironically mortally wounded at Abu Qir. He'd also served in the American Revolution as a junior officer. Um, so he's had a lot of experience on sort of foreign command, like foreign stations. He had, however, in terms, it is an interesting question as to whether, as to his suitability for independent command. He had a good reputation as an educator and a trainer of soldiers, although that obviously as well has been somewhat overblown in the wake of his death. But in terms of his suitability for independent command, that's a sketchier thing because although he was a popular officer and people knew that soldiers liked him and officers liked him, he was a very 18th century officer, but in that sort of way, the old-fashioned paternal kind of Abercrombie type. Um, he he gets an independent command in the Caribbean, first off. It doesn't go well. He ends up having to fight the Maroons, who are escaped slaves who live in the mountains. Um, and he is in the unenviable position of having to basically, in a really confusing twist, although the British are not in favor of slavery because they are technically fighting to remove the French, who have revoked slavery, they have to basically, until the war is over, sustain the idea that the slaves are still the property of their owners. So basically, he is, for want of a better word, one of his jobs is a slave catcher. He can't really fight the Maroons properly or the insurgents who support them. He wants to, and he doesn't get enough support to do so either. So he does what Moore does. When he can't get what he wants, he starts to get sulky about it and starts to complain endlessly about how he wants removed as soon as possible. I'll do my best. I'm doing all I can, and please remove me from this hell. Which they do. And then he goes and he does his educational thing in Britain. It doesn't really harm him too much as a reputation, although it's a very dodgy part of his career. In modern eyes, certainly. And then he gets the job to start the Peninsular War in Scandinavia. Yes, this whole series could have been about the Peninsular War, but in an alternate universe, it happens in Scandinavia because our ally Sweden, the British ally Sweden, I should say, was wanting to fight off the French and the Russians, who were allied with the French at this time. And they said, hey, Britain, help us. And the British thought, hey, we could put a huge army out there. And, it's really difficult to get to. We have the Navy. We can close off the Baltic. This is awesome. Let's send a guy out. Who should we send? Send Sir John Moore. He's the sort of the youngest, most dynamic guy we've got. Let's give him a shot. He's a Whig, though, right? Yes, I know he's a Whig, but, well, he trained people well. Abercrombie liked him. He's in that painting where Abercrombie died, holding his hand, isn't he? So let's send Moore. Problem is, Moore is a terrible diplomat, and the King of Sweden is mad. So that goes terribly. Long story short, the King of Sweden ends up arresting Moore, and he has to do this insane escape in the dead of night back to the ships. Not a single British soldier disembarks. They all sail back to Britain, and then get diverted to Portugal. But of course, Moore still has the legacy of command there, so they send him out. Wellesley had done well. He was a young general. He'd done better than the older chap, so let the young guy go again. And Moore, legitimately, he had a very good reputation in the British Army. He had got lots of friends It seemed like a politically kind of like bipartisan thing as well to have a Whig general in fight taking the fight to the French. Uh, so I don't really, I can't say that it sounds like the most brilliant appointment. If you really look at his career and what he'd done, it really was his first true test as an independent command in a major theater. Um, and so the basis isn't bad, but it's not as brilliant as some people think, probably.
Okay. So that's the case in favor. We will come back to more in relation to what the flipping hell does he do. Um, and return to the Spanish and French confrontation, which fundamentally is what unfolds out on the Ebro. Napoleon comes south, as you say, he brings with him something in the region of 100,000. He brings respected commanders. I mean, in fairness, Murat's supposed to be respected
Mm.
for reasons.
But he's been packed off to Naples, though, much to Joseph's anger, because that was his old job. And
Indeed.
Murat is fatefully sent to become king of Naples, instead of what he wanted. He wanted to be king of Spain, but he messed that up. And so, yeah, he's not available at this time.
Probably just as well. Well, I don't know. That's an interesting what if, isn't it? That we'll save for another
Hmm.
podcast. So Napoleon's plan is fundamentally a double envelopment, and it doesn't go well for the Spanish. No.
No, no, it doesn't. I mean, in fairness to the Spanish, they put up a better fight than Napoleon is expecting. And you can tell this because, again, of how irritated he becomes whenever he receives a report that his generals have not utterly crushed this rabble of banditti, as he calls them, at the first stroke. He tells Ney off for not completely destroying Palafox. He's angry with Soult for not completely crushing the army of the left. Um, which again, they don't actually destroy the Spanish. There's a lot of people who think that the Spanish armies were completely crushed. They were broken. They were pushed back in disorder, but they didn't actually surrender like the French did it by then. They they just ran away. They retreated, and most like the best units would reform. They even had like the regular infantry were even rather good at holding their ground and getting off the field, like at the Battle of Zornoza, which was again no British person saw. Therefore, nobody when they eventually came to see the Spanish after 2.5 years of fighting against a great deal of odds, uh, without without pay, with five different causes, with five different generals, etc. They just saw the results of that rather than the early stuff where you could probably have imagined that with a bit more help, these people, you know, they had conquered a lot of territory back in the day, so they're good soldiers. But yeah, despite that, despite the bravery of the Spanish infantry, they just don't have the cavalry to protect their infantry and guns. So the deal is, no matter how long you hold on, some French cavalry commander, whether it's Kellerman or um, Bessier or Ney, Lannes, whoever, is going to find a flank, and he is just going to win the battle with the cavalry. And that's what happens. Napoleon himself drives through the center, straight across the Ebro. He's a rocket heading straight for Madrid. He shows shows his complete disdain for the Spanish and his generals who can't just deal with these people by coming to the Pass of Somosierra and saying, this is taking too long to clear this pass. The guard escort squadron of the Polish Lancers will take those guns. I mean, they do. They get massacred in doing so. But this is the level at which this is how Napoleon's operating here. He's just taking casualties to prove a point. 4 days later, Madrid falls. The Spanish armies are reeling back in confusion. Everything that has been won since the summer of 1808 is now again. We're basically back before the summer of 1808 now, but worse because Napoleon doesn't want to make friends with the Spanish anymore. And now he unleashes his full attention on the Catholic Church. And this is a full crackdown, despite the proclamations of the Constitution that he had given to Spain. Something calculated to turn every Spaniard against him, but nevertheless, he's here to punish people, and he's going to break the Catholic Church into pieces. Lan even darkens his name forever in the memory of every God-fearing Spaniard by stabling his horses in churches to show the church what he thinks of it, because he's a good Republican. So in a way, maybe this French position is too strong now, because now they can do whatever they want, and Napoleon's here as well. So the will of the emperor is that I'm going to punish you for your temerity of thinking that you can fight me and slap my generals around the field. Well, now look where you are. I bet my brother looks pretty good to you now.
It's interesting to hear about you talk about it in terms of such total domination and the almost recklessness with which Bonaparte is going about this, which feels very much closer to the Bonaparte of later years. You know, the throw bodies at this and something will break, but it won't be my men mentality. And it makes me wonder if Napoleon going off the boil actually starts a fair bit sooner than we think, bearing in mind that the following year he is going to lose his first major battle in God knows how long, ever. I forget.
There's like a minor reverse in the Italian campaign people claim as his first defeat, but it's, not a huge deal.
So it does kind of lend itself to this idea that actually something happens between 1807 and 1808. Now, again, we could sit here and speculate as to whether or not it's that his ego has been bolstered so much by having had that raft of Tilsit moment that he kind of thinks that his armies can do anything, maybe. Or is it that actually he's just, at that point, he's been at this game for more than a decade and a half. And, maybe that's taken a bit too much out of him.
It is interesting because you're also at the point with Napoleon's life where he starts to try and take a back seat and do some dynasty building. That's what Spain was all about. So he's actually he could be trying to transfer into a kind of a dynastic Louis XIV role. That is a very strong reason why he gets involved in Spain, because he wants to repair the sort of the Bourbon family compact thing, right? Where he wants to play the dynastic builder. He's Louis XIV now in his own eyes. And unfortunately, he is not the statesman that Louis XIV was, nor does he have the connections that the Bourbons had. So you have this problem. And
are you saying that Napoleon has entered his Bourbon era?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. That's not a comment that will make a huge amount of sense to anybody who's not a millennial or younger. There's a whole Taylor Swift sub-reference in there. Although I maintain that one of the best descriptions that I've ever heard of Taylor Swift is that she is the Napoleon of pop music, in that she is capable of some phenomenal moments, and also some where you go, which is quite a good way of describing her. I say that as a very avid Taylor Swift fan as well. Don't come at me, Swifties. Not they're listening to this podcast, let's be honest. So the Spanish, I think we can safely say the Spanish shatter, but it's
Yeah, they
not the annihilation
no.
that Napoleon is hoping for, and this is what leads to the situation ultimately that Wellesley will inherit, right? Where you have these individual forces in different parts of Spain that aren't really connected to each other. They're just sort of moving around and trying to avoid being annihilated.
Hmm. Yeah, they've suffered some bad reverses. Castaños has been beaten. Blaque has been beaten. All the senior commanders have really had to like run for it. The main hope is actually up in the north, where I think it where it's basically the Marques de Romana is still alive with his division that was very amusingly rescued from Holland or Denmark, whatever it was, by the Royal Navy and shipped down to Spain. He's the Spanish general that all the British love, the Marques de Romana, and so he's still up in the north, and that's very vital. So, like you say, they have these pockets of Spanish resistance, which gives the impression accurately that there's still a fight to be done. But how are you supposed to make it work for you? Because Napoleon does have the central position. He has now over 200,000 men in Spain. He's there with his best generals. And the Spanish are completely separated. They are shattered. They're in pieces. They can't be actively helped. You can only help one of them. And so I guess now we enter, Moore enters the chat further again.
I mean, he does enter the chat, but not as a sort of cohesive whole. When we sort of were talking before we came on air, I described this as sort of what the hell has Moore been doing? Which is, I would argue, a good way of phrasing it. So for context for our listeners, what Moore does is split his force. So he's got reinforcements coming down, obviously across the Bay of Biscay, and he tells them to land in Galicia, fundamentally, the northwestern tip of Spain. He's coming from the Portugal, Lisbon kind of general area. And he looks at a map. Now, he is told by his advisors that the only way you can get artillery up into Spain from Lisbon is to go via Madrid, which is a contestable concept, quite frankly. Now, in fairness to him, he doesn't have the degree of reconnaissance and intelligence that Wellesley is able to build up over the years to realize that is absolute nonsense. But also, he does know where the main towns and cities are. Clearly there is a road to Oporto. There is a road that ultimately leads to Elvas. And then from Elvas, it's not hard to get to Ciudad Rodriga and Almeida. And those are sort of key clues. But he listens to that advice. Oh, no, there's no way you can take the artillery north. And so he splits his army. The infantry take that northern route to Salamanca, fundamentally, sort of past Elvas through Ciudad Rodrigo and all the rest of it. But the artillery end up going, along with some cavalry, it's a very substantial proportion of Moore's cavalry, end up going pretty much via Madrid. So across to, apologies, I said Elvas, I meant Almeida in the north. Almeida, Ciudad Rodrigo, Salamanca. The cavalry and the artillery basically go Lisbon, Elvas, past Badajoz, off to nearly Madrid, to then come back on themselves towards Salamanca. If you look at it on a map, you can very easily see he has done two sides of a triangle with his artillery, like the slow stuff of his army. And that means that his infantry sit in Salamanca, or the environs of, twiddling their thumbs for far too bloody long. Now, the counter argument again to this is, well, in doing so, it does therefore mean that Moore isn't there to get caught up in the disaster of the Spanish collapse. What's to say that more
That's
could
that.
have...
I was going to say that's 35,000 excellent, well-drilled, well-paid, well-fed troops. That's a supply train. That is lots of artillery. That is a good cavalry force to protect those flanks that the French love to exploit. You put 35,000 British troops in among 70,000 Spaniards. Um, that's just the Spaniards that are counted. That probably doesn't count the guerrillas and stuff like that. Then you may have a ball game of holding the Ebro.
So this is very much the point where more I sort of go, I understand the, okay, I'm going to listen to the intelligence, but also I don't understand the, what does a map say? Because being fed information is one thing, but the whole point about leadership isn't just about making any old decision based on what people tell you. The reason we praise people like Wellesley and plenty of others is that willingness to think through a situation.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, just the feat of just the feat of Napoleon getting that many men from across the empire to Spain is a massive logistical feat. That was one of the best things he actually did as a leader and an organizer, actually. So this crazy thing that Moore does just to concentrate his forces, is curious because it's not clear why he's doing it, really. I mean, if you're going to send the cavalry to Madrid, almost to Madrid anyway, why don't we just march on Madrid? Um,
Okay, so let's play devil's advocate with that. He doesn't march on Madrid because he's got reinforcements coming
yeah,
through Galicia. Maybe.
maybe.
And no, it's not easy. Even today,
No,
it's not actually easy to get from Badajoz to Salamanca.
no.
Like
In fact,
it's a 3 hour drive through some
yeah.
horrendous mountains.
I
Three and a
mean,
half.
the road system of Spain, to be completely fair to Moore, was terrible at the time. This is actually one of the reasons why Napoleon's generals can't finish off the Spanish armies, because once they run, they have no means of following them with any regularity. It's almost impossible to catch them once they run, because the road system is non-existent, and they have no idea how to navigate through the basic wildernesses that exist around the cities in some parts of Spain. Even Napoleon is going to find out how difficult it is to move large amounts of troops through a very hostile environment as we go on. So, yeah, although we're pointing out, some criticisms of Moore's strategic sort of vision here, we're not saying we can do better or could do better at the time. I mean, the reason we want to be fair to Moore is because he was the guy in charge, and he at this point is trying to do what he thinks is best. It's just not quite clear what that is. Because if you're going to look at the Moore, you have to figure out where things went wrong, and to pinpoint where things went wrong, realistically, it's starting off from like leaving Portugal to begin with some vague idea of aiding the Spanish armies, but without having any true contact with them, to figure out some sort of plan.
Yeah, it's a very good indication of how not to run this campaign. In terms of making poor choices, it feels like Moore makes a lot of very poor choices from the outset. Yes, he tries to rectify them later, and by that point it's too late. But that is, for me, in significant part on him. Yes, you've got to wait for your reinforcements, maybe. But he's sitting around waiting for far too long without that you can't afford to lose the momentum, right? And that's exactly what they do. And the situation, admittedly, isn't helped by the British troops themselves. They are not impressed with the Spaniards.
No, if you want to talk about like the beginning of this like sort of denigration of the Spanish armed forces, it begins because, as I said before, Moore does love to find someone to blame for the reasons he's in trouble. And blaming the Spanish in the Peninsular War, especially in the early period, is just low-hanging fruit for the British, because the Junta Central, basically promises a lot of stuff it cannot possibly deliver on. And some of the British believe, like, aren't cynical enough about the situation in Spain. Moore obviously doesn't, sort of falls into this trap, and then of course, like for the rest of the campaign, the Spanish are to blame for the trouble I'm in. And to an extent, it's true, but also there is another part of the story.
It is. And I suspect an element of the problem is the overhype that Britain has indulged in
Yes.
following Dos de Mayo, following Bailen. This idea that suddenly the Spanish are sweeping all before them, and that's just the nuns who have got leery in their convents, reached for the cutlery and decided to oust a squadron of dragoons or whatever it might. These are the sort of nonsense perceptions that are starting to be circulated courtesy of caricatures like Gilray's Spanish patriots attacking the French banditti.
Yeah.
And
the one of the failures of the Junta Central was to fail to create a cohesive central army in the months that they had out of the regular army that existed. That was their best hope. But because of this anti-militarism that existed in Spain, the hatred of the old Bourbon state army, the mistrust of it, they basically drank their own Kool-Aid and said, "Hey, the Patriots will win for us." So you do have this problem where everybody has believed the hype, and now they're in deep, deep trouble.
I love that. They've been drinking their own Kool-Aid. That was not a quote that I was expecting at the start of this episode. Eventually, Moore does get his army together. Huzzah. By this point, it is actually too late. In my view, by this point, it's become a salvage operation. This is about how do we try and slow what's going on down in order to try and maybe wrest a little bit of control over proceedings, because it's becoming one-way traffic from Napoleon. Now, Napoleon doesn't have perfect intelligence. That much is very clear from his reaction to what Moore does next. But there is a case to be made for what Moore tries to do, in that the anticipation is Napoleon's going to continue to sweep all before him. He will now head south. He will sweep his way through Andalusia, probably take Cadiz, etc., etc. Fine. Now, the extent to which that was entirely obvious is something that we could debate, but we probably don't have the time. So he tries to sort of do a linking up operation / diversionary attack thing. Talk us through what the plan is.
Well, I don't think he knows that Napoleon is in Madrid. I don't think Napoleon knows that Moore is in Salamanca. The margin of when they find out is actually quite slim about where everybody is. But Moore does know that the Spanish have taken a pounding, and he now needs to desperately link up with some other force, because although he has a large British force, if it doesn't unite with some other allied force, then it's really useless. And he gets information that Soult is up in the north, and he is pursuing the remnants of Blaque's and Romana's forces, and that Romana is still got his men together. And so, he looks at a map and he says, okay, well, I can see a triangulation here where if Soult is chasing Romana to the west, then I can come up from the south. I can cut him off from Madrid, and maybe we can surround him and score a victory here, because I'm isolated now. I got to do something, and it feels like this will draw attention away from Cadiz, Seville, the ports of the Mediterranean, and do some good for the Spanish armies. Maybe I'll come out of this with a better situation than I am currently in now, where I'm just isolated in Spain, basically. That's the plan.
It's a nice idea. As you say, Moore doesn't know where Napoleon is. Napoleon doesn't know where Moore is. And for both of them, it feels like the penny drops with a horrendous clang. I believe actually around the 24th of December, there are some very telling accounts from the British troops of the way in which this sort of turns on a dime. 24 hours before, they're being told, right, we're going to march to this location, we're going on the offensive, and the armies, the redcoats are going, yes, we love to take the fight to the enemy, this is what we do. Bearing in mind that these are the guys who have just, a few months earlier, beaten the French repeatedly at Rolica and Vimeiro, not crushing victories, but nonetheless, they're not going to let that detail get in the way. They've gone and won twice against Napoleon's men, and they're not going to sit here and distinguish between, it was second battalions, it was Junot's force, Junot made some mistakes, and all the rest of it. They're just thinking, gee up, boys, here we go. Or whatever the early 19th century equivalent of that is. And then they get the counter orders where Moore realizes what's about to happen, i.e., he's going to get descended upon, in turn get encircled and wiped off the face of the earth. And suddenly the discipline just seeps through the soil. It just decimates it. The morale vaporizes. And there's a very telling quote from one of the soldiers that said that in all his experience, he had never seen such an effect on the faces of the men. It's like you'd flicked a switch. And now they're just kind of going, well, this sucks. It's basically over.
And I mean, to some extent, I mean, Napoleon himself has that famous quote about how much morale is worth, and it is absolutely true here for the British, who I think everybody realizes very quickly how actually supremely dangerous the situation is. It's not just that we can no longer attack the enemy; it's that we are in serious danger of utter destruction. Because Napoleon found out that where Moore was before Moore found out where Napoleon was. And then Moore finds out where Napoleon is just in time to turn those troops around. Because Soult can look at a map as well, and he's a better strategist than Moore. And he knows his cavalry got beaten up at Sahagun recently. The British are on the move, and they're coming to me. Oh, how quaint. I'll just stand here, oh, so isolated and helpless. By the way, Your Imperial Majesty, I think we can probably surround a British army if you move now. Is roughly what we're talking about. And Napoleon hauls his bedraggled army across the Sierra Guadarrama in an appalling snowstorm to do this. So he wants to fight the British. He wants to take Moore down and pull a Bailen, basically. Do another And he can. Moore found out Christmas Eve just in time. His options are very stark. His men are completely dispirited. He couldn't fight now if probably even if he wanted to, because there's just too many men. His men are too dispirited. The odds are too far against him. He will be destroyed if he stands. So he either has to try and run back to Portugal, or he has to go to Corunna.
It's a bit of a mess by this point. As I say, we do these episodes, or at least I do these episodes, with a map open in front of me, because it helps in terms of that scale of what you're looking at, because otherwise, it's a place name. What does that really mean? So when you look at Sahagun, we are talking, broadly speaking, it's north of Valladolid. It's a long way north of Salamanca in the grand scheme of things. It's not a million miles away from Burgos. In fact, if you were to sort of do a triangle with Leon, Burgos, and Salamanca, Valladolid would be somewhere along the hypotenuse, roughly the midpoint, and Sahagun is straight up from there. And then Madrid is to the south and the east by quite some way. which fundamentally means that Napoleon is closer to Salamanca than Moore is, which means if you're going to try and make that cut and run, your options are not good. Now, the flip side is that this is midwinter. Like, step outside for 30 seconds and just consider how cold it is today as you're listening to this, assuming, of course, that you're listening to this in the Northern Hemisphere and not somewhere nice and balmy like California. And it will be nippy in a global warming age, right? This is not a global warming age. This is a retreat across the Galathian mountains in the depths of a bitterly cold winter. It is snowing, and it will continue to snow. So the withdrawal to Corunna is not a tempting option by any stretch of the imagination. The other problem is that if you're going to head in that direction, you're going to hit the sea at some point, and that basically means you are committing to this being quite possibly it. If you can't stop them, i.e. the French, you're going to have one option. And with an army where the morale has fractured and is frankly in pieces, and we'll talk about discipline and all the rest of it in just a moment, that's not a pleasing prospect.
Not at all. More, I think it is if you're going to sort of make the conclusion about where things go wrong, obviously things have gone wrong for the second time, and from now it is really more than ever about making the next best decision. And if you make the next wrong decision, the army will be destroyed to some extent. Moore therefore chooses maybe the best option. I'm not personally, I could not ever sort of calculate the chances of getting back to Portugal from that position. Maybe it would be possible. Maybe you could do it just because of the audacity of it, that the French might not think that's possible, and then you pull it off. But he chooses the path of least resistance, which is the open door where there are no French, and hoping maybe to put the mountains between them, to get to Corunna. He sends ahead, obviously, for help from the Royal Navy, and now we are committed to the retreat to Corunna, and Napoleon and Soult close in behind him.
It's let's be fair to the British at this moment in time, they still have some teeth.
Oh yes,
right.
Yeah.
We're painting this picture that it's all over. The British Army sort of instantly has lost all of its morale and all the rest of it. There are significant moments during this campaign. We've talked about Sahagun already, and the British success of cavalry there. Paget at Benavente a few days later, 29th December, is able to give the Guard cavalry a bloody nose. Lefebvre Denouet, appalling pronunciation, by all means correct me, captured. So it's not as though the entire British army has just dropped its muskets, thrown its sabers into the bushes and decided that it's every man, horse, dog, beast of burden for themselves. There is that inclination to, amongst some troops at least, to do what needs to be done. But this is fundamentally about rearguard actions. Now, this is about holding up the French in order to buy the time to make the retreat as orderly as it possibly can be.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the sort of the making of Paget, the future Earl of Uxbridge, Britain's best cavalry commander, who absolutely uses the excellent cavalry he has and light troops in the rear of the army to buy time for the central body of the army to get clear. And he does this expertly. Um, the French are, in fact, press forward quite timidly uh, compared with what they might have been able to do, simply because the British rear guard gives them the impression that we can, like, the they're strong where they need to be strong, they're weak where they need to be weak. When the French vanguard will press a weak point, suddenly they'll find strength. Paget does a masterful job. Like, Ney could not have done better for comparison, realistically. And he's just in supreme command of the entire thing, of every situation, practically all the way through. When morale completely disintegrates in the rest of the army, and discipline, sorry, completely disintegrates in the rest of the army, the cavalry are doing their cavalry thing in the rear and having a lot of fun chasing the French a couple of miles, retreating again, and then retreating twice the distance, so the French have to catch up again. It's textbook stuff for how to cover an army in retreat in appalling conditions.
As you say, light troops also playing their part. Well, we debated quite what this place is called, whether it's called Cacabelos or whether we don't believe the spellings that we've read in our research and think it might be Casa Belos, with Casa Belos sounding much more Spanish, but we need an expert in Spanish linguistics to confirm for us, quite frankly. This is the very famous incident of Thomas Plunkett of the 95th Rifles.
Yeah, so it's very Bernard Cornwell. It's one of the legendary things about the 95th Rifles. It supposedly shows the effectiveness of light troops and things like that. There's a famous moment where Plunkett is brought out in front of the paraded battalion and the commanding officer says, "This is the model with for which the rifle brigade is going to be held up to." And of course, he completely torpedoes his own career later on because I think he gets broken to the ranks for drunkenness or something like that. But this is a legendary part of British military sort of legend. The Plunkett's shot at insert name of town here, whichever way you want to pronounce it. And it does seem to have happened. I don't know if there's ever been any sort of actual definitive conclusion as to how far away Colbert was when he was hit. I think I think that Plunkett actually shoots again and hits the guy who comes to help him.
Okay, so we've got these little moments. Inevitably, a lot is getting made out of them because there's so much that's pretty horrific about this retreat. The British are plundering. There is no discipline at this point in time. It is a cut and run operation, except that there is some discipline. And that discipline is coming from Crawford, fundamentally. And you mentioned Paget as well, the future Uxbridge. There are some very telling anecdotes of Crawford marching with his troops, i.e. on foot, not riding on horse. And the way that Crawford does this is he makes extensive use of the drumhead court-martial. This is a form of military court. Now, I'm not going to go into a crime and punishment lecture, folks, but for context, it's a form of military court that you can convene immediately if the guilt of the individual is in no doubt. The name comes from the idea that the charges used to be written on a drumhead, although I've never, sadly, seen a drumhead with said inscription on it for quite obvious reasons that, this material doesn't survive. So Crawford manages to keep his men more or less in check, but
because they're more afraid of him than this is, and it is used honestly in the whole conversation. Moore doesn't flog,
but he
right?
does.
He
does during the retreat.
But you see, that's the legend, right? That's
exactly.
One of the things
it's
about
nonsense.
Moore, right? Moore is known before everything goes wrong. as the thinking officer, the kind officer, the fatherly officer. He didn't flog at Shorncliffe. He doesn't believe in flogging. He is brought to it because he loses his temper. He completely loses his temper with the army as it crosses the mountains, and discipline goes to hell. Um, he pulls a Wellington in the retreat from Burgos. Spoiler alert. He writes angry letters blaming everybody for the shameful way they're acting, and obviously punishments are meted out. Crawford, on the other hand, the difference is that Crawford will do it a lot, and he'll do it for very minor infractions.
To the point where people are flogged for criticizing Crawford.
Yes.
It's that level of I am taking zero
Yeah.
pieces of excrement from any of you.
You want to get out alive, do what I say. Don't question me. He's
and,
right, but
and it's needed, right?
yes, it is.
I mean,
Yeah.
the number of these guys that drop from exhaustion, we've got stories of people being literally blind with fatigue, horrendous stories of battalion wives dropping by the roadside, giving birth. There's a famous instance of one soldier picking up this newborn from the arms of its dead mother. I believe it's a boy. Don't quote me on that. Which is why I'm using a gender neutral term there, and sort of carrying this kid, this days old, hours old baby to the ships in Corunna Harbour. I believe there is a kind of really cute little ending to that story. Eventually they find out who the father is. The father has survived, is distraught to hear that his significant other has passed away. I forget if it's wife or whether it's an unofficial dalliance, let's call it. But either way, there is a sort of nice ending to that, which kind of shows the hearts of some of these guys are still in the right place. These people haven't completely descended to being animals, but we've got these sort of little, a bit like the Plunkett story, it's these little stories that get told. Some of them may well being apocryphal. I'm not saying Plunkett is necessarily apocryphal, but some of these other stories of kindness may well be apocryphal.
Yeah, I mean that story. There's even a story where it's Moore who picks up a baby.
Yeah, that's no. I'm not buying that version of events.
But there's certainly some truth in that one, simply because it gets attributed to Moore, so it's probably true somewhere.
So it all goes to hell. We won't talk about the search for Moore's gold. That's a whole other thing. But essentially, the pay chest is allegedly thrown down a mountainside.
Yes.
Not sure about that personally, because you've got to order some men to chuck that money down a mountainside. Like, really? You think these guys are just going to take these handfuls of this big fat chest of gold and hurl it down a mountainside? Are you for real? But anyway, so the discipline is inconsistent and fractious and bloody where it exists. But they get to Corunna and they find that the boats aren't ready yet. They've had to be redirected from around the coast. They are coming. But what that inevitably means is that there is a delay in the embarkation, which of course gives Saul the time to catch up, which therefore means the British have got a choice. They can all lay down their arms and be taken into French custody, or they can stand and fight this desperate, if you don't win, we're all going to be dead or POW style of a battle. And we were talking about the effect on morale. There is a counterpoint to that decimation of morale, in that there are other quotes that basically say the second these guys were given a purpose, you have got to stand and fight. They just go, right, hand me my musket. Let me see where these French are. Let me at it, almost like sort of scrappy dog. Okay, let me at him. I can sort of, give these Frenchmen a bloody nose kind of thing. And I know that sounds very sort of jingoistic actually in its formulation. But that is how it's communicated in these memoirs,
Mhm.
and not in isolated instances either. This is part of a thread of commonality where if the redcoats think that they're going to have to pull back without having been beaten, they just go, well, what are we even doing here? We can win. We're British. We're just going to wipe everything before. Don't you realize how awesome I am because of my Britishness? Not that they're even kind of thinking about Britishness, but just the fact that they aren't French means that they're better than the French. That's the rationale here.
Mm.
You see it at later points during the Peninsular War. You particularly see it during this retreat. This is probably the first instance where you see this turnaround, because a lot of the anger has actually been directed at Moore. Why isn't Moore trusting us to stand and fight? Now, Moore has considered standing at Lugo. We don't have time to delve deep into that, but for varying reasons, it's not feasible to stand and fight there. Get to Corunna, they've got to do something. We were having a little look at what exists of the battlefield today. Limited amounts, sadly, but enough that you can just about, if you squint, work out. Okay, so the French are going to be initially deploying on those hills, so the British are going to be somewhere over there. We were debating before we came on air how much time we were going to talk about the battle, but it's not that complex, really.
Not really. The British think they're going to actually. The British get a slight reprieve because they think they're going to have to fight, and then the ships show up, and Moore basically says, "Right, we're going to rush this, get everybody on. The French are coming. We're not going to bother to fight them." There's a to and fro, and like everybody's like their emotions are all over the place. They don't know what to feel, shame, fear, anger, whatever. And then it's decided that okay, we can't really embark the troops in the face of the enemy with any safety, so we do have to fight. Some of this may be, dare I use a dirty word, politically motivated in some sense. If Moore leaves Spain without having fought a battle, um, I mean, I don't know how dangerous it actually is to get the troops off, or whether he needed to buy time given what happened afterwards. It's kind of open to interpretation, but a battle would be useful, is all I could say.
Are you implying, my dear Lando, that there might have been a sort of case of this general looking at the situation and realizing that it doesn't look terribly good for him, and he needs to salvage something from the ashes of this campaign? And if he can fight an action, fend them off, and spin that as, look, we fought a battle that brought us that glorious victory, brought us the opportunity to evacuate Britain's army so it could fight another day, in a sort of 19th century premonition of Dunkirk, that might be useful for his reputation going forwards and might help if in the almost certainty actually of a parliamentary inquiry happening. Spoiler alert, Moore dies. We've talked about this before. Moore's death means that he doesn't get half the flack for the Corunna campaign that was coming for him.
Yeah. So you can't rule that out in terms of the decision to fight. The actual battle, as you say, is very simple. It lasts quite a long time, but it's a simple to and fro, which is really it suits battle to lose. Like he could win that battle with the resources he had. The way he chose to fight it meant that he gave Moore every opportunity to successfully repulse every attack that came at him, including the fact that the French have their cavalry still mostly mounted. Moore has dismounted most of his cavalry, killed up to 2,000 horses just to deny them to the enemy when he thought they were going to have to surrender. And so, there is a whole wide flank conversation out on the French left that surely should have been exploited more. Soult has far more artillery than Moore does, as Moore fatefully finds out. but the British hold on to their ridge, to the strong points on the ridge. They manage to unleash a flanking attack from General Fraser's brigade, which has been held back in case the French try and get around that flank, but instead they're used to attack and try and turn Soult's flank. Soult finds himself suddenly on the defensive. The battle ends with the end of the day. The French pull back, and the British indeed as well pull back to embark on the ships. Moore has been hit by a cannonball underneath or right on top of his, what I think it's his right shoulder, and this is a mortal wound because but surgery of the day is just not equipped under those circumstances to. I mean, removing his arm is not going to save him, unfortunately. Too much damage has been done by that ball. And like you say, tragically for Moore and his family, they lose him. The army is very sad because now he's died a heroic death. Everybody thinks about how great he was, how noble he was, which is a very nice thing to do. It's a very proper thing to do. And it exalts Moore to a level almost of Nelson, just that everybody does kind of know that Nelson was a genius. And they try to make the case that Moore was a genius because of the whole light infantry doctrine thing. But alas, the decisions he made earlier in 1808 led him here. And it's basically the skill of the rear guard and good luck that the British Army manages to get out of Corunna. And either way you look at it, whether you argue they won the battle or not, the British Army is no longer in Spain. It's not even in Portugal.
No, there's a small sort of rump force that's left behind. You've also got some stragglers who are going to sort of filter their way down into Portugal and form sort of a very bare bones force. We are talking under 10,000 men at this point in the war, the smallest that the British deployment will ever be over the course of the Peninsular War. You know, all that's left is the stuff that got left behind, fundamentally. If folks were expecting us to dwell more on Corunna, well, we're partly mindful that effectively it's two columns attack. The French nearly break through on the second attempt, but then get pushed back. Units like the 42nd fight terribly well. Hats off. But fundamentally, you know, if you're not a patron, why don't you go and subscribe on Patreon? And then what we'll do is we'll go out to Corunna and we'll film a documentary all about what happens there. How about that? There we go. There's a shameless plug.
But fund our documentary efforts.
There you go, folks. But Josh quite rightly moves on to what really matters in relation to Corunna, which is the legacy that this leaves. You touched on it actually as you were running through that in relation to the cavalry. Major damage done to the British cavalry just by having to shoot their horses. Don't underestimate the significance of that, folks, because
also one of just the most tragic things.
It is. It's absolutely you could weep just at the sight of it. And you care for these animals as well.
They've ridden these horses from Portugal to Salamanca to Astorga, Lugo, fought on them, fed them, kept them alive. They're excellent horses. They're some of the best cavalry horses in Europe. And you've been riding and trusting this animal with your life for months under ridiculous hardships. There is accounts of grown men weeping on the beaches as they have to put their horses down. Like, this was something they were not expecting. It's like the end, like this is the final straw. I'm deserting. I'm not going to shoot my horse. I'm just going to ride off into the hills.
But they don't even have that choice, do they? It is. It is absolutely tragic. And it is going to to hamstring. Apologies for the sort of slightly inappropriate metaphor there, but it is fundamentally going to hamstring the British cavalry for quite some time. You don't replace that number of horses easily. And we talk a lot about Wellington struggling with cavalry, never having enough cavalry, probably not really knowing how to make the most of his cavalry when he has got it. Conversations from the time I know.
I cannot even begin to calculate how expensive that wastage is. Cavalry is ridiculously expensive. It's why you don't just throw them meaninglessly at enemy formations. It's why cavalry commanders do not hurl their squadrons on squares. You can bankrupt your economy outfitting 10,000 cavalry, right? Because it's like these are remounts and feeding and fodder and horse tack and horseshoes. There's a whole industry around the upkeep of cavalry, and the British cavalry are very expensive.
These are quality war horses. These aren't sort of your standard, I don't know, animals that you just sort of casually co-opt from a farm and requisition and sort of go, right, lovely, thank you very much. These have been trained for combat. Like we are laboring the point, but it's a point that needs to be labored. A big chunk of Britain's best cavalry force has just been shot, massacred fundamentally on the beaches so that the French don't get hold of them.
It's about a brigade. You've lost more horses than the Light Brigade lost at Balaclava.
There's something for us to really dwell on to bring the point home. Okay, so that's the legacy for the British cavalry. Let's think about the context of the Peninsular War. Britain has enjoyed 2 successes under some guy called Wellesley, who then signs a peace treaty, an armistice that means that he has to sort of go home, defend his reputation, blah, blah, blah. So that's tainted. Albeit, some of that dishonor gets wiped away for Wellesley personally. You've then got more sort of by modern interpretation, some kind of darling, but actually we suspect was just kind of a solid kind of guy sent out to lead this effort, then doesn't really achieve anything, fights a rearguard action, gets killed, loses the mounts for his horses. The army comes home, and the British public are just appalled, sickened by the state of these soldiers, but not sickened in a kind of empathetic kind of way, sickened in a get the hell away from me kind of way. When these guys land on the south coast, we've got some horrendous accounts of soldiers who are still in that recovery process. Like, they haven't suddenly got better because they're just on board ship. They have severe exhaustion. Some of them are still blind. They get on dry land, and they're tottering around the town of, I believe it's Falmouth, trying to work out how they get up this hill. And the locals just are crossing to the other side of the street. And it's, in one particularly famous account, it's the sailors who turn around and literally kind of put their arm around these redcoats and go, come on, mate, let's get you to the inn. Let's get a bit of drink in you. Let's get you by a fire. And that's heartbreaking in itself, and very, very distasteful, I think. But perhaps it's an indication of the fact that these guys really don't look like soldiers anymore. There are also debates to be had about to what extent does their experience make them more susceptible to the disease that is going to decimate their ranks at Walcheren, because that is where the bulk of these guys are now destined. That is going to be their next campaign, not that anyone knows it yet. They will formulate the Walcheren expedition. Did the exhaustion that they'd experienced have an impact on their health? Well, who can say? So they're not going back to the peninsula anytime soon. There is a rump force in Portugal. Moore is of the opinion that Portugal can't be defended. Wellesley begs to differ, but that debate is playing out. Napoleon hasn't taken Andalusia.
but is running rampant through Spain. He will, of course, now head back north and leave the others to it. It's not looking good, is what I'm saying. At the turn of the new year in 1809, there is very little, to my mind, that indicates that this Peninsular War is going to become Napoleon's Spanish ulcer, that this is a conflict that will run for another 5 years, use up 250,000 French troops, will make and break reputations. It looks like within 6 months this could all be over. Or am I overstating it?
I don't think so, no. I mean, the Spanish feel totally abandoned. It's not good that, the Allied cooperation has started off on such a bad foot. It's the fact that Portugal is basically defenseless to some extent is also the winter is going to keep things sort of safe for a while, but there's no doubt about it. If you look further into the future, Soult is at Porto by the spring of 1809. So Portugal indeed is not defended because they exited the British. It's hard to find a bright spot. Realistically speaking, the south of Spain, Napoleon is not too worried about it. He has a lot of men in Spain, even though he has to go now because he leaves just before Moore enters the mountains because the Austrians have basically kicked off the War of 1809. So, no, I don't think you're overstating it. I think it was a disastrous start, and it's honestly the only sort of bright hope of it all is essentially that the British Army suffers so much that some sort of will is left in the British government to make something of it. And the fact that they still hold Lisbon is the only two things that are still kind of potentially around. And it's the things that give that chap called Wellesley the idea to do what he does best and write memorandums about things, how things should be done.
God, did that
And,
man love a memorandum.
and that's what he's doing now. He sees the opportunity in this disaster to say Moore was wrong. Lovely chap. But you can defend the heck out of Portugal, and here's how I would do it. If you'll give me a little bit more men, I'll go back and I'll defend Portugal.
We are returning for another Peninsular War installment, but as part of this series, we always said that we wanted to include the Spanish perspective and the Portuguese, but we also wanted to take that much bigger, more global perspective. I might have been slightly influenced by reading the work of a certain Alex Mugaberidze in taking that stance. Beatrice, welcome back. Folks, I'm sure you know by now, but Beatrice is Professor of Diplomatic History and Security Studies at the University of Utrecht, author of Fighting Terror After Napoleon. We are joined once again by Alex Mugaberidze. I could do a very long and effusive and praiseworthy introduction for Alex, but he's frankly sick of them. He shakes his head emphatically. He hasn't shaken his fist at me, which is a good sign. But I think that's probably just because Alex is really nice, and so he wouldn't shake his fist at anybody. I set it up perhaps for a failure in the introduction by talking about, Napoleon makes a blunder, Napoleon screws things up, etc., etc. And there's an interesting question about whether or not that is actually the case, or at least whether or not the perception is there, whether there's the belief in 1807, particularly when we have the situation with Portugal, but also in 1808, whether Napoleon really has made a mistake, whether he has overstretched, or whether this is just a continuation of him doing fundamentally what he wants, and this is the new reality of politics, particularly post Treaty of Tilsit. So what is the initial reaction, would you say, to Napoleon's actions, let's say specifically with Portugal, first of all? And to what extent do the varying nations of Europe sort of look at what happens in Portugal and kind of go, yeah, this is how it is now? Or is there genuine concern
of a potential snowball effect in terms of, well, if Napoleon can do it with Portugal, what's to say he can't do it with other nations in Europe?
Can I make a little bridge though between what we just discussed and this? Because in my mind there is, and I would also like to ask Alex about this. So what I do think, if we witness events of today going on in the Middle East and in Europe and in Eastern Europe, some of those events really hark back to this era in the 19th century, where the international relations, also something that we talk about, the strategy, the global situation changed completely. So Napoleon upended everything. And what he did and what he inflicted on Europe is that there were a completely new alignment of powers arose. And he was the first one to throw the stone in the water of the 18th century, the cabinet wars, the petty little monarchs. So what he did is he sort of forced the other powers of Europe to pronounce themselves. Are they big powers? Are they able to mobilize and recruit men and power and firepower and willingness and a support base in society to stand up against him or not? So what you see is that we all know this, but just to make the point, before the 1800s, there were so many little fiefdoms, little chiefdoms, little ducalities, little princedoms in Europe. And then after that, actually a kind of a triumvirate of Prussia, Russia, Austria, and Great Britain arose. And France joined them a couple of years later, and France already had been a great power, but now it sort of suffocated all the other powers, and it was a big battle, which you could say it lasted for 1 century, of who would be able to draw the pettier monarchies, the pettier states into his orbit, into his sphere of influence. So the whole notion of the sphere of influence, the balance of power, this really was born. We know all about it, but we saw it happened in the early 1800s, and it's happening now again. That almost a kind like 19th century power play, trying to draw a state like Georgia in the ban of your sphere of influence. Russia's doing that. In the Middle East, you see that too, in a different realignment of powers, where Syria is now the object of either Turkey, Russia, Iran. So the big powers, they try to suffocate and try to embrace the smaller powers in the sphere of influence. And we haven't seen politics like this for a very long time, because since the middle of the 20th century, we had, well, you can still argue about it, we had a kind of a rule-based, institutionally based international order. With the Cold War, it was very much aligned into the camps. And then in the 19th century, in the 90s of the late 20th century, there was this alleged new world order with the United Nations and the right to protect, etc. And now we're sort of back to the 19th century. So we will talk Napoleon in a minute, but what Napoleon tried to do with Portugal, what he did to Spain, was what Russia is now doing with Georgia, try to exert the influence in a country that's you feel is directly in your sphere of influence, and try to pry it away from this other power bulwark. So Portugal and the Netherlands always had been the strongholds of Britain, and the satellite states, the landing places, and the Tagus of Portugal, and the Scheldt for the Netherlands and Belgium always had been kind of the linking pinks for Great Britain on the continent. And now France stood up and said, no, we're going to take it, it's ours. And Portugal and Spain had been were until that point in time big empires in their own right, but they were being reduced, they were suffocated by those two, by Britain and France. And after 1813-14, they never restored back to their big role as empire. So they were more like power plays in the hand of Napoleon, and then later on in a different situation. So in that sense, I do see the volatility and the dynamics of this first decade of the 19th century sort of mirrors what's going on now in parts of Europe and the Middle East. But that's perhaps thinking it too globally. But what do you think, Alex?
No, I agree. I mean, in many respects, we know that there are many leaders nowadays who want to return to the arrangements where the world is perceived as spheres of influence, the backyards of great powers. And certainly Eastern Europe, Caucasus are good examples of it. Vladimir Putin has stated on multiple occasions that the world the world that he wants to see, the world of the late 19th century great powers. So with whether that is possible in the post-World War II period and with these new rules of international engagement that we've set in place, that's a different case. But the aspiration is certainly there. But to go back to kind of Zach's original question of whether this was a mistake or not, I think it would be too early. So, in the other podcasts that I'm involved, we're taking time. Each episode deals with a particular moment in time. So if we are, let's say, sometime in late 1807 or early 1808, then I don't think Napoleon's decision to go into Spain will be perceived as a mistake, because until the end of the year, really, I would say until 1809, it seems like he's succeeding. The invasion unfolds of both, in Portugal, there's a minor setback, but it's perceived to be as nothing but a temporary one. The invasion of Spain in 1808 unfolds pretty well. The spring of 1808 is a series of French successes. And even if we allow for the uprising, for the Spanish uprising in May in Madrid, we have also to remember that Dos de Mayo was followed by Tres de Mayo and the fierce crackdown, which the French prevailed in. And then if we look at the summer of 1808, we also will see that Napoleon is busy consolidating his authority in Spain, implementing constitution. So it certainly appears like he is prevailing. The quick, the series of uprising that will spread, and which I hope we'll discuss in late summer of 1808, will only bring fierce Napoleonic invasion, second one, right, in the fall of 1808. And that also succeeds, right? Madrid is taken. The Spanish resistance is brushed aside. So I think if I were a contemporary observer in 1809, I would not be certainly predisposed in thinking that this was a mistake. It certainly doesn't appear it until much later. And of course, much of what has been written is written with the advantage of a hindsight, and knowing that the degree to which the French army will be in Majesty. I think there is one of the historians who referred to it with a little bit of a historical comparison to Spain being Napoleon's Vietnam. But the point is there. At the height of the conflict, Napoleon has hundreds of thousands of men committed, enormous resources sent to Spain. And yes, by 1814, it becomes clear that it was a mistake. But it's certainly, I don't think it's obvious in 1809. If anything, for outside observers, I think it's not necessarily a mistake, but it's a confirmation of what Beatrice was alluding to, and that is Napoleon's inability to abide by existing rules of engagement. Now, Napoleon can argue that, and like Albert Soboul, the great French historian, later argued that, that he has not done anything that other powers have not done. I like to remind the listeners that Napoleon's detention of the Spanish royal family is not a unique event. In fact, in 1802, 1803, the Russians have done the same thing in Georgia, where the Georgian royal house was detained, arrested, and exiled to Russia, which was a key element in the Russian takeover of Georgian kingdom. So, essentially, Napoleon is operating in this environment, but I think the degree to which he's willing to bend, if not openly violate the rule, what we were taking for granted, the rules of engagement, was jarring, certainly for many contemporaries. And it comes, of course, at the end of this long series of Napoleonic annexations. Piedmont, think about the Batavian Kingdom, or Batavian Republic, later Dutch Kingdom, think about the German annexations. And of course, it will continue through the 1809 with the takeover of the Illyrian and Dalmatian provinces. So the question for the contemporaries would be, at what point does Napoleon stop? I think that's the famous kind of favorite line of argument that Charles Esdale, with whom I debate often enough, likes to take, right? Like Napoleon as a rogue state that is unwilling to stop.
Mm-hmm. Can I throw in a question and also a reflection here? I really like what you said about Spain being the Vietnam of Napoleon, also even given the fact that it wasn't clear from the beginning. But you sort of argue from the point of contextualized historical knowledge at the time, but and then on the basis of how successful Napoleon was on the ground initially. But the thing is, already starting in 1807, 1808, it still to me is not clear, and that again is a kind of a parallel to the Americans in Vietnam. So you could make a case that his whole intention, his whole strategy from the onset on was flawed because on the one hand, he already had France as Spain. He already had concluded treaties with Spain, the Treaty of Ildefonso, the Treaty of Aranjuez. Spain was already an ally. It was, of course, it was a weak ally. It was a corrupt ally, and Napoleon knew that Manuel Godoy, Spain's prime minister, was an intriguer, and he had set out and had put out feelers to Russia. It was all clear, but still, Spain was in the camp of Napoleon. So why then invade it? So that already is a question. And his strategy was also that he thought if he would invade it and be able to reform Spain, make it more centralized, make it more modern, then Spain would yield more dividends to him. But that also is kind of a strange strategy because it totally underestimated and did not reckon with the arch-conservative nature of the Spanish institutions, the clergy, the people, the farmers, the court. So he thought that he could just go in a tabula rasa kind of situation, in a vacuum, and remold whole Spain and make it more effective or productive to his likings. But that's a strange strategy, and he should have known that I mean, he already knew how hard it was to reform France and to work with the material in France. So why then also take into account Portugal and Spain that were even more black boxes to him, and he wasn't even interested. I mean, he had intelligence materials on Spain and Portugal. He knew how reactionary they were, and still he did it on the height of his power. So he was not threatened by Spain. He could have kept Spain on a leash. Spain had already lost its big position internationally speaking. I mean, I can see that the strategy was that after the Treaty of Tilsit with Russia, that Napoleon thought with keeping up, and we talked about this before, Alex, the continental system. He would need Spain and Portugal to keep up the continental system and dry Britain out, but still already had all that in play. So he was siphoning off numerous troops, thousands of troops, to something that wasn't strategically not even necessary at the point. So that is where I think he did make a mistake. Perhaps not a mistake on the ground, but a mistake strategically. It wasn't urgent. It wasn't necessary at the point. So that's for me something that I still cannot entirely wrap my hand around. But perhaps you have the answer.
Well, let me start say from the outset that I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I think the argument that you are making are in many ways arguments from a hindsight. We know of those issues post factum, right? Napoleon knew of some, but I don't think he knew the extent, let's say, of resistance he would face. And it's clear in the correspondence that, sure, his ambassadors, his envoys to Spain warned him about the conservative nature of the Spanish society and the potential for the resistance, but Napoleon always clearly downplayed those. And I don't think in doing this he's any different, because I think we have plenty of examples in modern history where the governments make decisions to go to war without fully understanding the consequences, right? They will be greeted as liberators kind of approach. I think, but you raise an important point, Beatrice, and that is the need to understand why Napoleon goes into Spain, why he goes into Portugal. Partly, I think, for me, it is something that you alluded to, and that is Spain is an ally, but is an untrustworthy ally. And that becomes clear in 1806 when Godoy effectively mobilizes Spain for a war with an unclear enemy, but Napoleon clearly interpreted this as that being France. So he knew that essentially he was under clear impression that had the war of the Fourth Coalition gone the other way, Spain would have jumped at an opportunity to confront France. So those are the things that I don't think Napoleon, knowing who he was, would have allowed simply to slide. Part of it is economic. And this is where I think I lean a bit more, and that is Napoleon's continental blockade and continental system. So kind of reminding listeners that those are not the same things, but two really important social, economic, political initiatives that Napoleon kind of put forth. Both of them, especially the blockade, dependent on the collaboration of Portugal and Spain. And that's not the collaboration that was forthcoming to the degree that Napoleon needed for the system to succeed. So I think when I look at Napoleon's decision to go into Spain, I think I look at more at the economics and imperial imperatives. A friend of mine, Professor Kenneth Johnson, for example, makes an argument in his forthcoming book on Napoleon and the sea. He makes an argument that Napoleon's invasion of Spain was actually occasioned to a large degree by Napoleon's naval needs. Mm-hmm. And that includes the control of Spanish fleet, the control of these enormous material resources that Spain had, and material that France actually did not. One thing that I do want remind the listeners is that unlike other great powers, Spain in 1808 was the only one whose empire remained intact. France has lost its empire, right? Colonial empire, of course. It has lost colonial empire. Even Britain, the premier imperial state, has lost parts of its imperial domain in the North America. But Spanish Empire is still, on the surface of it, still intact. So Spain has the potential to tap enormous resources, and especially resources like silver. There is a wonderful study on the role of Mexican silver in Napoleonic wars. And we know the role and importance of that silver, mined in places like Zacatecas in Mexico and elsewhere, was such that in 1804, 1805, almost into through the 1806, Britain, France, Dutch, and Spanish were willing to set aside their political disagreements and collaborate on a scheme that allowed all of them to partake in the silver output. Now that comes essentially to an end with the outbreak of the war, the Fourth Coalition, and then the ongoing conflict with a larger conflict between France and Britain that intensifies after the fall of the Ministry of All Talents. But I think Napoleon understood the degree to which Spain could complement his war effort because it had so many resources that were underutilized. I think Schroeder has a wonderful expression when he talks about Napoleon's decision to, and as of course Paul Schroeder, the Beatrice, you know him.
Yes, transformation of European relations. That's what I alluded to, with a complete upending of the situation in Europe. Yeah.
And Schroeder has so many wonderful kind of one-liners in his book, and one of them was that looking at Spain's kind of corruption and ineffectiveness that you've mentioned, Schroeder says that it offended Napoleon's professional sensibilities. And I love it in that he clearly saw that Spain was misruled, that it could have been managed so much better. And I think that's one also, but we cannot I think dismiss that part of reasoning either.
No, but that is not in hindsight quite a silly thought. I mean, already at the time, with this whole thick history of Spanish entanglement, intricate relations in the court, conflicts within the country, all the different areas in Spain. Napoleon should have known, and it was spelled out to him, that it was not a country that you could shape and mold as a centralized country as France was in the 18th century. So France already had gone to a series of major reforms and centralization efforts, far more than Spain. And Spain still relied on its big grandeur and its colonial power. But another point that's also very striking to me, and it's not hindsight, it's there already, it's the lost Battle of Trafalgar. And after the Battle of Trafalgar, the fleet in Spain was completely destroyed. And during the years of the Peninsular War, there was no naval fleet to speak of. And the only thing I could think of, and I haven't looked that up, is that Napoleon, and there was Zach, there was on your podcast show, there was a podcast at one point on the role of the fleet and the sea and the shipyards, I think. I don't know, do you remember who that was? It was a brilliant episode.
It will probably have been Kate Jameson.
Yes, it was. Yes, that's the one. So he argued that Napoleon needed shipyards with access for heavy, deep-lying frigates and vessels in order, and he didn't have them in France. So apart from Bordeaux, but not even in Bretagne, and even if you were creating ships there, it would have been very intricate to get munition, materials, all the things that you need, the men to that far away cities on the coastal line. So he hoped that in Spain, with better infrastructure, with better shipyards, he could perhaps create more ships there. But even that would have cost him so much more time than he already had on his hands. So even that, I think, would not be a convincing argument to start an invasion in Spain at the moment. He could also have asked Spain or go in there and make them build ships, or so that still for me does not explain the fact that he's completely upending, throwing the country in chaos and getting even less out of it than he already had. So, and that's not hindsight, that's already there in the moment. And also after the Battle of Trafalgar, he should have learned at that time that there was nothing much left for him to lay his hands on in terms of fleet and vessels.
Yes or no. I think there are some parts of this that I would go agree with, and of course knowing historians, we're never satisfied with explanations. We always look for complexity, right? So I think you raise important points, and I would agree with some of them. It's not that. I mean, you alluded to, for example, the Spanish, for example, ports and arsenals that Napoleon certainly wants to take control of. We already discussed the colonial resources that he certainly wants to harness to far greater degree than Spain could. The one thing I don't buy, and that's not the argument you've raised, but I do want to bring in, and that is an argument that Napoleon and I wanted to bring the liberal reforms and kind of improvements to Spain. I think it's a later day kind of addition to it. Even if we look at the Constitution of 1808, it has some important reforms and changes, such as elimination of internal tariffs, for example. But ultimately, it is an imperial constitution. I don't think Napoleon is necessarily there to, out of the kindness of his heart, to develop Spain. No, knowing the continental system, the way Napoleon envisioned the continental system, Spain was there to satisfy French needs, to be the feeding grounds for the French economy. I think one of the arguments that kind of thinking of it that comes to my mind is there's a wonderful historian of Spain who wrote on Spanish resistance, John Lawrence Tone. And Tone, I think, makes a point that I think we should certainly raise, is that one of the problems of explaining Napoleon's decision is because none of the decisions really, none of the factors that we try to bring are too kind of clearly explaining all of it. And ultimately, Tone actually argues that most convincing argument, as far as he thinks, is militarism. And he famously says militarism is like an addictive drug, and it is a drug that kind of forces you to keep going. And so, what his argument is that by late 1807, early 1808, France's economy is actually struggling. And he has a point there, because we know that France was in the midst of an acute financial crisis in 1805, 1806. The war is still raging in 1807. And even though Napoleon is winning, the benefits of the war are not as clear cut in terms of in economic and financial terms. And so Tone's argument is that as the empire is expanding, the expenditures are rising astronomically, especially military expenditures, and there is this ongoing kind of support for expansionism, and that for him, Napoleon's invasion of Spain is really based on this militarism and the desire for economic, kind of spoliation of foreign resources, sustaining the narrative of imperial glory, and so on and so on. And maybe that is also an important factor to consider, a factor that forces Napoleon to ignore all the facts that you've raised, Beatrice, in your response.
Yeah, and well, I also think to bring in yet another point where you could say that he was just Napoleon automatically rolling out a blueprint that he also had inflicted on the other countries in Europe, namely going in and then deposing of the legitimate kings and just or princes, and then just putting a sibling on the throne. And I also think that in Spain, that particularly fact backfired tremendously. So compared to the Netherlands, where there was not a monarchy, it was a republic. Yes, the oranges had been there, but they weren't that well liked anymore. They were already gone for quite a number of years. In 1830, when they came back, what I mean here is that he dethroned both Charles IV, and then the heir to the throne, Ferdinand. And he also did away with Queen Maria Louisa. She was also sent home, what do I know? And then he put his brother on the throne. But that was seen with his reforms and with his constitution, and you say rightly so, that's an imperial constitution, but for the people on the ground, for the native population, for the noblemen, for the clergymen, it was not just imperial, it was considered diabolical. It was considered an intrusion. They were abolishing the feudal privileges, the monastic orders, something that Napoleon also had done in the Rhenish provinces, in the Dutch countries and elsewhere. But there were reform movements had already been present there, and in the Netherlands and the Rhenish provinces, there were patriots who were welcoming the reign of the Bonapartes, but not in Spain. It was the exact opposite. So, right from the beginning, that sparked the mobilization, the rise of anti-French juntas that aligned with every segment of Spanish society, and that started right from the Dos de Mayos, from the beginning on, and especially then when Joseph came with all his reforms. So this is also perhaps that he thought it would go the same way like he did in Poland and in the German lands and the Netherlands. But even after 1 year, he should have found out, or after 1808, when they also aligned with the British forces, we're going to probably be talking about that in a minute, with the troops of Wellington, he should have known that it was a guerrilla warfare, that he would never be able to win. I'm struggling with the fact that you can just discard it as hindsight knowledge, because it was already clear at that very present moment that Spain...
I don't think it was, frankly. I don't think it was. No? I mean, again... he certainly would have expected, and he did. And again, correspondence is clear. He expected some resistance. But remember, he faced resistance like this in Italy. And how was it resolved? By burning villages at Pavia, for example. He faced resistance like this in Tyrol. How was it resolved?
Yeah, but
by mass occupation and crackdown.
No, you're right, Alex, and I don't want to come up with some counterfactual reasoning, but if you look at accounts of the guerrilla warfare, so not the conventional battles, but this aspect of warfare that was very horrific and horribly there in Spain, more than in Tyrol and in Italy and elsewhere, because you're right, there were pockets of resistance there, but the area was smaller. the people that stood up to Napoleon, also in the Italian lands, it was less of a mass movement in the population than it was in Spain, where all the factions that had been fighting each other before, bear in mind, there were already heavy factions in Spain of the various princes and the various kings and the various allegiances, but they all came together, forged together in their resistance against Napoleon, and that was bigger, it was more dispersed, the country was less accessible. So the situation on the ground in Spain was different than in northern Italy or in Tyrol, just regarding the numbers and the sheer size of the territory. Perhaps you could only compare it with Russia, but that is a different situation. But I mean, I just think that he, from the beginning on, he underestimated his grip and his control over and the capability that he attested to Joseph of centralizing the country. It just didn't work from the beginning on.
I agree with that he underestimated the scale of the problem, not the problem itself, right?
No, you're right.
Yeah, the scale, sure. And when we talk about, I think you raised a very important point of the success of Napoleonic reforms and elsewhere, and how much that was dependent on pre-existing conditions, right?
Yes.
Michael Broer's.
Exactly, the colonization of Europe.
Exactly.
That's the seminal book on this.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And I think, but again, to me, it is not clear that Napoleon really understood that let's say, at the time. What he saw was the success of the French occupational regimes in places like Netherlands, like Rhineland, like northern Italy, where the strength of arm and the control of the cities meant that you can impose a series of reforms that, quote unquote, improve the local life and then benefit the empire. And so from Napoleon's point of view in 1808, he doesn't need to occupy all of Spain. He needs to occupy the focal points of it, which he does already in February, March, April of the occupation of fortresses, first stage, occupation of major cities, second stage. So by the summer of 1808, he could be, in many ways, confident enough that by controlling the urban spaces and the focal points, he will be able to impose something similar to what he's done elsewhere. And that's where I think your argument comes in, is the underappreciating the scale of the resistance.
Yeah, and also this is a very strange situation. I now feel that I'm assaulting. I'm how do you say, the prosecution against Napoleon and need to make the case. Whereas I think history already made that case. But another very important fact is, I think, that Napoleon hardly was in Spain ever. So he'd spent less, I think, than 3 months in Spain in late 1808. So he was in Italy. He was the one that won the campaigns in Italy by his own hand. So he was there. He knew the lay of the land. He knew how these cities looked like. He went to my city of Utrecht. He went to The Hague. He went to the Netherlands. He went to Germany. He was massively there. So he knew how he should maneuver, but he didn't know anything about Spain, and he also refused to receive or even read intelligence about the climatic conditions, the mountainous terrain, the dearth of water. So the infertile soil, and then let alone that he underestimated the fighting capacities of the British army. Zach, you know more about this, so we want to hear you as well. And my feeling is that the British troops and the Spanish troops, out of their own authentic, what do I know, traditions, they put up such a type of fight and a scale of fight and a scale of a terrain that Napoleon, he just failed to do the reconnaissance properly. And it's not just a political error, it's not an economic error, it's a basic military error, isn't it?
Hello, folks. I am still here. I think we might just have set a record for how long I've managed to go without asking a question on this show. And Luke, I've just been texting the horsemen of the podcalypse, as we call ourselves. Self, Liam, Luke, Josh, and Zoe. to notify them of the fact that I've gone for 30 minutes without saying anything. Luke will particularly be delighted by this. To your query though,
I think you
Beatrice.
should earn some of your wages now, Zach. You should share them with us.
Beatrice continues to roast me in a continuation of a tradition from an In Conversation episode that's actually going to air on New Year's Eve. So after this one goes out, so you can look forward to the first foray that Beatrice takes into absolutely destroying me. But to your point, it pains me to say this because this is the point where I kind of have to choose between two of my favorite historians. Nobody ever likes to be in that scenario. I think when it comes from a military standpoint where the British are concerned, I would lean more towards what Alex is saying, that there isn't a sense that the British involvement is going to be anywhere near as much of a problem for the French as it transpires to be. And if anything, you have a proof of that in what happens when Moore takes over command of the British forces, when Wellesley goes home to defend his reputation in response to the Convention of Cintra, and it's a shambles. And Josh and I will explore precisely why it turns out to be a shambles in the next installment that's coming very early in the new year. But what that inevitably does, it sort of proves the rule that, well, the British, we can just chase them out of the country. They're fine. Sure, this guy called Wellesley's pitched up in Portugal. He's won a couple of battles and he's crushed Juno, but Juno was having problems. He was isolated. You know, it's very easy to trivialize, from Napoleon's perspective, very easy to trivialize what's going on because the achievements aren't that great. When you think about what Britain's been doing militarily, what are we talking? The Abercrombie expedition? Okay. But is that the world's greatest achievement? Well, it's okay, you know, it's a significant feat for British arms. It's a stepping stone in that journey towards becoming the fighting force that we're accustomed to think that gets commanded by Wellington and gets honed and produces things like Salamanca and Vittoria and all the rest of it. But that's not there at this moment in time. Where I would agree with you, Beatrice, is the lack of geographical awareness. And the reason that I flag that is because sometimes the only way to really get a sense of what you're talking about is to go to these places. And even today, if you take the time to travel around Spain, even in a car, you do get this huge sense of how vast the distances are and how isolated these population centers in the forms of cities and towns actually are in the grand scheme of things. And so if you're going to use force of arms in order to force your will on a population, well, you can hold the population centers, but there's a lot of countryside in between them. And I think we're all in agreement, Alex, as well, that failure to appreciate the scale of the task is where militarily he fails. But I think in terms of the British aspect, the British have got a way to go before they're sort of the fighting force is going to win Salamanca.
Very briefly on that, because you do taunt me a little bit that, but you're right, obviously. But my point is a bit more abstract, perhaps. So I was not referring to big British successes, but because you're right, obviously there weren't big successes of that kind yet. But it's the opposite. And I'm coming from this with my other hat on, terrorism, counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, guerrilla warfare. If you look at the big theaters of guerrilla war, it's always, if you fight on the land itself, then the inhabitants, the natives of the country itself, always in the guerrilla war are on the advantage because they know the skill. They know how to retreat. The one day they're a farmer, the next day they're a soldier. It's what happened in Afghanistan to the Russians and to the Americans, to us. It's what happened in other places. It's what happened in India partly. And it's also happening now in Spain. So as a guerrilla person once said, they have the munition, we have time. So the Spanish guerrilla warfarers, they had the time on their hands, and the Prussians knew this. So right from the beginning in Prussia, after 1806, or not right from the beginning, after this big defeat in 1806, the Prussians realized we have to do something. So Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Clausewitz, they then looked at what was going on from 1808 onwards in the Iberian War, and they studied guerrilla training techniques. They watched carefully what was going on, what the French made for mistakes. There was lots of reports on that already in the newspapers, in the military journals. And Carl von Clausewitz later wrote a whole chapter on what was happening in Spain, and he already collected the materials earlier. He said, arming the nation. Actually, Napoleon was the chap who started this, but the Spanish were even better with that, so they did it without conscription. The guerrillas just went into it, and the scorched earth policy that then was employed against the French army under Massena during the third invasion of Portugal by Wellington, that was something that the Prussians studied, but the Russians probably too. So it wasn't there right from the beginning in 1808, but I think that in a year, throughout the years 1808, 1809, 1810 at the least, Napoleon should have done what the Prussians and the British and the others were doing as well, studying what's going on and just acknowledging that the French were not winning. The British perhaps weren't either, but we now know that they didn't need to. I mean, that's my point with guerrilla warfare. You just don't have to, you should not lose, but you don't have to win straight away. You win in the end.
By 1810, I'd absolutely agree with what you're saying there. I think the problem, and in the world of Napoleonic Wars podcast bingo, here's a box to be ticked off because I'm about to bash Murat. I would suggest that it takes a while to realize the scale of what Murat has ended up doing with the brutality and the viciousness of the reaction to the Dos de Mayo, fundamentally the Tres de Mayo, and how in doing so that takes what should have been a local riot and fans it in a way that is fundamentally unnecessary. It becomes this sort of propaganda boon for certainly the British. Look at the way that Napoleon's treating this population when they're rising up in defense of their own sovereign. But equally, if you want to, and this is where Charles Esdale would, of course, enter the chat and say, well, the nature of resistance to French intervention is very sort of checkered, and this perception that we have of guerrilla warfare really isn't sort of this idea that behind every rock and behind every tree there is sort of a Spanish patriot brandishing a musket. I'm not saying that you're suggesting that either, Beatrice, but that is a perspective that we do need to factor into this conversation, because that it takes time for the realization of what you're really facing to hit home. And this is a problem that Murat, to use a modern analogy, sort of pours petrol on the bonfire, makes it so much worse.
Yes.
But Napoleon, in some respects, does the right thing, right? Alex alluded to it earlier. He comes south in 1808, launches that campaign, but then, as you say, Beatrice, he goes back north 3 months later.
Yeah.
In early 1809,
Exactly.
he's done with his Peninsular War. And I think that's where you're absolutely right to suggest that by 1810, he needed to sort of realize that he wasn't getting a grip on this situation. Now, the counter argument, of course, is, well, he gets distracted with the whole building a dynasty thing. And he sends Massena not wanting to come out of retirement, but is forced to, is Massena meant to be Napoleon's proxy? Well, there's a whole convoluted discussion that we can frankly save for another podcast. But because he's more focused on having an heir, he does, and you could say, well, the Austrians contribute to that. It makes him more aware of that need to protect his eastern flank. He doesn't go back to Spain and Portugal to properly finish the job. Alex, can I bring you in?
No, I agree. I agree. Besides, this was the first question.
That isn't the record, though. That is not the record. We have managed to go for a full hour and 10 on one question before, but with many sort of sub questions and diversions and rabbit holes. But yeah, 30 minutes. I am just sitting here thinking this is marvelous. Basically got a ringside seat to you two is what this, it's a bit like in teaching, like you want to reach that point where your students are bouncing off of each other and you don't need to say anything. This is the academic sort of equivalent, but it's kind of the inverse, because the junior person just kind of fires a question at you.
No, you said it, Alex. We are so obliged and honored to be Zach's students, aren't we?
What absolute
He sent us
nonsense.
running around. We're just doing his job for him.
You are doing my job for me because you're entertaining folks. I was going to talk about, well, I was going to talk about many things. A number of notes that I've jotted down here, everything from Hispanophobia in some of the historical interpretations. We've talked about whether or not there's a precedent for the resistance already, so we can park that. Questions about freedom of economic policy and reactions to that. In some cases, I wonder if we're sort of, are we talking about a just war, Basset, here? Is part of the reason that the Peninsular War particularly excites a lot of debate if you set aside the fact that the British just love to bang on about it because it's the most significant thing that they do, and it's the only time they kind of consistently win on land for about 50 years. Is part of this sort of the sense that the way in which the Peninsular War plays out kind of offends a sense of inverted commas just war, in that with all of the brutality, with all of the atrocity, with the heavy-handedness, the toppling of monarchs, the way in which Napoleon fundamentally is sort of saying, look, you're all going to adhere to my economic policy, and if you don't like it, then I'm just going to use force to make you do what I want. Does all of that kind of offend people's sense of what is and isn't reasonable grounds for the declaration of war?
No, I don't. You mean for the contemporaries? I don't think it did. Certainly not on a large scale. There might have been, individuals who were raising issues like this, but 1808 comes after 16 years of warfare in Europe. I don't think Spain represents anything unusual in 1808 that the contemporaries have not seen. By 1810, 1811, sure, the scale, the intensity of it that shocks the contemporaries, and actually it reinvigorates the resistance. And Beatrice mentioned the Prussians who are kind of learning from the Spanish experience, and I just published an article on reassessing the Russian strategy in 1812. And if you look at the Russian discussions, which are to a great degree informed by the Prussian officers, they all talk about learning from Spanish resistance. So in that sense, Spanish example is absolutely important because it informs Prussian, Russian, to a degree Austrian thinking on how you deal with an enemy like Napoleon, who's been quite unstoppable until now, right? But I think my interest in this war, considering that it's not going, it will not be going as well for the French, and with my Francophilia being so pronounced, my interest in this war lay more in the realm of maybe politics and socioeconomics rather than military affairs. I certainly admired the British performance during the Peninsular War. But what I find interesting, and maybe this is kind of a way of bridging our earlier discussion, is that one of the ways Napoleon was not prepared to deal with this problem, one of the ways he underappreciated the scale of the problem he will be confronting, is that his decision to detain these Spanish monarchy was clearly intended to effectively decapitate the Spanish leadership, right? To remove the king, the entire royal family, and render the traditional institutions of central government ineffective. So there will be no resistance because there is no leaders. And I think what he didn't expect, because he encountered it in Italy, he didn't encounter it in Germany, in Belgium or Netherlands, right? What he didn't encounter is the almost overnight development of a decentralized network of local authorities. And that's very peculiar to the Spanish experience, right? So there are no juntas in Italy. There are no juntas in German countryside or Prussian countryside in the wake of the Prussian king's decision to flee to the east, right? But here in Spain, I think we are dealing with a remarkable political innovation in which a group of people are arguing that they will take the matter in their own hand, and not on the basis of popular sovereignty, like, let's say, Americans have done or the French have done during their revolution, but rather they're doing it within what Beatrice was saying, kind of this conservative mindset of a long-standing contractual concept of monarchy, that the king has the sovereignty, but if the king is not there, the people are reclaiming it for the duration of the king's absence. And that's really an interesting concept, and I don't think Napoleon, certainly we clearly know we didn't expect it, but I don't think he would have expected, or anyone else would have expected. It's something of a new political order in which people are independent sovereign, but they also are not. They expecting the king to come back and reclaim sovereignty. And I think there is a way to think. I don't remember who said it, but they were saying that the juntas acted like a collective prince rather than the revolutionary power. And I like this kind of framework of it, where Napoleon is confronting a new type of decentralized resistance, which is a political resistance. It's hard to deal with 18 juntas, right? I think Supreme Juntas, 18 of them came up in 1808, 1809. And I think that's the nature of the problem that ultimately saps his resources.
Yes. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And what he also underestimated, which is again strange, because he himself was so apt at channeling half of even not quite successes into great victories via propaganda. So he used his army bulletins. You wrote about his sack, but he also used paintings, the famous painting of Napoleon in the pest house in Jaffa. He used that to sort of project his power and his victory. But then he did not expect that other people would use his atrocities against him. So if you take Francisco Goya, you all know this famous Spanish painter who was the court painter in 1808 for decades already. And he then started to paint a series which he called The Disasters of War, where he portrayed skeletal children, the women begging, the executions, the shootings, rape even, and it was sent around. So people knew that what Napoleon was doing. And this also sparked in Spain itself and in Portugal. This sparked exactly what you're talking about, Alex. And then even after that, so I'm now jumping a bit forward in time, that then later on, this was also used by uprisings in South America, against Spain, for example, against Portugal, to use this as a kind of way of rallying popular resistance against illegitimate monarchs, illegitimate regimes. So it's something that, again, he did not expect to happen. And the question is, how bad was Napoleon this? This, I think, is also an important question. You both said that it had been seen before, killing and looting had been there, and even the British Army also did horrible things in Spain with the sacking of Ciudad Rodrigo. Charles Esdale wrote about it. I think he even says it's one of the darkest chapters in the history of the British Army, Badajoz, San Sebastian, so they did that too. The question still remains, did Napoleon or did his officers intentionally command their men to use murder, rape and slaughter as a war instrument? Did they use that intentionally? And there's some indications that he did, that the population of Madrid, the population elsewhere in Spain, that they were wiped out intentionally, so that the pillaging, the raping, all those harrowing accounts, that they were not just happenstances and occurrences, collateral damage, that it was a strategy to exhaust and perhaps even to wipe out the Spanish population, to just bring them into the mold.
Spanish and Portuguese, it's worth saying. What I think sometimes gets missed is that we look at the horrors of the third French invasion of Portugal, that's the Massena one, and we talk about Wellington and the scorched earth policy, and there's an interesting ethical debate to be had there about the impact that has, and the fact that fundamentally your ally is inflicting this on your population. But what we are also aware of is not only that the when the French are sat before the lines of Torres Vedras and then subsequently pull back slightly further north, and they do go out and commit horrendous atrocities, they also commit acts of essentially cultural vandalism. And that cultural vandalism is things like tearing down churches, etc., which is directly organized by Massena's headquarters.
Yes.
So what you have here is a situation where the people at the top are organizing the destruction of the culture of the very people they are trying to conquer.
Today we would call that at least indications of genocide.
Precisely.
And I have one quote, if I may, Zach, that totally speaks to what you're saying now. I found it in the memoirs of Maurice de Tascher, and he writes about the sacking of Cordoba, the 13th of June 1808, and he says, the cathedral and the sacred lives within were not spared, which made the Spanish look upon us in horror, saying out loud that they would prefer we violated their women rather than their churches. We did both. The convent had to suffer all that debauchery has invented and the outrages of the soldier given up to himself. It's horrible. So sorry to bring this in, but I think it underscores your point, and it's so important that this is something. I do think that was gradually, but it was a novel dimension of this war.
I mean, you absolutely don't need to apologize for bringing it in, Beatrice, because this is precisely the point that we this is why we do these shows, and we've never shied away from the horrible elements before, and we're not going to start doing so now. People need to appreciate the scale of the horrors of war. You're absolutely right to flag that the British are not angels by any stretch of the imagination. I've talked about that at length. Don't worry, folks. I'm not about to reprise my sort of crime and punishment soapbox here, but we can't pretend that the British are all conquering angels. There is a huge amount of violence by both sides on innocent civilians as part of the course of this war, and done in a very callous way. I want to talk about reactions beyond Europe to this sort of first phase of the war. Some folks might sort of regard the Peninsular War as a backwater. If we've got time, we might explore that ever so slightly. But I think it's a mistake to think that the Peninsular War only has implications within the European landmass or within the Iberian Peninsula, for a couple of very obvious reasons that we've alluded to already. Napoleon is thinking about things in a sort of pan-European and much sort of wider perspective. There have been suggestions that, and I think this is something that Charles explores in his book on the Peninsular War, to what extent was Spain perhaps a stepping stone for North Africa? But also, we're talking about European empires in Spain and Portugal. Think about where the Portuguese monarchy flee to. They flee to Brazil. So this has a knock-on effect. We also have talked on this show, but more generally within the historiography, about the way in which Napoleon's actions in Spain and Portugal fundamentally weaken the empires of both Spain and Portugal by demonstrating just how easy it is for other nations in Europe to humiliate these nations. So there is a global fallout just from the Peninsular War, never mind the Napoleonic Wars. Alex, I'm going to come to you first on this. What's your sense of the global implications, the global fallout, and also the global reactions?
You mean in the hindsight or contemporaneously?
Both actually.
I think, of course, in the hindsight, we know this is. I certainly made the argument in my writing that the impact of Napoleonic wars on Spanish colonial empire is one of the most important consequences of the war. Certainly, the most enduring one. I don't think the Spanish Empire would have endured much longer. Let's say be without Napoleonic wars, and there would have been a process of gradual change and to a degree emancipation maybe. But it is Napoleonic wars that serve as a catalyst for the collapse of the empire. So if nothing else, the emergence of a new Western Hemisphere by 1825, right? So it's a long process. Certainly, we have to bear in mind. It begins in 1808, with the Napoleon's, sparked by Napoleon's invasion of Spain, but it will not be over until the mid 1820s. So it's a long process. But ultimately, the end result of it is the creation of a very different Western Hemisphere, with the different aspirations, different political setup. All of that is direct outcome of the things that we discuss. I think the question, maybe the bigger question is to ponder whether this was a revolution, in the sense that historians like to articulate, kind of employ concepts and kind of nice frameworks of argument. And one of it is the argument for Atlantic revolutions, right? So we have American Revolution, we have French Revolution, which spreads into the Caribbean, and now ostensibly do we have a revolution in Latin America. And that is something, an interesting kind of line of reasoning, because unlike, let's say, French Revolution, the transformations that are taking place in Latin America after 1808 are more of a political revolution without a necessary socioeconomic revolution. So that in itself should force us to maybe contemplate what do we consider revolution? Let's say Rio de la Plata becoming independent but retaining its socioeconomic structures and inequality, is that a revolution? And to a degree that applies to American colony, the former American colonies, the United States, which has a revolution, but without the genuine social transformation that we sometimes think revolutions bring. But there is no denying the Napoleon's decision to invade Spain is not just a European matter. It's a matter of really global ramifications. And I think, if you indulge me, one of the interesting kind of side stories to it is that when Napoleon, invaded Spain and Portugal, of course, one of the things that these invasions made possible are the possibility of collaboration. So, for example, having done kind of research on the Russian side, I know that almost as soon as the news of the Portuguese royal family going to Rio de Janeiro and the Spanish royal family being detained, the Russian government was actually very excited about the prospect of penetrating the Portuguese and Spanish colonial empires, because previously this would have been impossible, right? Neither royal authorities would have allowed trade on a degree that would be possible now. In fact, from 1808 to 1811, we have a series of proposals by the Russian government, to the Russian government, or it's a kind of collaborative proposals between Russian government and the Russian mercantile interests about all-out expeditions to South America in order to establish this commercial presence that would allow Russians to tap the unexplored riches of the natural resources of Brazil and Spanish Spanish colonies. And that to me is interesting because, again, knowing what the Portugal and Spain were going through, from Russian emperor's perspective, this was an opportunity, right, rather than something to be frowned upon.
And the British are doing exactly the same thing, right? They look at this and just start rubbing their hands together because they wanted access to the Spanish and Portuguese imperial markets. It's so much so that, where is Wellesley destined for before he's diverted to Spain and Portugal? He's off to Mexico to go and start conquering chunks and open up those markets. So it's a sort of, there's a sense of opportunism in how nations are approaching this.
I think you certainly will remember one of the first concessions that British extracted from, for example, Rio Portuguese regent João, after transporting him to Rio de Janeiro, was opening up Brazilian market to the British commerce. So, of course, the British attempts to penetrate the Portuguese and Spanish colonial markets go back to 17th century. I mean, the poor Captain Jenkins's ear was the the victim of one of that attempts. And of course, more recently, and I hope Jacqueline Reiter is listening to us, of course, the expeditions of Popham to Buenos Aires, opportunistic. Whether they were sanctioned by the British government or not, they were clearly opportunistic enterprises to derive benefit from a situation. And that's 2 years before Napoleon even goes into Spain. So, no, in short, discussions like this, I think, point to the complexity, again, the interconnection and complexity of historical events. Here we see Napoleon making decisions for, I think after 2 hours of discussion, for some unclear reason, right? To go into Spain, but the reverberations of it are such that are felt in places like Santiago, Chile, or Caracas, Venezuela, and then Buenos Aires in Argentina, not to mention that it sparks a really powerful, I think one of the most interesting aspects of this story is a powerful kind of popular movement in Mexico, in New Spain, with a far more radical agenda than that was embraced not just by the lower classes, but by the priests. In fact, if anything, the role of the church, which in Europe is oftentimes perceived to be as a counter-revolutionary and opposing kind of the changes brought about by revolution, well, the movement that emerges in Mexico is the movement in which priests are leading the way towards the greater socioeconomic equality. Ultimately, they don't succeed, but the attempt is certainly there.
Beatrice?
Yes, I so like this, Alex. I think we're so good. After 2 hours of discussion, our conclusion is he did it for unclear reasons. I totally like it. Well,
Can I just say that is so typical of the Napoleonic Wars podcast? Napoleon did some things for reasons.
Yeah, exactly. However, I can be more specific on the major consequences that he sparked, and there's 2 that I would finally flag at the end of this podcast. The first one is, I would say, a good consequence, or at least a fascinating, hopeful, forward-looking consequence, which he probably didn't envisage at all, is the constitutional revolution. So you mentioned already, Alex, the revolutions in France, the Atlantic revolutions in Latin America, but even let alone the revolutions. What happened was that through Napoleon, and it takes too long to argue and to explain that now, but at least the idea of constitutions, of popular rule, perhaps not democratic rule yet, but popular rule came into existence as being laid down in a social contract with a real paperwork and paragraphs on it. And that was one of the first major important constitutions in Europe, was the Constitution of Cadiz. And that one in 1812 became the blueprint for many other constitutions that were then developed in the Southern European world, in Greece, for example, in Naples, in other Italian states, and also in the South of America, and then again in Spain later on during the Liberal Triennium. So a lot happened due to the fact that officers, many military officers, were taking part, also the clerics, but also military officers were taking part in drafting these constitutions. Linda Colley wrote about the pen and the sword, and how the spread of the Napoleonic Wars also correlated with, or perhaps even causated, the spread of constitutional rule. Not in the sense that it all became overnight democratic, not at all, sometimes even the other way around, but the idea of constitution was then never away anymore. That's the one very important consequence, I would say, specifically also in the field of the Iberian War. There's a very big book written about it and came out a couple of months ago by Maurizio Isabella, Southern Europe, and he says there's a very specific story to tell about revolutions, the age of revolutions in Southern Europe, and it starts with the revolution in Cadiz, which is very interesting. The other major influence, I already hinted at that at the beginning, is that when Napoleon was defeated, Spain and Portugal did not return as world empires. So on the global stage, they disappeared. And I think it was in 1810 and then 1815 again, Castlereagh, so the British foreign minister, and Tsar Alexander, they issued a kind of a proclamation in which they said, well, we now have this new structuring of the world, which meant the European world. America wasn't even calculated in. And we have now four first-rank powers. I already mentioned them: Prussia, Russia, Austria, and Great Britain. The second-rank powers, they can even be our satellites: so Spain, Portugal, Sweden, the Netherlands, Baden-Württemberg. And the third-rank powers that may even be pleased and thankful that they exist still. So it's a very hierarchical, very imperial reading of the world. But that map was then indeed imposed on the international state system. And at the Congress of Vienna, when that was convened, the four big powers convened it. France was invited in, so France would, after 1818, counted as the fifth big power. And Labrador, he was the Portuguese envoy, he protested. He said, where are Spain, where are Portugal? We're there as well. But they were not factored in anymore. They were not invited to become, when then I wrote about the book about this, the Allied Council, and that convened in Paris to divide the spoils of the war, to run the occupation, to set up the Holy Alliance. Spain and Portugal were sitting in the back bench. They were not on the front bench anymore. And that really upended and changed the world of international relations from that moment on. To a certain extent, those big powers are still the powers of today. So they're still the powers with the veto right on the United Nations Security Council, for example. So I think that's one of the major important consequences that we tend to overlook, that Napoleon inadvertently, unwittingly produced.
And somehow Beatrice has managed to bring us back full circle to where we started this by bringing balance of power back into the heart of the conversation. Because I promised listeners that we would cover this topic in the opening, I'm just going to ask you for a single sentence response to this question in order to set us up for a follow-up episode. Of course, assuming that you guys aren't going to run away screaming at the prospect of being back on this show anytime soon. The Peninsular War was an irrelevant sideshow. What's your reaction to that claim? And you can focus on this militarily, you can focus on it from a geopolitical, from a legacy standpoint, whichever one you want to take. But what's your view on that? Beatrice, do you want to start us off?
Well, I'm going to give you back your own words. I think it was one of Napoleon's biggest mistakes.
And Alex?
When? So my question will be when? 1808, 1809, yes, it is a sideshow. And the fact that Napoleon is not present is clear indication of it. Or the fact that you're sending second-rate generals, I'm sorry, is an indication of it. Or the fact that Britain only really commits to it by 1810, right? By late 1809, 1810 is an indication to it. So the question will be, is the timing. In 1807, 1808, and I would say halfway through 1809, Peninsular affairs are important, but they're not as important as the big decisions that are being made among the great powers on the future of the continent. It is only after 1809 that Peninsular War becomes really a very important element in the bigger struggle. I already mentioned that it is the conflict that informs other resistance movements. It is absolutely clear that Prussians and Russians studied Wellington's campaigns. In fact, Scharnhorst in 1812 is riding straight to Emperor Alexander and tells him that the type of war you should wage against Napoleon in 1812 is the type, this is the quote, is a type of war that Wellington wages in Spain. Methodical, avoidance of decisive battle until all the advantages are on your side, right? Exchange space for time and attrition. And so I think there is no denying that by 1812, it is a crucial, it's a crucial battlefield. But having said that, Zach, I think, speaking of Napoleon's mistakes, right, Petrus, even then it boggles my mind that in 1812, Napoleon decides to go to Russia. When he has all these resources to put order, everything in order in Spain, chase those pesky British into the sea, and then deal with the rest of the continental affairs. So I think when we talk about the mistakes, I think in hindsight we can identify 1808 as a mistake, but I would even say that 1812 is the biggest mistake that he makes. It's a mistake that overshadows the decisions of 1808, because I am a firm believer that Napoleon in 1812 could have solved the Peninsula problem. If he had taken half of the resources he had at his disposal, gone to Portugal or Spain, the British would not have been able to resist him, and neither would have the Spanish. It is a different question of whether Napoleon would have been able to build a viable French state or Napoleonic state, let me put this, Napoleonic state in Spain. But he would have certainly be able to turn the situation around. And his decision not to is inexplicable to me.
I would strongly agree with what you've said there, Alex. Fundamentally, it is Napoleon's decision to commit to an invasion of Russia that leads to the end of the stalemate in the Peninsular War that has basically descended over the course of 1811. I look forward to us continuing that conversation in due course. What did you think of this episode? If you're listening on Spotify, you can now post your questions and comments, and we'll get back to you. If you want to stay up to date with all the latest news, sign up to our mailing list. The link is in the description. And don't forget that you can enjoy early access, exclusive episodes, online courses, and much more on Patreon. The link is in the description. And if you're looking for personalized merch for the Napoleonic nerd in your life, drop us a line on social media and we can design something for you. Shout outs to our patrons who, at the time of recording in late March 2025, were in the mentioned in dispatches tier, Brendan Teeling, Beatrice de Graaf, Lynn Dawson, Jim Deary, Josh Keeney, Colin Fieldhouse, Stephen Colson, Jim Getz, Stephen Gillen, Hugh Brennan, Alistair Campbell-Grieve, Andy Meakin, Mark Anscombe, Rob Coughlin, Bruins Girl, Noah Fink, Miles Reedy, Nick Overland, Graham Goodwin, Chris Pramas, Anthony Gumbau, Anonymous American, James Fluick, Natasha Hobday, Rod Schrager, Chris Kimball, Gary Dennis, Ted Andrews, Richard Anderson, Arthur Forgy, Sam Moore, Wyatt Pollock, Carol Dixon-Smith, Roland Shark, Giovanni, Jean-Baptiste Van Merlen, Darla Vincent, Peter Findley, Jeff Maple, Ian Harding, Indiana Fats, Joe Ayres, Robin Brasher, Daniel Friedman, Jonathan Willits, and Wojciech Stefanovic. The Admirals, John Haynes, Mike Guest, Rachel Stark, Mark Duckers, David Priest, David Maxwell, Graham Callister, Sean Sullivan, Stephen Ashworth, Kate Walcombe, Clemens Beman, Reto the Sci-Fi Fan, Tim Day, Jason Morn, and Tim Pritchard. The Chiefs of Staff, Adam Coslin, the Marshals, Ryan Diamond and JC Kaiser, the Legion de Scholars, Dan Hazelwood and Bob Burnham, and in the Crown Yourself tier, Emperor of the First French Empire Todd Campbell and the Duke of Wellington, Laird Campbell. We'll be back very soon, but until then, this has been the Napoleonic Wars Pod. On behalf of myself, Liam, Luke and Josh, take care of yourselves, folks, stay well, and as always, thank you for listening.